I might just flash out on my pappy for that whole shit that he did. How you fucking on my mama, but couldn't take care of your kids? What's the point of calling you daddy when you never was a father? And what's the point of reaching out when a nigga ain't ever even bothered? So what's the point of me talking? I picked the same kind of BD. What's the point of him being 32, fucking me at 17? What's the point of being sad? They just gon' label you as fast, cause you know dope boys not pedophiles long as they get in the bag. So what's the point of being mad? You better off not giving a fuck. They be screaming they hate P. Diddy, but still love they uncles. What's the point of keeping secret if he a threat to all the nieces? And why y'all hurting all the angels so you can protect all the demons? I might just flash out on my pappy for that whole shit that he did. How you fucking on my mama, but couldn't take care of your kids? What's the point of calling you daddy when you never was a father? And what's the point of reaching out when a nigga ain't ever even bothered? So what's the point of me talking? I picked the same kind of BD. What's the point of him being 32, fucking me at 17? What's the point of being sad? They just gon' label you as fast, cause you know dope boys not pedophiles long as they get in the bag. So what's the point of being mad? You better off not giving a fuck. They be screaming they hate P. Diddy, but still love they uncles. What's the point of keeping secret if he a threat to all the nieces? And why y'all hurting all the angels so you can protect all the demons?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. P. Diddy hotel footage, taking a second look. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Edward Joseph, let's talk live. P. Diddy hotel footage, taking a second look. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here. I am live. And we were live up on Cooking with D's channel. And this is just a playoff of what Cooking with D had done. And we were talking about the Cassie Ventura tape that was at the establishment, peoples. And we wanted to get your perspective upon what happened in that particular video. Now, peoples, per the conversation that we had on tonight, I was really amazed from what Cooking with D had stated. I was really amazed. And what I say I was amazed is because she had stated that P. Diddy was a victim. And he was a victim of Cassie Ventura. And what she had expressed has really amazed me, peoples. Because, see, from what it is stated is that Diddy is not well endowed. Did you hear what I said? Diddy is not well endowed, and Cassie Ventura had made that public. And what she said was Diddy had to go and he had to pleasure himself over in a corner with a mask on while she was getting pounded by the Mandingo warrior, by the sex person who she hired. It's amazing, peoples. And from that of what Cooking with D had read, the Mandingo warrior had sex with Cassie off and on for years, unprotected sex. Unprotected sex, peoples. And so this Cassie Ventura has been enjoying sex with the Mandingo warrior, with the sex provider, with the one who she had personally chose. And they've been having a sexual encounter for many years, not just a day or two, not just a month or two, not just a minute or two, but many years. And people's, that literally shocked the mess out of me, because I'm kind of like, wow. for something that has been going on for years with the sex worker that she had hired. So it was obvious that Cassie loved the Mandingo ding ding, and it made her sing. But something about Cassie that didn't rub the man the right way is because she gave him chlamydia. She gave him an STD. And so, people, how does one get chlamydia? I mean, as far as I have known, people's chlamydia and herpes is a uncurable disease. And so, people's, what I want to do is I want to look up chlamydia to see what type of disease that is. Now, let me see if I can spell it right. Okay, so I got it. Chlamydia. And so, people's, I want to share my screen because we're going to get into this tonight, people's. This is going to be very graphic type of live. And so, as always, people's, if the people can't handle that of what Edward Joseph is trying to convey and trying to say, well, then, hey. And so here it is right here, people's. It says chlamydia. Chlamydia is a sexually transmitted infection passed through unprotected sex without a condom. It is treated with antibiotics. If not treated, it can cause serious health problems. Oh, okay. So I'm learning something new, peoples. I did not know that chlamydia can be treated with antibiotics, peoples. I sure did not know that. I sure did not know that. And so let's go a little further, people. It says, what are the 5 symptoms of chlamydia? Painful urination, vaginal discharge from the penis. You guys remember Usher? He said that he had discharge from the penis, that green substance. Painful vaginal sex, vaginal bleeding between periods and after sex, testicular pain. So that means that, a man can have chlamydia if his balls is on fire. The little balls, they call them soft, they call them golf balls. If the balls is on fire, you have chlamydia. Well, see, the thing is, peoples, when you are doing sexual activities and you're not protected, what do you think that you're going to have? It says a common sexually transmitted infection that may not cause symptoms. Chlamydia affects people of all ages, but is most common in young women. Many who have chlamydia don't develop symptoms, but they still can infect others through sexual contact. Symptoms may include genital pain and discharge from the vagina or penis. Antibiotics for the affected patient and the patient's sexual partner is recommended. Screening for other common sexually transmitted infections should be also performed. Well, see, the thing is simply this. I think it's simply this. If you're going to have sex, peoples, wash yourselves up. Wash yourselves before sex. Wash yourselves up after sex. And then don't be so promiscuous. Stay with one partner. You know, have a good, wholesome conversation and things, and stop looking at other people's tails. You know, you got to protect yourself, and then you got to protect the other. And so, if you're going to be one that's going to be very promiscuous and do all of this stuff every day, every night, and with different partners and things and stuff, peoples, you need to wear a condom. Now they have condoms for men, and then they have condoms for women, but they do have condoms. Now I know that the condoms may, be to the degree to where you don't get the full effect and pleasure that you would want, but it will protect you, peoples. I said it will protect you. It will help you, peoples. And so they have a few videos here that is talking about chlamydia in men and women. And so let's choose one of these, and let's see what's happening here, peoples. Let's choose one of these, and let's see what they are talking about, peoples. Because this is what the man said that Cassie had gave to him. Now, like I said, I'm very surprised that you can be able to treat chlamydia, you know, but that's good. So let's all be educated, because I don't know if you guys already knew this, but I didn't know this, but I never had to deal with it. So, I mean, hey, keep it clean, peoples. Keep it clean, and don't be going around sexing upon everybody that you see. Just because she's got a rump roast and she's bending over and she's twerking and stuff, you don't know what's between those legs. You don't know who's been in there. You don't know what's been in there. And so you got to treat it, you know, you got to make sure that, you know, before you even have sex with a woman, look at her hygiene. If she stinks, if she smells, if she doesn't clean her nails, if she doesn't wash her hands after she used the restroom, or whatever and stuff. I mean, it's certain little things that you can pick up from a woman who don't care about her hygiene. You know, you can tell the telltale signs and stuff, especially when you're dating a woman. I mean, does she keep her laundry, intact and things? And if she's taking off the panties and stuff, I mean, is there stains in the panties? I mean, just to be real, peoples, is there stains in the bra? I mean, is it fresh and clean, or does it have stains in it? These are the things that you need to look at. And then if you're going to have sex with a woman, you make sure you examine the vagina. You examine it from top to bottom. I mean, if it got bumps, if it got rashes, and she's got rashes in between her legs and in her thighs or whatever and stuff, shit, don't you dare enter in. Don't you dare enter in, my friend. Don't you dare do it, because you will be with a lifetime of pain. Some things, people, you can be able to notice. You make sure you examine top to bottom and stuff. And if she doesn't like that, well, then hell, shit, we ain't having sex, baby. I'm sorry. I got to protect myself. I got to live. I want life. I don't want nothing that I'm going to have to be taking pills and shots for and whatnot and stuff. I use Dove, peoples. I use Dove. I use Dove soap. I use Dove body wash. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I use St. Ives lotion, so I keep my skin nice and smooth. Nice and smooth, peoples. So I don't use all of those harsh chemicals. I don't use all of that harsh stuff. Nope. Dove just keeps my smooth, silky clean, and keeps me fresh. Keeps me fresh, peoples. You know, you got to go ahead and you got to do your laundry daily, peoples, daily. And I've always keep a pack of hand sanitizer. I've always keep a pack of wipes and things and stuff, and and so you got to stay clean, people. You got to stay fresh. I've always keep a pack of deodorant and stuff, and a nice little bottle of cologne and things, you know. And I've always keep a little packets of liquid soap, and then I always keep a little pack of the tissue and things. So if I'm at a place to where I don't have no soap or they don't have no soap, well, I've always have soap. I've always carry soap with me everywhere I go. You know. Now you may think that that is just way too much, but hey, that's me. You know, I got to keep myself clean because it's shit like this that just happens, and then once all it takes is just one time, people, and then now you probably have to cut it off. You probably have discharges. You got some things going on, which is really bad, and so it's really sad to this day, people, is that you got to educate people upon cleaning themselves. Clean that tunnel up, baby girl. Clean that tunnel up. Clean those walls. Clean those lips. Clean everything. You know, you got to get in there and you got to make sure that you have your vinegar, your water, and whatever other stuff that you use to make yourself fresh. Do you understand what I'm saying? Make yourself fresh, and then present yourself. Don't wear stuff that is so tight, because that tight can cause situations and things. Wearing tight panties and wearing tight pants and all like that and stuff. Your body has to breathe. Take that shit off at night. Get you in some pajamas with no undergarments or anything. Or just sleep in your bed naked. Let your body breathe and things. Y'all just be wrapping up everything and stuff. Wrap up your toes and wrap up your body and stuff. Your body has to breathe. You got to let it breathe. And then take your shower before you go to bed. Don't let the day come on your bed. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? You take a shower before you go to bed, and then you get up and you take a shower. Now, many people may not do that, but that's the way that I was taught. Brush your teeth, take your shower, and then put on whatever beauty products you're gonna put on, for night, some lotion or whatever, and things like that. You know, some baby oil, yeah, and take your tail to bed and have a nice, wonderful bed, and then get you one of those little smokers to where, you can be able to have the little smoker and things, and it emit that beautiful fragrance and stuff. So I got Charlemagne and lavender and peppermint, and so that's what I put in my little puffer thing, the little smoke thing and stuff, and it just emits that beautiful fragrance, and you can just be able to just relax and go to sleep. But see, people's, fellas, and I'm talking to you because I know some of you fellas is going to be watching this live and stuff. Um, do not date a nasty girl. Did you hear what I said? I said, do not date a nasty girl. If the girl stinks, you need to tell her immediately. Send her ass up in that bathroom and wash herself, and get her some fresh new clothes, fresh new everything. I tell you, people, I tell you this, and I'm so serious with this. I will never be around a girl who stink. Never, never. Even if you're sweating, even if it's hot and we're taking a walk and stuff, you're sweating and things. Even when you sweat, you don't have to stink. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you ate right and you took care of yourself and stuff, even when you sweat, you ain't gonna stink. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? But if you stink, well then you won't be seeing me no more. No, because that's bad hygiene, peoples. That's bad hygiene. I don't fool around when it comes down to good hygiene, peoples. And some of you girls stink. It ain't no way in the world your mama will ever allow you to go out the house and you stink. Ain't no way you should be stinking, peoples. No way. You got all of this beauty products and all of this stuff that you can keep yourself fresh. A woman should never walk out stinking. She never should walk out stinking, peoples. And see, the thing is, and this is what Fresh Source Cooking with D had literally just blew my mind with this when she had read that Cassie Ventura gave the man chlamydia. We're going to see what chlamydia is, peoples. We're going to watch this video and we're going to see what chlamydia is. Because I think some of the people who's going to watch this video, it will help you and it will educate you. Because, see, let me tell you something. I don't care how hot you have been in your life, and I don't care how hot you are now. Do you understand what I'm saying? You keep yourself clean. Do you understand what I'm saying? Keep yourself clean. I don't care how promiscuous you may be, you keep yourself clean. If a nigga wants to go ahead and have sex and you can't take a shower, that nigga needs to wait. He needs to wait. Y'all both need to be in the shower, before you even come together in contact in that manner like that. And I don't care if you're using a condom or not. You need to get your stinking tail in that shower and shower up before you ever come intimate in that manner like that. Period. 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 And if you can't take a shower, well, then you don't need to be doing it until you take a shower. I know those spare the moments to when, you just get all heated and stuff and you just want a little quickie and stuff. And so, you go over to a car or something, or, somewhere and stuff, and dip and tip and things and all and stuff, peoples. But see, I want you to understand something. Once you get that little quickie, what is it that you have to clean yourself up? Because body fluids is being exchanged. And when body fluids has been exchanged, people, what is it that you have to clean yourself up? Have anybody ever thought about that? And it's those quickies that can get you in some serious trouble, because, you get a little quickie, all of that body fluid is on you, it dried up and stuff, you forget about it, you're going about your day and all like this and stuff, and then you go home, go to sleep, forgot to take a shower and stuff. Now that's been on you for almost 24 hours. Now you got it in your bed. You got it under your sheets, place where it should be nice, fresh, and clean. Then you wake up in the morning, Some of you just wake up in your morning and you don't even go to take the shower, because you got to be at work and stuff. So you just, okay, well, I'm gonna do it, when I get home or later on tonight, because I got to hurry up and get to work. That body fluid is still on you, and that fluid is on you for 24 hours. And so with that body fluid being on you for 24 hours, now you know what that turns into, right? Stinkiness. It starts to stink because you're sweating, you got clothes on and stuff, and you're moist and you're hot and things and stuff, and then it starts to stink. So it's sunk in your pores and whatnot, and it's making you sick. And then you wonder why you're itching, you're rashy, you're irritable, you're discharging, all of this stuff. People, you need to take sex education class so you can understand all of the consequences of these quickies and all the consequences of not being clean. Now, it ain't no way in God's creation should this woman be sitting around here giving anybody chlamydia. You know what that says, right? It's nastiness. It's exactly what I just expressed. Because with all of these freak offs that she's doing, she's freaking off and she's having men enter her rectum with no protection. And then once it comes out the rectum, where it's going to go? It's going to go right in her mouth. Or it's going to go right into her vajayjay. And all of that shit that's on that ding dong is going right into her body, all into her bloodstream and all. And then it just does damaging stuff. But let's see, people's, what chlamydia does or what it is. Because see, the thing is, you can't get chlamydia if you are clean. Did you hear what I said? You can't get no STD or STI, as what they call it, if you are having sex safely, peoples. And so put on that rain jacket. As uncomfortable as it may be, put on that rain jacket. Protect yourself. Protect yourself. Because as you protect yourself, you're protecting herself as well. Not to say that you got something, but if you do got something and you got something, protect her and protect yourself. Shouldn't be no reason whatsoever anybody should be walking around here with a sexually transmitted disease. I see my people's in the house. Hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Wow. Y'all see this? Damn, StreamYard is doing something new. Because now the pictures is coming up real big in things, This I've never seen it like this, but this is coming up real big and whatnot. And I'm here to tell you, people, I got me some beautiful moderators. Mariah Lavender, she is just so beautiful, y'all. Y'all see that? See, I got me some beautiful moderators. So I yes, I'm bragging. So, I can do that. But I just have me some beautiful moderators, peoples. So, but I'm just surprised that StreamYard it has literally changed, the little tiny when the people post and stuff and I call up their thing, it's very so tiny. Now it's like really big, bold, and out there, and it's in your face. And they really show your thumbnail, not your thumbnail, your avatar. And then the comments is really big and bold and stuff. So, and then I'm just noticing too that the background is different as well. Let me check something out here, people. Let me do a couple of things here. See what's happening. That is really amazing. Okay. Wow. Yeah, it is literally changed. Okay. So StreamYard is making some changes that's making the lives even more um um user friendly, so to speak, and makes it looks really good. So okay. So Mariah Lavender says, "Hello, Mr. Edward and everyone." And Mariah Lavender had said Diddy didn't want the men to use the condom. And see, that's just nasty in itself, peoples. So whatever your sexual preference may be, that's your business and stuff. Whatever you do behind closed doors and in the bedroom, that's your business. It ain't my business whatsoever, peoples. And I frankly don't even care. But at the end of the day, you're having a freak off with several men, and you know what these men do, you know, and and I know this to be true and factual because of what the testimony has been. If you watch my live on last night, Kim Porter had said that she had F Diddy in the anal cavity, and when she pulled that thing out, it had shit on it. And when it had shit on it, she said, "I don't ever want to do this again." Do you understand what I'm saying? So why in God's name, or how do you ever think that you're going to be able to insert something in a man's anal cavity and not it come out with some shit? You know, that's why I don't understand gay men. I really don't understand gay men, because gay men sticks their Twinkie in a man's rectum, but you got to know that that's where the shit comes from. And so if you're sticking your ding dong in a man's rectum, well, that's where all of this disgusting fecal everything comes out. And you're inserting it back there? Really, peoples? And then you're going to turn around and stick it in their mouths, and you're going to go ahead and do whatever you do with it and stuff. I mean, oh my God, peoples, man. Wow. And that's why these men gets AIDS. That's why these men have sexually transmitted diseases and things. That's why these men die. Because they're doing shit that is unnatural. Do you understand what I'm saying? They're doing shit that is totally unnatural. Now, they have every right to do whatever they want. If they wants to pop a man's ass, well, then let them pop a man's ass. They ain't popping this ass. No, it is. I'm like Cat Williams. Do not disturb. Do not enter. He said that he had to turn Diddy down 3 times because he wanted to pay him $50 million, and he had to protect that virgin hose of his. Well, shit. No, man. Man, look. Let me tell you something. If you ever come over this way and try to perpetrate and try to say and do whatever, man, we are fighting. And we're fighting to the death. I'm telling you. I will kill a nigga if he ever try to say some shit like that. Well, see, 50 Cent, he took it cool, because 50 Cent said that, man, the man tried to take me shopping. And it took everything out of me to keep from busting him. Well, when it comes down to shit like that, people, Edward Joseph don't play. Now you can be as gay as you want to be. That's fine. That's your prerogative. If that's what you like and stuff. You can be as lesbian as you want to if that's your prerogative and things. But my thing is only this: don't bring that shit around me or my children. And if you don't bring that shit around me or my children, we are cool peoples. Because I don't give two rats' asses what your sexual preference is. I really don't. Really don't. And if you get offended by me talking about the gays and lesbians and stuff, well, then you already know what you can do. Do you understand what I'm saying? You already know what you can do because, see, the thing is that I deem it disgusting. I deem it disgusting. You may deem it, whatever you deem it, but I deem it disgusting. And if you got a problem with me even talking about that and stuff, well, then you already know what you can do, peoples. You know what I'm saying? I'm always going to be Edward Joseph. I'm never going to sugarcoat shit. I'm telling you. I think that's disgusting. I think that's nasty. And I think that you're nasty for doing it. And I think that you're perverted in the mind. God never endorsed that. God never wanted a man to be with a man or a woman to be with a woman. Do you understand what I'm saying? It ain't no way that you can create babies with two men and two women. It is immoral and it's unnatural. And I don't care how diverse and I don't care how perverse this world is, Edward Joseph will never accept it, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? I will never accept it, peoples. So, you can be gay, you can be lesbian or whatever and stuff. I mean, that's all good and stuff. But all I say is just respect my wishes as being a heterosexual and not a homosexual peoples. Is that all right? Ain't nobody popping this ass. Period. Don't even think about it. Don't even look at it. Because if I ever be proposition peoples, that is going to be the end of your life. Period. I don't play. I don't play games like that. I tell you. It's not me. So again, whatever your sexual preference is, you can be the biggest hoe, you can be the biggest freak, you can be the biggest, whatever you want and stuff. And if that's how you got down back in life, well, then that's you. That's fine. That's you. Live your life. Do what you do. Get all of the sex that you want. Suck all of the Twinkie that you want and stuff. But at the end of the day, peoples, just understand that those choices that you made, you have to deal with it. So if you come up with a disease, well then, hey, don't go and spread it with everybody. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. And don't go and have sex no more with people. Don't go and spread it around. I mean, if you got it, you brought that up on yourself. Now you don't need to be giving it to everybody else. I'm sorry. You forfeit sex. Period. In my book, that's just the way that I look at it, peoples. That's just the way I look at it. And if you can't get rid of it, your ass don't need to be out there sexing up nobody. Period. You shouldn't have been nasty in the first place. And if you wasn't nasty, peoples, well, then people wouldn't have to be taking pills and shots and all of this stuff. Stop being nasty, peoples. Now, see, this should be a total embarrassment to Cassie for this man to go out and write a book and say that she gave him chlamydia. She gave him chlamydia. She's nasty, people. That's just so goddamn disgusting. It is incredible. Incredible. People walking around here with diseases and they're passing it on to people, all because they can't keep their stinking asses from having intercourse with somebody else. That's just disgusting. And I'm gonna talk about it. And if you want with a disease and stuff, peoples, man, I pray to God that your shit shrivel up, your shit fall off. You know, your shit hurts so bad to where you can't even have nothing to come in it. And that way the people will be safe. Let that burn so bad to where even if you try to touch it, it hurts. That's what I pray. Because I don't feel that people should be walking around here worrying about getting a disease from a person. Y'all need to clean your shit up. Keep your little house clean. Understand that, peoples? Is that all right, peoples? All right, so let's see what chlamydia is, peoples. Let's see what it does.
A message from Mike. It takes some thick skin to make something this hard. Handpicked.
In this video, we're going to cover symptoms of chlamydia, the common sexually transmitted infection, also known as an STI for short. In this video, we'll cover symptoms in women, men, as well as symptoms of chlamydia that can affect your bottom, your throat, and even your eyes. Finally, we'll look at when to seek medical advice and where to get help from. As ever, each section is timestamped, and if you do learn something new from this video, then please remember to like it and subscribe to the channel for twice weekly medical education videos. So first of all, it's important to know that chlamydia is one of the most common sexually transmitted infections worldwide. It's passed on through unprotected sex, so this means sex without a condom, and it's most common in teenagers and younger adults, but it can affect anyone of any age. So now we know what chlamydia is and how you get it. Well, what are the symptoms? Well, most people who've got chlamydia don't actually notice any symptoms. That's why here in the UK, it's recommended that if you're a man or a woman under the age of 25 who's sexually active, you have a chlamydia test once a year, as well as when you have sex with new or casual partners. If you do get symptoms, then these usually appear between 1 and 3 weeks after having unprotected sex with an infected person. But for some people, they don't actually develop until many months later. Sometimes the symptoms can disappear after a few days, but even if the symptoms disappear, you may still have the infection and be able to pass it on. And because symptoms vary between men and women, we'll discuss these now in more detail. So at least 70% of women with chlamydia don't notice any symptoms, and if they do get symptoms, the most common ones are things such as pain when going for a wee, for which the medical term is dysuria, unusual vaginal discharge, and this might be white, yellow, or grey discharge from the vagina that may or may not be smelly, pain in the tummy or pelvis, pain during sex, which is medically known as dyspareunia, bleeding after sex, which is known as postcoital bleeding, as well as bleeding between periods. This is known as intermenstrual bleeding. Now, if chlamydia is left untreated, it can spread to the womb and cause a serious infection called pelvic inflammatory disease. Now, this is a major cause of ectopic pregnancy as well as infertility, and I'll discuss more of the complications of untreated chlamydia in a separate video on this channel, so please do stay tuned for that. Now, in men, the symptoms can be slightly different. At least half of men with chlamydia don't notice any symptoms, and if they do get symptoms, the most common ones include pain when going for a wee, white, cloudy or watery discharge from the tip of the penis, a burning or itching sensation in the urethra, and that's the tube that carries urine out of the penis, as well as pain in the testicles. Now, if chlamydia is left untreated, the infection can cause swelling in the epididymis. Those are the tubes that carry sperm from the testicles, and again, the testicles, which can affect fertility. Now, chlamydia can also affect areas other than the genitals, and this includes the rectum, so your bottom, as well as the throat and the eyes. Now, in terms of the rectum, it can affect the back passage if you have unprotected anal sex, and this can cause discomfort as well as discharge from your bottom. It can affect the throat if you have unprotected oral sex. Now, this is relatively uncommon and usually causes no symptoms, and it can even affect the eyes. So that's if they come into contact with infected semen or vaginal fluid, and this can cause eye redness, pain, and discharge, known as conjunctivitis.
Listen, peoples. He said that if you have unprotected anal sex, unprotected anal sex. So, why is people sticking penises in people's anal cavity? What do people get out of that? You know? What do people get out of that? Y'all heard that video of supposed Diddy is supposed to be just literally pounding Meek Mills, literally pounding and stuff. What do you get out of that? You sticking your penis in a man's rectum, in a man's rectum. I want you guys to think about that. In a man's rectum. What the hell do you get out of that? I don't get it, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said, I don't get it, peoples. The hell do people get out of that? I never understood that, peoples, you know? Well, what is the pleasure of sticking your penis in a man's rectum? And then you guys say, oh, well, that's my boo, that's my love, that's my man, that's this, that's that, that's the other. You are as twisted and as sick as all get down. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just have to call it the way that it is, peoples. You are sick. You a man and you sticking your penis in a man's rectum. And then you go sticking in their mouths and you sticking in their ears and you sticking up their nose. You know, you oh my God. You just sticking it everywhere. It's just sticking it, you know? And that's what Hollywood is. Hollywood is full of gays, lesbians, transsexuals. You can be whatever in the world that you choose to be, but God made you a man. And God made a man for a woman, and ain't no reason in God's creation should you ever be sticking your penis in a man's rectum. I want you guys to understand that for one moment. A man's rectum, a man's asshole, a man's shithole. And y'all think that is nice. Out of here, people's man. You're sick. You're disgusting. And ain't nobody going to talk about it the way that Edward Joseph is going to talk about it. I'm talking about it, peoples, because see, you need to understand what you're doing. You're killing yourself. Ain't no way, peoples, that anybody should be taking their penis and sticking it up a man's rectum. That is as sick, as disgusting as can be. And look what he said. He said rectum bottom can be affected if you have unprotected anal sex. That's what the doctor said. So when you see men that can't sit down, you already know the fuck is going on, man. Sit your ass down? Oh, I can't. I can't. I can't sit down. What do you mean you can't sit down? I can't sit down. What do you mean you can't sit down? I'm telling you, I can't sit down. Dude, what have you been doing? No, 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 no. I don't even want to know. Peoples, let's go.
Discharge from your bottom. It can affect the throat if you have unprotected oral sex. Now, this is relatively uncommon and usually causes no symptoms, and it can even affect the eyes. So that's if they come into contact with infected semen or vaginal fluid, and this can cause eye redness, pain, and discharge, known as conjunctivitis. So now you know more about the potential symptoms. Well, when should you seek medical advice? Well, here in the UK, if you've got any symptoms of chlamydia, or if you're concerned that you might have contracted chlamydia from having unprotected sex, then you should visit your local sexual health clinic as soon as possible. To help you locate one of these, the NHS have got an easy-to-use section on their website, and I've included a link to this in the description box of the video. If you live in the USA, then please do check out the CDC-backed Get Tested website, which helps you find free, fast, and confidential testing near you. Again, I've included a link to this website in the description section of this video. If you don't live in the UK or the US, then you should see your nearest health provider who will be able to help you. If you want to learn more about the diagnosis and treatment of chlamydia, then why not check out the other video on my channel where I outline this in much more detail. That brings us to the end of this video. If you did learn something new, then please remember to give the video a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and if you want to share any of your own experiences in the comments section to help others, then please do so.
Okay, I want to see one more video, people. So we're going to blurt out the sound for that one. And now let's look at this right here. It's called chlamydia.
Chlamydia is the most common bacterial sexually transmitted disease or infection worldwide. It's more common in women than men. The germs that cause the infection are tiny bacteria called Chlamydia trachomatis. You can catch chlamydia from an infected person during vaginal, anal, or oral sex. And if a pregnant woman has chlamydia, she can pass it to her baby as the baby moves through the birth canal during childbirth. In your body, the infection begins when the bacteria attach to cells in the tissue that lines many of your body cavities, called mucosal epithelium. Once attached, the bacteria begin to invade this tissue. Inside the cell, the bacteria start multiplying. When they escape to infect other cells, the bacteria may leave the cell they came from intact, or the cell may be destroyed as the bacteria are released. The bacterial infection causes the body's own immune cells to enter the tissue. This inflames and damages the tissue as your immune cells try to clear the infection. Unfortunately, some of the bacteria can avoid immune destruction inside of your cells. The main risk for getting chlamydia is having unprotected oral, anal, or vaginal sex with a person who's infected. You may have a high risk if you are sexually active and are a young person, especially a young woman. Don't always use condoms during sex. Have more than one sex partner. Or are a man who has sex with men. Many people have no symptoms. If symptoms do occur, they may not appear until several weeks after infection. Symptoms a woman may have include an abnormal discharge from the vagina or birth canal, painful sex, or a burning feeling while urinating. A man may have similar symptoms such as an abnormal discharge from the penis, a burning or itching feeling at the tip of the penis, or a burning feeling while urinating. In both men and women, chlamydia may also infect the rectum, which is the last part of the large intestine. Symptoms of infection in the rectum may include pain, abnormal discharge, or bleeding. Left untreated, the infection may cause pelvic inflammatory disease in women. This means the infection is spread to the uterus and fallopian tubes. Pelvic inflammatory disease can lead to pain in the pelvis, infertility, which means not being able to get pregnant, or ectopic pregnancy, meaning a pregnancy that grows outside of the uterus, usually in one of the fallopian tubes. Such a pregnancy cannot be successful. If a woman gives birth while having untreated chlamydia, her baby may be born early, have an eye infection called ophthalmia neonatorum, or have pneumonia. In both men and women, untreated chlamydia can cause reactive arthritis. This is painful swelling in joints as a reaction to the infection. The good news is that chlamydia can be cured with antibiotics, such as doxycycline or azithromycin. You may also be prescribed a second antibiotic, such as ceftriaxone, to treat possible infection with another sexually transmitted disease called gonorrhea. People who have chlamydia are often infected with gonorrhea at the same time. It's important to know that treatment may not fix any damage the disease has already done to your body. You can reduce your risk of getting chlamydia if you only have sex with one long-term partner who doesn't have sex with other people, and who has been tested for chlamydia and doesn't have it. And you can practice safer sex, which means taking steps before and during sex to prevent you from getting or spreading chlamydia.
And see, peoples, it says, do not have multiple partners. Now, I know, a lot of you have been so promiscuous back in the day and stuff, you've been a hot mama or a hot daddy with a hot dog and a hot taco and stuff like that. But there's consequences behind those actions, peoples. And maybe you didn't never get chlamydia and things, or gonorrhea, or AIDS, or syphilis, or whatever all of these diseases is and things and stuff. And you better thank God for that. You better thank God for that. But people's, you know, you can't take chances nowadays. You can't take chances nowadays. When you are dating someone, date them and understand their personal hygiene. And if they don't have no good personal hygiene, peoples, that person is not for you. Do you understand what I'm saying? That person is not for you. You have to protect you. Nobody's going to do that but you. And you have to think with your mind and not with your body part and stuff. Protect yourself, peoples. You know? See, this is the actions that these sex workers has to undergo because okay, girl may look good, the sex may be good and all like this, but then this is the end up this is the end up of what you may end up with, you never know. So you're getting paid good money to go ahead and pound some woman or some guy or whatever, but then this is what you end up. Is it worth it, peoples? Is it worth it? It's not worth it, peoples. It's not worth your life. It's not worth your health. It's not worth your strength. It's not worth it. I don't understand the sex workers and things and stuff because, especially sex workers who's going out having unprotected sex. But if that's your lifestyle and that's how you make money and, all like this and stuff and whatnot, all I can say, people, is this: I'm praying for you. Seriously, I'm praying for you big time and things and pray that you get into a whole new different profession and leave this madness alone because you're playing Russian roulette. With all of this shit that's going on now, I will be scared to even be having sex with a sex worker because you don't know how many people they've been with. You don't know, peoples. You absolutely don't know. And everybody is not clean, as you can see in the case of Cassie. Cassie Ventura. Cassie Ventura gave the man an STD. She's nasty. And it ain't no way around that, people. She is nasty. So it didn't matter how fine she was and things, she was nasty. And so if she gave that man an STD, just imagine how many STDs Diddy got in his whole 11 years of being with her because she was messing with this man for years. You guys remember that? You heard what she said, right? You heard what Cooking with D had said. She's been messing with this man for years. So she's messing with this man for years. That means she had to be messing with this man at the time she was messing with Diddy, because she was messing with Diddy for 11 years. And so I'm sure Diddy had all types of transmitted diseases. All types. I mean, how are you going? You can't tell me he didn't. He's going up men's rectums and stuff. And he doesn't have a disease, peoples. And you think that he's going up a man's rectum with a condom? Really, peoples? And then not only that, peoples, that the sex workers is probably going up him too, and then sticking it in Cassie's mouth. You heard what Cassie said? Cassie said, yeah, they pissed. They both stood up there and they pissed in my mouth and in my face. And I was choking on that shit. That's what she said. Y'all go watch the live, peoples, and then go back and listen to the court testimony, because that's what Cassie said. I know it's disgusting, peoples. I know this is not a live that many of you wanted to hear and stuff, but hey, I don't care, peoples, because I need to protect my people. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're going to do something, do it right. Do it right, peoples. Protect yourself. Make sure that you're clean and you're fresh before you start swapping bodily fluids with each other. Protect yourself, peoples.
For example, using condoms correctly every time you have sex can reduce your risk. The most reliable way to avoid getting chlamydia is to practice abstinence. This means not having vaginal, anal, or oral sex. To find out more about chlamydia, talk to your healthcare practitioner.
And there you have it, peoples. Protect yourself before you wreck yourself. Is that all right, peoples? Protect yourself before you wreck yourself. All right, so we've already learned about chlamydia and how that is spread and things like that and stuff. So what I want to do, people, is I want to go back to YouTube. And okay, I don't need you to keep showing all of the chlamydia shit, all of the chlamydia videos and shit like that and stuff, man. That's crazy. Let me share my screen, peoples. Because once you get on one thing, then they're going to keep showing you all of these videos about all of this stuff. All right, so let's take a look here, people. So let's take a look and see what's happening here. Let's take a look and see what's going on in the YouTube streets, peoples. Let's see here. I was trying to wait for Cooking with D because but she kind of had a medical, I mean, not a medical emergency, but she had an emergency with her family and things. And then I thought that the young lady was, y'all go back and watch Cooking with D. That was a beautiful live that we did, but it was a young lady that came on the live and things, and I thought that she was be able to find my channel, but maybe not, you know.
But when we get to playing,
Okay, let me see. She had chimed out later on in live. Let me see. Okay, so it's not going to show me the it's not going to show me her chat room. Not going to show me her comments and things and stuff. So whoever that lady was, I hope she can find my channel, because I wanted to hear what she had to say. She came onto the panel. Okay, let me see here. Back it up a little bit, see if I can find her. So I was on Cooking with Dean's channel tonight and stuff. So she came on about around this time, before she came off. Okay, I think she's gonna put her on about right here. Okay, there she is. Okay, so it's Vanessa with no mess. So let me go ahead and look this lady up. VNES with no mess. Okay, VNESS with no mess. VNES with no mess. See. Is there such a person? Okay. I don't see. I don't even think she has a channel yet. But I wanted to hear what she had to say. So I don't think she has a channel yet. So it's okay. All right. So y'all go and y'all look up Cooking with D and things. You know, she had it going on tonight. I was on her channel tonight, and we were just talking about some things about what we're talking about right now and stuff. So I was just trying to see what's going on here. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Cassie Ventura. Cassie Ventura. So, oh yeah, here it is right here. She gave me chlamydia. Yep. All right. Let's go ahead and Queen Sheba. Queen Sheba. So, Queen Sheba, take it away, baby girl. Let's listen to this, people.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome, kings and queens. Today we are talking Cassie Ventura, y'all, which is kind of some spillover from the Diddy trial. Wow. Clayton Howard has come out and he's doubling down. And basically what he's saying is he's tried to work behind the scenes with Cassie. He attempted to settle with her, to negotiate with her as a victim, the same way she attempted to negotiate and work behind the scenes with Diddy. And he's saying that she's not moving. She refuses to acknowledge his position in all of this as a victim. And man, he gave a very, very detailed statement. But before we get into that, I want to roll the clip and just do a live reaction with those of you that are tuned in real time. Let me ask you this. Some people are saying that Cassie probably should have sat this one out, taken her $30 million, and rode off into the sunset with her children and her family. What are your thoughts? Do you believe that the government had her best interest at heart when asking her to come to that trial, 9 months pregnant, due any day, to sit there through grueling testimony day after day after day? Or do you think the government had their own interest in mind? Do you think this was a healthy start for her giving birth to her third child? And the reason why I ask these tough questions, I don't think this is what she envisioned, for her third child. I don't think it's going to, let me go back. I don't believe this is what she envisioned, when giving birth to her third child. Motherhood is supposed to be a beautiful thing when we think about it, right? You go home, you rest, your husband, your family, your other children are doting on you. They're doting on the new baby. I believe this is just the beginning for Cassie, in which I believe to be a very, very rocky roller coaster ride. And I wonder, had she made the decision to not testify, if any of this would be happening. I also wonder if there's going to be other male escorts coming out to say, listen, me too, was a victim of Cassie Ventura. Y'all, this is a hot mess, and we're going to talk about it. For those of you who are just tuned in, or if you're new to the channel, welcome to the palace. I am Queen Sheba. I cover a variety of hot topics specific to reality television, but most importantly, I hone in on the psychological and the behavioral traits of the Black experience.
Subscribe now.
Yeah, Clayton Howard has come out and he's talking. And many of you are saying, go back to where you came from. We don't care. You're not a victim. You're just a sex toy. You're a prostitute. You're an escort. He's saying, no, I want you to treat me. And I want you to give me the same empathy, the same regard that you give to women, that you've given to Cassie, you've given to Jane Doe. And I'm going to play his video in the clip, very extensive. He's saying that there's a lot of women, in particular, Black women, whom he's disappointed in. Because y'all, these are my words now. This is Clayton. Clayton Howard is saying, y'all don't keep the same energy when it comes to men being victimized, and you think it's a game and you want people to take you serious. But when a man comes out and say, I too am a victim, you guys listen to it for yourselves. Here we go.
So good morning. I am Dave, the man who has just sued Cassandra Ventura for damages involved in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. And I'm looking through social media and I see a lot of the women out there, particularly Black women like myself, who choose to victim shame me and try to do everything they can to discredit me, because the truth is that the loss of the Sean Combs trial was a loss to the Me Too movement and to hating women like the women who are trying to insult me.
Hold on. He said the loss of the Sean Combs trial was a loss. Oh, he's saying that people are upset because the Me Too movement took a hit. Do you agree with him? Do you agree with him? Let's continue.
So let me tell you something, you women out there who would like to insult me. This is my story. I was paid by Cassandra Ventura, for 8 years to be her male provider. I didn't.
Wow. 8 years, he's saying that he was paid. Now, I do know Jonathan Odie. Are you familiar with Jonathan Odie, who the FBI pulled in because of some act that he did outside of the freak offs, right? And in that interrogation room, Jonathan Odie actually stated, I am a male slave to Cassie Ventura. And everybody thought it was funny. Get out of here. There's no way. He's aged. He's put on a little bit of weight, and the drugs. The drugs just not have been good to him, baby.
Wait 1 minute. Now this is what Cooking with D was just mentioning on her channel. that Diddy was a victim of Cassie Ventura. And I just found that ironic when we were talking earlier today, and she told me that she was going to go live and she was going to talk about this. And I'm like saying to myself, well, how could Diddy be a victim? But then when she broke it down, I'm kind of like, so the player got played. People, did you hear what I said? I said the player got played. In the way that Cooking with Deed had broke this shit down, had me to reassess some things. And this is what the people don't understand. This is what the people don't get. The people don't get simply this. A man can be a victim too. It ain't always the women being the victim. See, when a woman is being the victim, then everybody's got something to say. Everybody wants to break down on the man and stuff. But now when a man is a victim and a man didn't ask to have a STD, and you heard what she said that this man has been messing with her for 8 years. 8 years. She's been with Diddy for 11 years. So get a load of that, peoples. So he's been victimized for 8 long years. And she loved that Mandingo warrior. Did you hear what I said? He said he was a victim. And people just can't phantom that. They can't phantom that. Everybody, well, how could he be a victim? He's a man. And what does that mean? What does that mean? He is a victim. Peoples. What does that mean? This heifer is a slut. She's a slut. She's a slut, peoples. And y'all YouTubers and y'all Facebookers, y'all set your asses up here. Oh, well, Diddy shouldn't have did that to Cassie, and Diddy beat up Cassie's ass and all like this. Fuck no! Cassie needed her ass beat. And I wish the man would have beat her ass. But he didn't, because he never laid hands on her. All he did was just kick her and grab her and threw her down. That's it. And threw some flowers at her. He did not put his hands on her. Oh my goodness. Hello, Vanessa with no mess. How are you, ma'am? It's a blessing to see you tonight. I want you to come in and I want you to come onto my panel and I want you to share your story with us. You found me. Okay. You found me. Come on in and there's the link right there. Come on to my panel and share your story. I was hoping that you would find me. But listen to what I'm saying, Vanessa. This man was a victim. And she gave him a venereal disease. Ma'am. She did that. Nobody did that. She did that. All because she loved the freak offs. Now, see, people's, well, you guys wanted to vilify Diddy and things. Now you need to go ahead and you need to start vilifying this girl. Because she is a slut. She's a hoe. She's a bitch. And she victimized this man right here. Yes, she did. So when you guys want to sit up around here and say Cassie got beaten down by Diddy, she didn't get beat. He didn't touch her. You go back and play back that video, peoples. Diddy never hit her. So you got to be careful in the manner in which you try to convey and try to analyze that video, because Diddy never hit her. He kicked her and he just grabbed her and drug her a little bit. But what is that? What is that, peoples? That's nothing. That's nothing compared to what she did to this man. And then y'all thought that she was a victim. Well, peoples, I'm here to show you who the victim is right here. That's Cassie Ventura. Because she played the role, she played the field, she played these men for their sex and for their money. And you don't think that a woman can do that? Well, I'm here to tell you, peoples. This slut right there, Cassie Ventura, the slut. And I'm going to call out every goddamn YouTuber that ever talked in her favor. I'm going to call you out. Because you are suckers. You can't stand up to the truth, peoples. See, the thing is that when that video came out, I had to analyze it. I was like everybody for one moment before I really start to view that video and stuff, and then call it for what it really is. And this is why the people love me so much, because I call it for what it is. You know, I don't sugarcoat shit. I don't take sides and stuff, peoples. You know, everybody wants to say Cassie got beaten and stuff. And I said, okay, well, let me go ahead and let me watch this video and let me analyze it in the manner to which these people were saying. And I tried to give them credence and credit, but I couldn't. Because when I saw the whole entire video in its entirety, it told me a different story. And when it told me a different story, people, I had to talk about it. And I said, you know something? This is bullshit and nonsense, man. Diddy never hit her. He didn't beat her. He didn't strangle her. All he did was kick her lightly in the ass. And then he kicked over her. And then he threw a flower at her. He didn't throw a vase, because if you look in the video, the vase fell down, but the flowers came a-flying. But what did this bitch do? This slut. This slut took his phone. So women, if a man was to take your phone, you think that you'd be all calm, cool, collected and shit? Oh, hell to the no. And I don't care if there's nothing in it. It's just a simple fact that he took your personal property, peoples. Your mic is not on, Vanessa with no mess. Got to turn on your mic before I can add you to the stream. It says you will need to connect their mic before I can add you to the stream. So you got to turn on the mic with your StreamYard, because I can't add you unless you turn on the mic. So I got you here, and let me share my screen so you can clearly see what's happening. But you have to turn on some type of mic or something, whether you're on your computer or whatever, but it won't let you on without a mic present. So let me share my screen so you can clearly see what's happening here. Okay, so I got you there, and let me like this. So there you go. Okay, now I can add you. There you go. All right, okay.
Okay.
All right, we're there, ma'am. How are you? Hello?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, what talk to me, ma'am. Talk to me. I know you was on Cooking with Dee's channel and you were mentioning something about something, and so I wanted to give you the opportunity to finish with what you were saying.
Yeah, just like we was talking before, it's like, for instance, when she was in that hallway in the hotel. I mean, if you would watch that over and over and do it, just pay attention to it. If she really wanted to get away from Diddy, she could have got away from him. Because think about it. He didn't have any clothes on. He just had a towel wrapped around. If she had ran down the stairway, you know he wasn't going to come down the stairway.
You're exactly right.
Think about it. He didn't have any clothes. She could have ran down the stairway, got in the elevator, went down there in the lobby, and started just yelling for her life.
Yeah.
Let me tell you one thing. That was a setup to
Ooh,
bring Diddy
I'm so
down.
glad that you said that because I've been saying that forever and a day, and nobody wanted to believe me.
Yeah, that was a setup to bring him down. That's what that was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a major setup because see, the thing is, when she was walking down that hall, she casually walked down that hall. She casually walked down that hall.
Well, yeah, like she was waiting for him to come.
She was, because when she got to the elevator, what was the first thing she did? She knelt down to put on some shoes.
Yep. Yep.
She knelt
And if
down to
you
put
was
on some shoes.
but look, if you was afraid for your life, that would be the last thing you were, but you'd be just running, running, running. I mean, booking it. You wouldn't even waste no time. You would have them in your hand with that bag, but you've been gone. You hear me?
Come on, look at here. Look at here. Come on. That's exactly what I'm saying. Let me share this. Let me share this thing, people, so you guys can see. You may not be able to hear the sound, but you will be able to see the thing. Okay, well, here, let me do it like this. Let me see if I can share the video file.
I mean, it's
play
just
that.
so sad to see that go through. And the sad thing about it, what bothers me is what they put him through is to put his personal information out there, about his sex life.
Right.
I mean, that's all what happened. And everybody want to feel sorry for her. I'm sorry. I mean, no man need to hit on a lady. No women need to hit on a man. But my whole thing, this girl is sitting with $30 million. How many young girls have got women out here done got beat up and haven't got $30 million? I'm sorry.
Yeah. But that's all she wanted.
That's all
And
she
she got
wanted was the money. But
Mhm.
it's so sad because this girl had everything. Diddy was giving her what, $30,000 a month, plus paying for her home, plus she went on red carpet, plus bought her a car, anything she wanted. The money that he gave her a month, she didn't even have to spend. So you stayed with this man for 11 years, and when you were ready to walk out his life, you didn't have anything.
Come on.
She
No,
got
that's
more than 30 million. She just did not letting us know.
yeah. That was all a part of the plan.
Yes.
That was all a part of the plan in the
And her
beginning.
husband her husband was in on it too. Because
Mm-hmm.
what man in the right mind would want a lady that been through something like that? And I'm gonna tell you, yes, they did have to freak off, but use common sense. When she got up and said, "I had so many sores in my mouth, and we had sex 40 hours every week and whatever." Let me tell you one thing. I'm a woman. I had 2 kids. Like I told you, they grown. I got grandkids. If she did all of that, how the world she gave birth to 3 babies? If she went through all of that trauma, she wouldn't even be able to give birth. What kind of inside do she have? So she add a little bit more to what it was said.
Well, and then the thing was the man said that she had chlamydia, and she
Yeah,
gave
but
him
see, then
chlamydia.
we got okay. We got to start thinking outside the box. This is where you need to have common sense and think outside the box. Okay, now this guy is coming out. I can't. I don't. I'm sorry if he have it, but I don't feel sorry for him because why do you wait till something like this to go and bring this out? Okay, if you and her were doing all that after she stopped doing that with you, you went with somebody else. Who knows? Maybe somebody else gave it to you. Come on, let's use common sense.
Well, but see, I'm kind of glad that he did that and stuff because she did the same thing to Diddy.
That's what I'm saying. But who knows? We don't know. He trying to say she gave it to him. He could have gave it to her, and she gave
Yeah,
it to Diddy because he was
yeah,
a sex worker anyway.
yeah, yeah.
Cassie wasn't the only one he having sex with. They were just the one that paid the most money. That's all that was.
But see, I'm not gonna get mad at him for doing what he's doing because
No,
see, he's basically doing what she did to Diddy.
yeah, because see the whole thing. I feel so sorry for Diddy because but they said people walk around saying she was saying that Diddy didn't have much down there. He wasn't that big. So of course, when she started saying that she wanted to have these sex parties, of course, because he wanted to do anything to please her, but he just didn't want to make. I really think that he loved her, but he didn't want to make her his wife. Can you follow what I'm saying?
No, I hear you. I hear you.
I mean, because he had those kids, he loved his family, he loved his kids. He just didn't want to make her so his wife, and she couldn't deal with that. And that's what I'm saying. That if he gave her that much money every month, like she said, and all those years, when time for her to leave, she should have just walked away. But no, she wanted to be greedy.
Well, she had a plan in motion for quite some time now.
Oh, hey, we know that. And you know what made me so mad? They said, well, he brainwashed her and she couldn't get away. No, that's a lie. She went to Africa one time. She did movies and Diddy wasn't there. When Diddy went out the country with his kids and stuff, she had time to get away. Because
I
if
don't.
some man were giving me $30,000 a month and you claim that he was beating me up so bad after the fourth year, I would have saved up enough money. I would have been gone. Wouldn't you?
Well, shit.
She didn't want to leave. I'm
No,
sorry. She didn't want to go anywhere. That was the setup. That was the setup. And I really do feel sorry for everybody involved because it was crazy. But Cassie set that up. And then Jane Doe came behind. That was 50 Cent child mother, fiance, whatever. And he taking care of her. She's still living in one of his houses.
well, and so that just shows you that Diddy has a heart.
Yep. That's the same thing I said. I said, no matter what did he go through or what he done in the past, he has something good in him. Because the average man, she would have been gone. She would have been gone. Because after what she did to him, oh no, she would have been gone.
Well, I'm so happy that this man is coming out, whether she gave him chlamydia or not and stuff. See, now the shoe is on the other foot. She's getting sued. She's getting called out for the bullshit that she's been doing and stuff. And I want to see the reaction of the people and what they have to say because I mean, shit. Now he's the victim, and everybody's getting on him for him being a man and whatnot. But did the people not know that a man can be a victim as well?
Oh well, yes, he can. But see, with that sex worker said that I shouldn't say sex worker, but the worker, he was saying that he gonna try to he will you take her to court. But I don't know because see, I retired and I did a lot of contracts for the government. I worked for Homeland Security as a contractor in the computer room, and I worked in the state. I just retired from the state. But my whole thing is I don't know if it's gonna be hard. He gonna have to prove that. No matter what she get up at and says she had UTI, whatever, he gonna have to prove that, because my whole thing, he gonna have to show records that at the time he was messing with her, he was going to the doctor to get himself checked out, he was on medication, and it's gonna have to be a lot of steps that he's gonna have to go through before he get the money for Cassie. Because by him being in that type of work, the first thing they gonna say, her lawyer gonna say, how do you know that she gave it to you? You could have gave it to her.
Okay, so let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Mm-hmm.
You know, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. So say that he did be able to prove all of the things, all of the allegations to be true and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Then how do we look at her?
I mean, you know what? The whole thing is they all were grown. They all were grown people.
Should she be prosecuted for prostitution and stuff because she's been seeing him for 8 years?
But see, only
And
thing
she's been
about it,
paying him for sex.
but only thing about it, she got they gave her a break, so they can't prosecute her, but they can go back and get him as coming in being a prostitute. See, what's gonna happen? They're gonna keep messing around. That they try to bring Diddy down, but all that money that they said Diddy gave them, do they know they ain't pay taxes on that money? What you think IRS gonna say? What you think the Internal Revenue gonna say?
You bring up a very interesting point.
See, they opened up a can of worms that they don't want to play with, because see, they better leave Diddy alone, because you got to think about it. They sit in that courtroom, they told everything. Diddy lawyer didn't bring not one person on Diddy's side. So they telling on their own self. And see, I thought about that and I listening and I said, everybody running their mouth and they so stupid. Okay. Diddy, folks, she said Diddy gave her $30,000 a month. Jane Doe said Diddy gave her $10,000 a month. The sex worker said Diddy give them all that money, but ain't nobody paid no money to Internal Revenue Service.
Because it wasn't legit business.
And so my whole thing is, if I would Diddy to come back on me, I'm gonna say, well, they had a 1099. That's what he got to say. They was on 1099. So if he can say they on 1099, that's our responsibility to file with the Internal Revenue.
Well,
you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, but see, they already admitted it themselves and stuff. So it's already out there on record of what they're receiving.
This record, that's because you think about $30,000 a month. That's a lot of money at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't pay not one tax on that. If that were me, I'd be in jail by now. I'll have them knocking at my door with that badge. So that's what I'm saying, that there's so much going on, and I do feel sorry for Diddy. And what makes me so mad, and that's why I said I'm gonna get my laptop, because I want to start my channel, because we have a lot of people on the internet with some mental problem. You know that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I look at some of the things on the internet. That's why I was searching the internet. And some people I would listen to, when I see them start bad mouthing his kids or his mother, I don't even listen to that stuff, because his kids and his mother had nothing to do with his lifestyle. Nothing at all.
Do you think that his ex-girlfriend, Cassie, I mean not Cassie, but Kim Porter was a freak?
She might date some of the things, but I don't think that she was bad as Cassie.
Why don't she even admit it in her memoirs that she had threesomes?
But see, you got to understand with that thing. She didn't write that. That was a lie. Kim didn't write that, sweetie.
No, I just. Well, I mean,
Somebody else wrote that. And we got to understand, we got to use critical thinking and common sense. When people always, when they write things, they're going to try to make it seem much, so they can try to make it seem worse than what it already is. So we just got to understand, you got to look at the resources, look at the person that written it, look at where the information coming from. A show Kim May was a little freak. Shit, most of us is a freak. Hey, you know, that's sex. That's part of life. But I don't think Kim was the person that would just have different ones just banging on her, because see, my whole thing is Kim and Diddy broke up before. So if she was such a freak like that, she would never left it.
Well, it has to be something because she got killed. So,
but only thing about it, see, that's what I'm saying. Critical thinking. We got to leave that alone until they can prove it. Because see, I travel a lot and I have family in Georgia, and I know some people that know her family, and a lot of them not saying that. So just be careful. We just got to be careful. And then I keep telling people, I said, do critical thinking, and we just got to ride this thing out and give Diddy the benefit of the doubt, because everybody said, well, you know, different ones on G&D, all of them, they're trying to, different ones trying to act like Diddy did it. How do we know if Diddy did it? I don't want to call no name, but didn't somebody get on the tape and say that she would take somebody out and she wouldn't have to get her hand dirty?
Right, but see,
all right. So we can't point the finger at Diddy, because we don't know if somebody did do that to her. We don't know. It don't have to be Diddy.
Well, I haven't accused the man. I'm just saying, I'm just having an open discussion to say what they said. This is what they said. So it's a reason why Kim Porter is dead. It's a reason why Tupac is dead. It's the reason why Biggie Smalls is dead. It's the reason why I'll Be Sure end up almost dying. So now, if we're going to do critical thinking, let's connect the dots here. Let's go ahead and let's connect to see why all of these things has happened and with these people. And so, if you listen to the memoirs of what has been written, and then look at what has happened to these people, that's a very stark contrast. And you got to understand that this shit has been out well before now. This shit
we can't just, I mean, you can't point the finger at him or whatever, because I'm gonna tell you something. This industry that they in is no joke. It's no joke. This is a rough industry. This music thing is tough. We don't know.
Well, but see, you're saying point the fingers. I haven't pointed the fingers at nobody. I just basically just told you an outline exactly what they said and what she had said in her memoirs and what has happened to these people. So that ain't no what I said, and I'm not pointing no fingers. That is facts. So the very thing is what I'm trying to get you to understand is that what she had said back then has happened to these people. So she had some inside knowledge as to what these people had went through. So with someone with that type of knowledge, you can't tell me that she didn't know shit. And you can't tell me that these people didn't do shit. You understand what I'm saying?
She probably knows something.
Well, that's why she's not here.
Yeah, she probably knows something, but you know, I mean, I don't know. It's sad. I really don't know. I really don't know. Because all I know that it was told to me that she got sick. She had a little problem with her heart. So that's the only thing I know. I don't know.
Okay.
You know, that's
all right. So now if we go and do a comparison of all of the people who died in the same manner as she did, then how do you explain that? Because every a good healthy young lady like her is going to die of pneumonia. Really? Look at all of the other people who have died of pneumonia. Look at all of the other people who was mentioned in her memoirs had died in the same fashion as she did. See, now I'm going to put it back up on you because for what you heard and things, do the people really know?
Yeah,
How do they
nobody
know?
know. Nobody know because we weren't there, you know.
Well,
So
okay, that's exactly my point.
mhm.
So by them telling you, well, she died of this or whatever, and so on and so forth, well, then I can just go back and say the same thing. You know, this girl died for a reason.
Mhm.
Somebody took her out. Somebody wanted
Mhm.
her dead because
Mhm.
you can't tell me that this young lady who was vibrant, who was active, who was healthy, and she already told you in her memoirs, if I die, this is the person who did it.
Mhm.
She's telling you, and it happened. And then you what and then to bring insult to injury, Diddy had already ordered the casket a week before she died.
Oh
That's
wow.
fact.
That. Mm.
That is a fact.
Mm.
So why would this boy just out of a sudden, out the blue, go order a casket a week before she died? And then another fact is simply this: he was caught at her home the same day she died because he
I mean,
opened up the door for the police officers to come in to do the investigation.
of course, because he had to when she got sick, he can't pick up the kids. So of course he would be at her house.
I mean, come on now. We can make every excuse under the sun and things, but she said herself, if I die, this is the person who did it. Did you need to go watch my live from last night? I
Okay,
have played.
but so did you get the memoir? Did you get the book or whatever? Did you get that or you? I mean, where did you get the information from? Because I haven't read it.
Well, it was a young lady who had read her memoirs off of Amazon, and she read it in its entirety. And then I understood that the man had written the memoirs and stuff, but then he gave his explanation as to how and why he had said such. So
Mm-hmm.
before we go and we start to discount what he said, let's listen in its entirety to what he said, because what he had said made perfect sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Total perfect sense to me. And everything that Kim had written in her memoirs, it happened to the people whom she had spoken on. So
Mm-hmm.
with that being said, well, then that tells me that brings a lot of validity to what she has been saying.
Mm.
And although she's not here, her memoirs has spoke for her. Because
Mm-hmm.
how in the hell could this man have some intimate details such as what was spoken?
Mm-hmm.
It's no way. No way. No
Mm-hmm.
way could anybody have that much intimate knowledge unless it was first written, right? Or first spoken on. So we can say, well, we wasn't there, we don't know, we can this, we can that, but you cannot ignore certain things that was written and that was spoken in that memoirs that literally happened. Literally. You go back and listen in its entirety, it will give you greater clarity as to what had transpired. You cannot go and just kind of like throw that by the wayside and say, oh, well, no, that didn't happen. See, my thing is, Vanessa, with no mess, I am a listener.
Mm-hmm.
I listen to what people say. I analyze what people say. I'm a methodical thinker, and I'm a methodical speaker, and I'm a methodical analyzer. And I don't just take for face value what people say. You know, I listen to what they say, and then what I do is I reiterate it back to them. I project what they say back to them, and I ask them to help me to make what you just told me make sense.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't. They can't. People go and they blab their mouths forever and a day and stuff before they even think. This is one of the reasons why a lot of people listen to me. And this is why a lot of people don't come onto my panel and things, because You know, people don't think before they speak.
Mm-hmm.
They speak before they think. And then I catch them with the various things that they say, and I throw it back at them. And I said, well, I didn't say what you said. You told me that. So now why don't you clean it up?
Mm-hmm.
In the case like this Cassie thing, for we were talking about tonight, people said that she got beat. You show me anywhere in this video that this woman got beat. She never did. But people say she got beat.
No, that because you take one person, it's like this. You take one person said one thing, somebody else said one thing, somebody else said one thing, somebody else said one thing. Because before they just think about it, before they even gave the verdict out, 2-3 days before the verdict came out, everybody was saying that Diddy was done. So they said he had been charged on RICO and all that stuff before the verdict even came out. So that just show you how people just they take a little bit and they run with it. They run with it, and a lot of those folks half of them haven't even watched the whole tape.
Yeah,
Half of them haven't even what.
But see, that was their perspective. I mean, it's a twofold thing because they're going to say what they're going to say regardless of whether they analyzed it right or analyzed it wrong and things. One thing is they're out to make money. They're out to get views and clicks and all of this stuff. They make money off of sensationalism.
Yeah.
So you can take with a grain of salt with what they're saying.
Yeah. And you look at that video. They claim that he beat her so bad. It's a shame the way he stomped her and all that. I didn't see all that.
What you saw was a well-calculated woman that literally played him for a fool because what she did was she knew that the videotape was recording.
Mm-hmm.
And she played it very well because look at her now. When she came out and she came to the elevator, she did not immediately press that button.
Yep.
What did she do? She put on her shoes, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And then in the midst of putting on her shoes, she reached for the button, but she didn't press it. And you know how I know she didn't press it? Because any elevator that you ever ride up on, you press the button, what's going to happen to the button? It's going to light up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you see the lights up on top by the elevator. When the elevator comes to the floor, what's going to happen? It's going to light up, right?
Light up. Yeah. Same
she
thing
never pressed the button.
She never pressed it.
Come on.
Mm-hmm.
She never pressed the button. So how could people distinguish to the fact that she got beat when she didn't get beat? He had ample opportunity to beat her.
Yeah.
But he never touched her.
And we don't know what was in that bag. And I think it was money and his jewelry and stuff in that bag because he had a towel wrapped around him. So he probably was in the shower or just in the bed. So she probably grabbed that bag with all his personal stuff in and ran out there with it.
Well, she had his cell phone too.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think that by her grabbing the bag, and if it was money or jewelry or whatever you said that was in there and his cell phone, is he justified from doing what he did to the amount or the degree that he did?
No, because what he should have done when he should have never when he got her, I would have just jerked the bag out of her hand and walked back into the run and left her on the floor. I wouldn't even touch her or nothing. But he did kind of like.
But Vanessa, understand that that's you. That's not Diddy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would have done that. But see, but I would have. Yes, I would have done that. But I can't say what Diddy should have done because I'm not in that. And really, we don't know what we would have done because if someone had took something from me, I don't know what I would have done until it happened. You see what I'm saying? But now look at it.
We've already got an understanding of what his personality and character is. So you wouldn't have did it, but he did.
Yeah.
He did. And so I feel that he was justified with what he did to the level of what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Because one, she shouldn't have never touched his property in the first place.
But let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing about this thing. And if you think about it, the reason why I know it was a setup, they claim that Diddy paid the hotel money to get the tape. So if he paid the hotel the money to get the tape, and he's supposed to got rid of the tape, how did Cassie have a copy? How did the hotel still have a copy? You see what I'm saying? So he paid the hotel to give him the tape, and he got rid of that tape.
No.
So
The
she
tape was
had a copy, and the hotel had a copy. Then turn around, she sued Diddy for 20 million, and then she went back, got 10 million from the hotel, and the hotel gave her the other tape. So that's why I said, baby, it was a setup. She knew what she was doing. That was a setup.
But see, that's the thing though. I felt that he was justified for him handling her in a manner to which he did. I felt that he was justified because, okay, so now let's just say hypothetically now we're at the hotel and stuff, and we got into whatever little spat and stuff, and then I ran out with your phone and your money, your jewelry. It's your property.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I ran out with it. I just went out the room with it and stuff. What would you do to confront me?
If it's my property, I'm gonna come try to get my property back. And
Okay,
I mean, I don't have a phone. I can't call the cops.
Okay,
so I mean,
so I'm not giving it back to you. So what are you going to do?
I'm gonna try to get it. I don't know. I really. I probably would do the same thing. Hey, give me my items back. Because if you don't have the phone, how you gonna call the cops? She probably had the bag with the phone in there, his keys in there. She probably had everything in there, in that bag.
So basically, you're agreeing with me that the level of force that he used was justified, right?
Yes, because a lot of people said that the way he beat her so. No, he did not. People act like that. He beat her so bad and they stood there and just kept beating her. No, he did not do that. He walked off.
That's what he did.
But you hear him on the internet. Oh yeah, he beat Cassie so bad. He beat her so bad. It's like he walked off. It wasn't even a couple minutes. He got his stuff and walked off.
And see, and that's the problem with the internet, because people don't look at things.
Mm-hmm.
They don't watch things. They only just hear what they hear and see what they see. And then they go and blab at the mouth, and then they go and listen to someone else, and before you know it, everything is all bent out of shape and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everything is bent out of shape, and before you know it, it's not what it appears to be.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why I played back the live the other day, the other night, and this is why I narrated the other night, and I've shown the people she set him up.
Yeah, she set him. We know she set him up. And another thing too, she claimed that she couldn't get away from him. Okay, you went to visit your mother. Why didn't you take the money and just stay with your mother? He won't go come. She act like she was scared of him. You were scared of him, but you wasn't too afraid of him to not go out there and cheat on him.
She
was sleeping around on him.
She's been with the man for 11 years. How could she be scared of him?
Yeah, if she was slept, she would mess around with Michael B. Jordan. She would They said she messed around with, try to mess around with Chris Brown. She messed around with a guy at the Prince party and claimed that Prince, he hit her at Prince party. She went out the country with a guy. I mean, she been messing around and did it all the time because she said that he didn't have nothing down there. So that's why he let her have the freak off, try to make sure that she was satisfied.
Okay, so then this is what me and Cooking with D was talking about earlier. So my question is, if he didn't have anything down there, how was he pounding McMill's in that audio clip?
Well, that audio clip that you see with Meek Mill, I don't know if they're Meek Mill. Like I said, AI or whatever that is with the computer thing, you can make things look like they. I don't know. I sometimes because I've been in
Okay.
the.
Okay, so let me challenge you upon this one then. There was a lot of men that came out that said that Diddy took it from them. So if he didn't have anything down there, how could Justin Bieber and Usher be sent to Usher be sent to the hospital at an early
But see,
age?
Gene Deal said he went to the hospital. Usher came out, and Justin Bieber came out and said nothing happened.
But why are they coming out when all of these different hairstyles and all of these different issues and problems and stuff if nothing happened?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know, but that's what Justin Bieber said. It didn't happen. So
Well, I
I
mean,
thought this.
but see, you got to look at the whole entire picture and things. Look
Mhm.
at the personality. Look how vibrant they were at one point, and then after the encounter with him, look at all of the stuff that had happened in their lives and things. So you can't tell me nothing happened, and then you're over here on drugs, you're over here strung out, you're over here can't think and can't breathe and can't do all of this, that, and the other. People who had nothing happen to them wouldn't be in a mental state like that.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? See,
Yeah, I
you
see
can
what you're
tell
saying.
me for whatever in the day that nothing happened, but I'm looking at what you're doing.
Mhm.
So what you're doing is saying more to me than, oh, just nothing happened. Yeah, everybody's going to say nothing happened because they don't want to relive what happened to them. Their
Mhm.
action speaks louder than their words.
And then and I can't say what happened when they were with him, but then again, some could have happened to them when they was a child.
Well, that's
We don't
that's
know.
that's exactly my point.
Mhm.
People who if nothing ever happened to them, well, then their lives would have been flourishing in the manner
Yeah.
to which it could have been, but yet they had demonstrated and exemplified a depressed behavior
Yes.
in every opportunity. They've been saying subtle things and stuff without actually saying what happened.
Mhm.
So an innocent person who, I mean, if nothing ever happened to a person in that manner like that, well, then why would they even play with something like that?
Well, like I said, the whole industry, the whole thing is. If I sit down and tell you my background, you wouldn't even understand. See, my girlfriend, I lost my girlfriend. Um, oh, she passed like 2 years after Prince did. And see, we used to. I can't tell you my whole thing. We used to hang out with Prince way back in the days, and I seen a lot of things. And I used
Well,
to
I
be
mean,
out there.
okay, so tell me whatever you want to tell me.
Well, I
This
mean, no, because I'm not like that. I seen a lot of things. I used to be out there. I had some of the finest things in life, and I can bring my girlfriend, my ex girlfriend. They'll tell you limo rides and flying out the state. I've been around some of the best, and I'm gonna tell you something. It's a good life, but if you ain't right, you won't make it. And it's a good life. So that's why I can sit here and I can talk to you and tell you that some of the things, what are you saying is true, but you have to you have to lose a little common sense. I don't know because when I was out there, I seen certain things, but I never seen nobody really took advantage of nobody. Um, I'd sit back now, and sometimes I go through things, and I be like, "Oh no!" I be saying, you know how sometimes you've been in a situation, and year later you can think that I could have been the person got raped. You see what I'm saying? And And I'm like, it had to be the angels or something with me, because I had been in some bad situation myself. But being out here drinking, having a good time, and I seen things when I was out there hanging out with those people, and it was like my girlfriend, like, okay, we ready to go. And I would tell my girlfriend sometimes. She said, "No, we're gonna stick around." I said, "No, let's get out. I'm tired. I want to go. I'm tired. I'm tired." Then we get the limo, we go. And and now I sit back and I think, oh wow, this was God trying to get me out of the situation. Man, I could tell you something will blow your mind. So that's why I say it's a lot. It's a lot. I tell anybody, and a lot of people cannot deal with that. So when you I look at Diddy, and sometimes I just want to sit down and talk to him and tell him, it's gonna be all right. Something. How can I put it? It's a lot of people out here are raised by people that not happy. Okay, follow me, and and they do not know how to manifest happiness. So what they do, they seek for pleasure. You understand what I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
So, and pleasure can be such things as material things, eating out, buying clothes, flexing this and flexing that. Cause see, they think that's what bring them happiness. And I don't point the finger at nobody for his situation, because he's a grown man. And but he got himself caught up into something. So what he did for so long, you heard the old saying said, you can't bullshit the bullshitter.
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard that?
Mm-hmm.
So he did that. He was the master thing. He did all the bull crap going around, but he didn't know he had a little young thing coming right behind him. And what she do? She bullshit him. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he got played.
He got played. So that's what I'm saying. That I'm not saying that he didn't do nothing wrong, because yes, nobody is perfect, but he got played by her. I seen a lot out here. I'm much older than that there. A lot of people look at me and say, "Oh wow, you carry your age so well." Um, because when I got out there, me and my girlfriend, we started doing some crazy things, but you know, it was the way that I was raised. So it made me reflect on what my upbringing was. So I had to bring myself back. And then, of course, then I had two daughters, and I wasn't married. And my daughters won't tell you. I mean, it was like every other weekend. My oldest daughter got married, and I still had the youngest one. And then she brought her girlfriend home, Robbie, and I helped raise Robbie. And they would tell you every other weekend I was at the Atlanta City. I used to rent, or my daughter would tell you, would rent a room upstairs and help those two girls in that room while I'm downstairs partying with everybody else. And they were 14 years old. Now I'm looking at back now that somebody could date some to my daughters. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We don't think. I wasn't thinking. I rent a hotel room and give them the key, and half the time didn't even go up and check on the girl. So that's why I said, I know sometimes we make these mistakes, but you have to recognize, and that's good thing that both my daughters, they didn't get in no trouble. They came finish school. My oldest one, she went to college, and she's the head nurse now. And the other one, she got her job, got her business, and she got her podcast on the other side too. So my whole thing here, I set back. Now I got grandkids that graduate from college, and they doing real good. And I don't try to down nobody, because I know what I did, and it was a blessing that mine didn't have to go down that road. But I think the reason mine didn't go, because I had got taste of that world, so I was just letting them know what the deal was.
Well, God had blessed you as He blessed him, and I said
Yep.
on my live yesterday that the good Lord had given him a second chance.
Yep. So that's why I'm saying if I could just sit down myself and talk to Diddy and let him know it gonna be okay. It will be okay. And then also Diddy beat this Rico. And in a sense, I just hope he get himself together because see, I'm gonna tell you something. He may beat that Rico and they might try to beat the other charges. But by him beating that Rico, he done made a lot of people mad. I don't mean people like us. You know what I'm saying? The government and all those people, they don't like when nobody beat them, okay? So he better keep his nose clean because they're gonna be watching him.
Well, but see, the thing is, it wasn't Diddy, it was them.
That's what I'm saying.
It was them. So they can blame Diddy as much as they want to, but if they were able to come to prove their case, then they could have won the case.
They could have won, but see, that whole problem was they went by what other people were telling them.
So in essence, they didn't have the evidence.
They didn't have the evidence. They went by what other people were telling them. People were telling them it was little kids trapped in the house that had this and had that, and it wasn't none of that. So when they found out, when they raided his home and found out won't nothing in Diddy home, what they had to do? They had to go back get Cass and poor Cass and Jane Doe in there. Because see, if they didn't have Cass and Jane Doe, they wouldn't have nothing.
Which is what I was saying for the longest time. So the government can get mad as much as they want to, but the government failed because the government failed to do their due diligence.
And didn't know what the whole thing is. They failed, but they lied.
Well, all of them lied.
They lied because all of the stuff that they said that he did, they didn't prove anything. So even if they had went through with a fine-tooth comb, they lied. They lied because that wasn't true. That wasn't true at all.
You know how I knew that all of this stuff was bullshit? Because when they raided his home, if all of the stuff that they said that they had raided, that was really something of substantial evidence, it would have been brought up in the trial, and it wasn't.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
It would have been brought up, and see, and everybody said, well, did it? Before they read the verdict, did it going down? Did the lawyer didn't bring nobody. They didn't have nobody to come and talk for Diddy and did it. And I just sat back and I said, how stupid can they be? Do you know if they thought that they had something on them, Diddy would have had so many doggone people they could brought in that courtroom to testify on his behalf? They didn't bring nothing. They hold that card because they know those people didn't have anything.
Well, so they can get mad as much as they want to, but the government put their own foot in their own mouth.
Yep.
Because when they didn't, when all of the grandstanding and things, and having Homeland Security out there and all of these people, and just literally ransacked his house and stuff, what was on any of those video files?
Nothing on those video files because they didn't have anything. They got all that stuff from Cassie.
Bingo to the bingo.
They didn't have nothing. They didn't have nothing. They got all that stuff from Cassie. That stuff didn't come from Diddy.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And now she is being shown to be the slut that she is.
Yep. Because did you remember? Did you recall when they had one of the lady? I can't think of her name. She claimed that something happened to her, and it happened in September on a certain date. It happened this and happened that, and they didn't know that the lawyer was gonna be smart enough that they show her phone how did it date this on that day. So the lawyer went into the clouds and pulled this off same number and found out she lied. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And see, all of the YouTubers, the commentators and stuff, everybody's saying, oh, well, the attorney did this, the attorney did that and stuff, but they're not attorneys. They don't know. all they can give is their uneducated opinion to all of the stuff that was supposed to have happened and things. But as we can see, peoples, if there was any substantial proof or evidence on any of that video footage that they had ascertained from his house, they could have used it up against him, but they didn't. And these are the things that I've been saying. Although I haven't been covering the Diddy case and whatnot, you got to turn on your audio. I haven't been covering the Diddy case and things, but now since I'm on it, you know, I'm free to say what I need to say and stuff. And I'm calling all of these YouTubers and Facebookers and stuff for this madness that they've been saying. Because all it is madness.
Yep.
If they had any substantial evidence on anything that they pulled from his house, well, then they could have used it, but they didn't.
No, they didn't. They didn't. Like I said, they went by what someone else told them, what somebody said they had, but he didn't have anything. So
and that's why they lost.
Yeah, that's why they lost. But it's so sad because, like I said, they put that man business out there, and I didn't like the way they, were shaking the sons down and what they put the kids through. You see what I'm saying? I didn't like that.
Well, it's a lot of things.
But I'm gonna tell you what they did. I'm gonna tell you the reason why they went through with it. They wanted Diddy, but they thought Diddy was gonna do a plea. They want him to, they were gonna want him to take the plea bargain, and that way they could get him on RICO call and they could take his money. But see, now since they couldn't get him on that RICO call, they can't touch his money.
But not only that, but what I think as well too is that it was they tried to shake him down because they wanted him to reveal other things from what the industry has been doing. But see, the thing is, if the government had all of this evidence upon all of these people, they would have brought all of these people to justice by now.
That's right. That's right.
Now, I'm holding the prosecution accountable because remember, they said that there was a list of celebrities that they had that they were going to go after. Now, since they couldn't get Diddy, who are you going to go after next? Let's see how all of this shit is going to play out. Because with a different person comes different information. So who's next? Is it Tyler Perry? Is it Oprah Winfrey? Is it Gene Deal? Is it Jaguar Wright? Who's going to be next? Because if it's a list of people, I want to see the list.
Well, they ain't gonna do too much on Jaguar Wright. Jaguar Wright don't have it, and I don't think that she too. That's I don't know. Something ain't clicking on upstairs from her. I hate
Jaguar Wright is a stupid bitch. She is a stupid bitch. She sat her ass up here for all of this time on every goddamn body's channel, talking all of this salacious madness and stuff, talking about how she had helped the victims out of the houses and stuff. Well, bitch, if that was the case, then you implicated yourself in the conspiracy.
And if that was the case, why wasn't she on trial?
Because it never happened.
It never happened.
And that's why I don't even listen to the shit of what Gene Deal says and stuff, because he's been saying so much and he been trying to portray that he had seen so much. Well, if that been the case, nigga, you are supposed to have been a officer of the law.
And you should, and if he had seen it, he should have reported.
And he never did.
He never did.
And so that tells you that tells you about him. He ain't nothing but a big old fat liar.
Yep.
That's all. And he waits until the trial is over with to go on social media and start blasting.
Because
But
what it
see,
is, I keep telling you, is it's about making all that money. He makes me so mad when he sit there and said, "Oh, I was there, and what happened to Biggie and all that? You don't wrote a book and all that. Did you give Big Boogie? I got a cousin named Boogie. Did you give Biggie kids any of that money? You claim you made all this money off that book you written. Did you offer them any money?
people love sensationalism.
His
That's all
Biggie mama died, Miss Wallace. Did you go up there and take care of her? No.
no, because it's all about self-preservation. That's all this is about. It's self-preservation. The people don't give two rats asses what the people say or do.
Nope.
They don't give two rats asses. These people will go ahead and sell. They will sell their souls before they go and give charity.
Hmm. So I don't listen to. I really. That's when I was looking at. Oh, I was on the internet tonight, and I seen y'all guys, and I said, "Well, let me." I was listening to y'all for a little bit, and I said, "Let me join, see if I can join in," because all that other stuff that they talk on the internet, I just try to use common sense, and I don't care nothing about it because I listened to Gene Deal, and I first started listening to him, and then he started talking all that stuff, and now he talk about how bad did this person, that person is. But you also said on one of your shows that you was a security guard for Mike Tyson, and said Mike Tyson had two or three young girls went to his room, and you stood on the outside, and one of the girls came out there, and she said, I don't want to be in there. And she said, that man is hunk. He got a whole lot down there, and the other girl in there, and Mike Tyson gave him $1,000 and gave the girl 500 leave and stuff like that. So you just put that on natural TV. You had that on the internet. You said you was his security guard and you watched those young girl go in there, but then you gonna sit around and talk about Diddy.
Well, see, see that's the thing. People get paid for telling people's business.
Yep.
That's all. They get paid for telling people's business. They don't care.
So I said myself, all these years that you seen all this dirt, been around this dirt, but now you ready to talk about it. And he's not the only one. Listen, look at look if you're on the internet, look at all these doggone Vab or Glad or whatever that man is, and you got the other shows come on the internet, and these different ones get up and talk about what happened in our past and who slept with who and who did this and who did that. And I'm like, come on, guys.
This is exactly why I do what I do. Because I don't watch all of the YouTubers like that and things.
Me, I just the ones that I take a look at and I listen to it, and I can pretty much, if I want to join after that first 5 minutes, if I knew that you running your mouth and doing, I just not. I got to go. And just because I listen to you tonight, that don't mean I got to listen to you tomorrow night.
This is why I go live. This is why I do what I do and stuff. Because see, I'm just too candid. I'm just too real.
Mhm.
I go and I speak my piece about whatever topic that it is and things, and then that's what it is. And I really don't give two rats asses what the people think, because again, it's my opinion. It's my thoughts, it's my opinion, it's my views. And if the people like it, fine. If they don't like it, well, hell, that's fine too. The niggas ain't gotta watch me. That's just how I take it. That's just how I feel. I got so many haters in this whole community. It is crazy. But see, me now, I'm starting to branch out to a lot of other different topics and things and stuff. I normally don't focus upon Hollywood, and I don't know Diddy. I never met the man in my life and stuff. I don't know all about him, and I'm not going to go and do a lot of research about his whole life and things. I just take for whatever's out there, and then I just give a narrative to it. I'm just impromptu, you know, And you get people who get so wound up, tied up, and tangled up and get angry just because you're rendering your opinion.
Yeah.
You know? And so, with that being said, I just take on the attitude, I don't give a, you know,
Yep.
and still do what I do.
Some people get so hyped with other people problems, especially the ones out there in the entertainment world. They get so hyped, and then they turn around and get a little bit of it, and then they add what they want to it. It's so sad.
I don't have time to track down people's lives and
Hmm.
look at their lives and worry about what they do and stuff.
Hmm.
I don't do that. I don't go and do major research upon people and stuff just to come back on live and talk about it. I don't do that. I
Hmm.
just take the topics as is and stuff, and I just talk about it, just impromptu. Whatever is being said or whatever is being shown, I'll give a narrative to it, and then that's what it is. And I'll just open up the floor for everybody to come and speak their piece, whether they feel that it's right or whether they feel that it's wrong. I mean,
Hmm.
the people they got to learn how to be able to conversate without getting so personal.
Upset. Hmm.
Yeah. You would never see these people in life, and they don't
And if
give
you,
two rats asses about you.
but I don't think about it. If you do see them in life, I mean, hey, that's our life.
you know,
That's not. I mean, if some of the ones on YouTube would see Diddy Day or tomorrow, that's Diddy life.
that's what I said. Whatever happened in his bedroom and stuff, I don't care. I don't care if the man is straight. I don't care if the man is gay. I don't care if the man whatever and stuff. That's his life.
Hmm.
That's his life. And if I
So what?
choose to talk about whatever is on the internet, well, then I'll choose to talk about it. That's my prerogative.
Yep.
But that doesn't necessarily mean I'm right or wrong. I'm just
Hmm.
giving the narrative behind, the hot topics, and that's it.
Yep.
But people, they get so personal with it, and I'm kind of like, well, why are you getting so personal with it?
Yeah.
You
They
know,
look. I look. I don't. They want to fight. They call each other out. I be like, come on. You talking about somebody. You talking about somebody else lifestyle, but you want to fight the next person because that person won't agree with you. Come on.
ma'am, I am so damn animated. It is just crazy. But this is why the people love me so much and stuff, because
Hmm.
I just keep it real. I take whatever is, I analyze it, and I give you my best opinion about it.
Hmm.
And sometimes I get loud, sometimes I curse and do whatever and stuff. But all of this ain't nothing but internet.
That's
That's
all it
all it
is.
is.
Hmm.
And the people can't differentiate internet from real life, whatever and stuff. How I do on the internet is not how I do in real life, but they can distinguish that because these people don't know me on a personal level. And the ones who do, they get a kick out of it and stuff, because they be like, damn, you be going in hard and heavy, and you be, and all like this. But I said, well, this is just me.
Hmm.
This is just me. This is just the way that I am. I look at things in a different lens, and I
Hmm.
talk about it. And this is what draws the people to my channel, because they love a person who's going to keep it real and 100. Now, do I agree with everybody who comes to my channel? No,
Hmm.
I don't, because you have your thoughts, you have your views, I have mine, and we can discuss it, and we'll do it like that, and we keep it moving. It's
Hmm.
so much out there to talk about and stuff. You don't have to get so worked up and get to the point to where you're fighting and things all because you disagree with something. I mean,
Yeah.
that's your perspective. I don't care. You say what you need to say.
Hmm.
I mean, it's crazy.
Yep. I mean, sometimes I sit back and I think about. I say it's so sad because I don't know. It's I just sit back and I said it's like, I hate to say it, it's looking like blacks, we are just going forward, we going back. You know what I'm saying? We're going backwards for some reason.
You know, some black people are just plain stupid.
Hmm.
They're just plain stupid. And it doesn't matter how much you explain to them, how much you try to rationalize with them, how much you try to console with them or have a conversation with them, debate with them, or whatever the case may be. They're just stupid.
Hmm.
And I just can't deal with stupid people, you know? I mean, I have a zero tolerance for stupidity.
Yeah, because I tell
And
people, I
some
said,
people are just stupid.
yeah, because like I said, if they use their head, you could use this YouTube. You got different social media. You can make money. You know, something. You don't have to go to college to get a college degree. You don't have to go out here and work a you know, a 9 to 5 job. If you know, I mean, you can do so much off of the internet. You know, I remember back in years ago, they didn't have the internet. You had to drive in to put in the application. You ain't got to drive in to look for a job. You look at it, go on the internet. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, you know, like I said, it just that I don't understand it. I really don't understand our black folks. It's just all this. I don't know. I'm just so happy that got peace in my life, got my own home, kids grown, my grandkids grown. And you know, and I still got my health. I still can go places, fly here, do this, and I'm just happy for myself. You
And that's all that matters, you know?
know,
That's all that matters. See,
just happy,
I go
just happy.
live. I go live because I love doing what I do. I got the
Hmm.
gift of gab, you know, and I just love it. I love it, you know. And everybody they want to try to form me into what they want. I'm
No,
like,
don't
look,
do that.
whatever topics I bring, it's
You
me.
do what you want to do, because see, you have to be comfortable with you doing, because you get caught up in that same web that they in. I'm not trying to get caught up in that, you know.
No, I disagree with half the YouTubers that ever be going lives and stuff. And sometimes I'll be wanting to go in there and say something, but I already know that with my mind and my mouth, man, I'll be so controversial, but not to the degree to where I'll be coming disrespectful. But I just have questions for them that will literally put them on front blast because
Hmm.
I'm kind of like, well, why would I'll formulate a question to where it makes them think and it'll kind of make them look stupid in front of their audience
Uh-huh.
because I listen to what they're saying, and then I will come and I will ask a question that will stump them, and they will, oh well, get off my live with all of that bullshit and nonsense and stuff, and like that. Well, I just ask you a question. Why are you getting this so defensive? You know, I just ask you a question, so either you can answer it or you can't.
Hmm.
That as simple as that. But shit, man, it's this guy. I don't know if you know him or you watched him. It's this guy Ticket TV. Have you ever heard of him?
Okay. Let me see now. Mm, I don't
I'm
really.
I'm,
I think
I'm gonna call
is
up
that
his
some.
website.
I think what kind of his music is when he got the car driving or something.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I watch him a couple times. I don't care for him too much.
yeah. Because he I used to watch him. I used to
Hmm.
watch him. I used to like him, but then he got so complacent. He got so nasty with it.
Yep. Hmm.
Because he just thinks that he's got gift to YouTube.
He think he right. He think he knows everything in this,
Hmm.
and it's like his way or the
Or no
highway.
way. Hmm.
Yep. Hmm. Yep. So I stopped watching him too.
Yeah. So I
And I
caught
was
this.
like, oh,
I caught this ass out on my live and things, and I
oh,
know
you
he
did?
watched
Oh,
me.
okay. Mm.
I caught him out on my live the other day. He was watching me and stuff, and so he went back and made a live. And I know he was watching me because there was certain things that I did in my live that he mentioned.
Hmm.
And I said, good, I've got your attention, sucker. And I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
continue to keep talking about you,
Mm-hmm.
you know? So all of these YouTubers and stuff, they watch me. They
Yeah.
watch my lives and things and stuff, but they won't come on and say shit because they don't want to give me no exposure, so to speak. See,
I
my
mean,
channel is just only a little channel, but I make a
like I
big
said,
difference.
I started mine years ago, and then I got off it, because I decided I traveled for a little bit, and I had some things to do, but still got it set up. So I told my daughter that I'm gonna start back, but mine's gonna be small too. So I just don't have time for the nonsense. I don't have all that bickering going back, and they flagging your channel, and they doing this and they doing that. I just Man, I just don't have the time.
See, I just like good, wholesome conversation like we're doing right now.
Hmm.
Good, healthy debate and things, and looking at things in each other's lenses and stuff, and being able to express, that what is what and stuff. And so I asked the Lord, I said, Father, I said, whenever you want this channel to grow, just send me some good people. And look,
Hmm.
he sent me you. And
And you know,
you're the first person who's been on my live lately in almost almost a whole year or two.
oh wow.
Now, I mean, I had like Cooking with D, and I had Brazy and a few others and stuff, but that's far and few between and things. But I
Hmm.
think that between us, oh my God, this is going to be a benefit for both of our channels,
Oh yeah.
because you got some good expertise and you got the good gift of gab too. But
Hmm.
see, I love a person who thinks meticulously. And you even said it yourself. You got to make it make sense.
Yeah, and I like someone when they listen. I hate when you talk to someone and they try to convince you something. I'm like, no, you think the way you want to think, and I think the way I want to think. But
Right,
I tell people, no matter way you think, I would not lie. I'm not gonna bend my truth to fit your lie. I'm not gonna do that. I
right.
don't like that. And see, I found out a lot of them on that. They want you to whatever they said, and I'm not gonna call nobody channels. You know who I'm talking about. They get up there, they put this banner on there, and this stuff that they saying is it's not even what it's said. And I
Hmm.
keep telling people, I said, you got to be careful what you say on the internet about these celebrity stuff because you can get sued. And you can get sued, and we got to be very careful because the only thing about it, it's just like I'm trying to break it out. I don't want to call the person name out. Somebody was on the internet the other day, and they said something about this person that this person had child this person and this his child had messed with this underage girl or whatever, which I know wasn't true. But you got to understand, we have some crazy people in this world. And just like me, I can't stand to see somebody mess with a minor or underage. You may feel the same way, right?
Yeah.
If somebody come and tell us that this person out there messing with some young girl, and you and I, we can get to that person, we may hurt that person. You see what I'm saying? If we don't use common sense. So it's things that you put on the internet. You got to be very careful what you said because it's some crazy people out here.
Well, people all the time wants to come in so many different ways to try to bring me down.
Hmm.
And they say so much about me and things, and I just say prove it. That's all. I
So
I, I have been through so much and been through the ringer with a lot of different people and whatnot. And I just got to the point now, I'm not going to sit and battle things that has nothing to pertain to me,
mm-mm.
you know. So I had people flag my channel. I had people take down all of my channels and things. I got them all back.
Oh, really? Mm.
Yeah, all back. Every last one of my channels. Got them all
Mm.
back, you know? And so now I just do me. I don't fuck with people, you know. I don't fuck with all of the mess, madness, and confusion and shit, you know, because everybody wants to come in and say salacious things and stuff. And while you're doing good, now they want to put a monkey wrench in your plans and things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't deal and battle with stupid people no more. I just do what I do. And so you
So,
got a lot of people that hate me that don't even know me. And I really, frankly, don't even give two fucks,
mm-hmm.
you know? And that's it. But then look, they come back and they watch me. They watch my
Mm-hmm.
lives. And then they come back and they go make a live or something, or they come in and make a sly comment in my channel and things and stuff.
Oh,
So
wow.
I don't immediately eject them. I give them opportunity, correct your stance, and let's move on and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But if they continue, then I just block them for all eternity and just keep moving on. Because I
Wow.
don't have time for it. I
Mm-hmm.
entertained all of that madness back in the day. I'm not doing it no more now.
No,
This is
I
a
don't
new day.
blame you. I don't blame you at all. Yeah, I really don't blame you. So get back to um Diddy. What you think they're gonna do about the other two charges?
Well, he's not going to get no jail time.
Yeah, I think that his lawyer, I think if I'm mistaken, I think I overheard the lawyer was saying that they're gonna try to take that to court because I still don't think because they got him on the Mann Act. I maybe I'm wrong. How can that be prostitution though?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. How could they give immunity to this bitch, this slut right here, when
Uh-huh.
she gave this man an STD, and both of them was doing the same thing that he was supposed to be charged with?
Yeah, but my whole thing is what I'm saying. For instance, say, okay, if you decide call your girlfriend and she live in say your girlfriend live in say your girlfriend live in New York and you live in New Jersey. Okay, so you call your girlfriend and she said, well, I would like to come out to see, but I don't have any money. And you said, okay, um, borrow some money from your mom or whatever, and she catch the train, come over there. Okay,
Mhm.
you give up about $400 or $500 to pay your mom back. Here's some money for you. Y'all go out to eat and have sex, and then she get mad with you next week. How can they say that prostitution?
Well, you know, I that's what amazes me, because I'm kind of like, well, both of these two, she had hired him.
Mm-hmm.
So prostitution, from the definition of when I looked up prostitution, is payment for sex. Just point blank period. That is just the baseline for prostitution. It's payment for sex. Well, she paid him to
Yeah,
come
yeah,
and
but
have sex with her.
yeah, that's true. But my whole thing is, I could see the prostitution for those guys, but what they doing, the prostitution for the guys, if they want to say it, but how they gonna charge Diddy prostitution for James Doe and Cassie when they were his girlfriend?
That's what I don't understand. I don't understand that, because if he's paying for sex, well, he's paying them for sex. He's paying both
Yeah,
of them for sex.
because they didn't charge him. They didn't charge him for the guys that came over. They didn't say anything but those guys. The reason why they didn't say nothing about those guys, because then if they did it for those guys, then they're gonna have to charge those guys for being a prostitute.
But those guys is in the legal business.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
Yeah.
see, with Cass and Jane Doe, they charged and did it for said prostitution, but that's his girlfriend.
It
That was
doesn't
his.
Right, and that shit just doesn't make no sense.
No. So that's why I said I hope the lawyer do go, did it attorney do take it back and fight for that, because that's not right, because that's his girlfriend. I could see if they wasn't his girlfriend.
Right,
I could see if
now I see what you're saying. You got a very valid point there.
yeah, because I could see if he had talked to them online, he had met them. Okay, he met the girls and stuff like that, right? And he said, "Hey, you want to come over tonight?" And she said, "I don't have no money." And he said, "Come over here, I'll give you some money," and then have sex with her. That's different. Because you will her, you would told her come over, and then you had her do something she didn't want to do. But those are his girlfriends.
Yeah,
And the whole thing is
a very valid point.
Those his girlfriend, and he was giving them monthly. I can't see it. How can you charge him for prostitution when they were his girlfriend? He put a roof over their head. He gave them money, so much money every month. So how are you charging them for prostitution? And I want to blame the attorney. Take him to court to figure that one out. You think about it. He already I started thinking. I said they're gonna charge this man for prostitution. He wasn't giving the money to them for having sex. The workers were getting the money. Those girls got that money every month.
Cooking with D has said they had receipts that he paid to transport the ex-workers across state lines.
But they not charging him for the ex-worker. They charging him for the two girls.
Right. Right. Yeah, you're right.
See, that's what I'm saying. They not charging him for the ex-work. They charging for Jane Doe and Cassie.
Right. You are absolutely right. I never thought about it like that.
So that's why I'm saying something ain't right with that picture. And how you gonna charge him for Cassie and Jane Doe, transfer them back and forth? That's his girlfriend.
But see, Cooking with D, she's saying that they didn't charge him with trafficking the sex workers.
No.
They're charging him with Cassie and Jane Doe. Go back and look up the
I know, but what I'm saying, think about it.
No, I'm telling you with deal of what you were saying.
Why is they charging him with those two girls? That was his girlfriend. Like if you and I was dating and you were my boyfriend, I was your girlfriend, and you said, come on, let's come go out of town together. I said, I ain't got no money. You said, I got you, baby. And we go out of town. How the world I gonna charge you when we dating?
So for clarification, is he charged with the Mann Act?
Yes, that's what the Mann Act is. They trying to turn that into the Mann Act.
Oh, they're trying to turn you into a Mann Act.
For the prostitution.
Okay, but Cooking with D said, I understand her point, but there's a broader definition of the law. So okay, now I'm confused now, because what the hell is he being charged with?
The Mann Act. Go back and look at it tomorrow. Pull it up. It's the he got two charges for the Mann Act.
Yeah, but in quotations they have Cassie and they have Jane Doe. They don't have the men.
Nope, that's why I try to tell you. They charging two. He got two counts. He got number two. He got 2 and 4. Cassie is the 2. Jane Doe is the 4. The RICO, they couldn't find him on that. The third one they couldn't find for transportation, and the fifth one they couldn't find.
She said,
so he got 2 charges. That's for Jane Doe and Cassie.
She said, no, he is guilty of violating this law.
What law?
The Mann Act.
The Mann Act, yeah.
I got to go back. I'm gonna do some research up on this Mann Act to see exactly what it is and How does it
And the
apply
Mann
in this
Act is
case?
old. The Mann Act been out for man. The Mann Act been out for the Mann Act older than my great grandfather.
Okay, so Cooking with D said it doesn't matter. He transported the men across state lines to engage in sexual activities with his girlfriend.
But the whole thing is, I think his lawyer gonna be able to beat that because who said he transferred him? He can say, "Well, I didn't give you no money. You paid with your own money." He didn't pay. He didn't pay. He didn't pay that ticket fare. They paid their own.
Okay, so what she's saying is it doesn't matter whether they're girlfriends or boyfriend or whatever. It's the point that he had paid for these men to come cross state lines to have
Well, you know
sex.
what? You know what? What the government need to change it, and they need to go to D.C., Chicago. They need to go everywhere and get all the prostitution off the street. Then.
Well, I mean, and my personal view is simply this, and I'm standing on it. He's not going to get no jail time. He's not going to do no
Oh no,
20
he's not.
years.
This
He's not going to do no 5 years, no 2 years, no 1 year. That man is going to get probation, and that's what it's going to be.
Yep, and because this is first time anyway, and but my whole thing here, this is first time, and he'll be home soon. But the sad thing is, it took those two girls to bring him down. And do you know Jane Doe is still staying at one of his places?
Well, when he gets out, he's going to have all the sex that he wants.
Jane Doe is still staying at one of his places, and Jane Doe is still getting $10,000 from a month.
Right. And Cassie's ass is going to be grass because this man is going to go ahead and prove his case.
Mm-hmm.
Let's listen to this.
What you said?
So everybody's there's
Let's listen to this.
no way she would touch you, but come to find out, as the legal documents were entered into play as evidence, come to find out he was telling the truth. He was. I think he said for 9 years. So now you have this gentleman that says, listen, I also am a victim and was a male sex slave to Cassie. Now, here's the thing. If we go back and we review the transcripts, one thing that Cassie said, one of her final closing arguments, right? Her statements from the witness stand as she ended the 4 days of grueling testimony is, I worked as a sex slave. That was my primary job within the within the Combs enterprise. This man is saying, I worked as a sex slave. That was my primary job on the behalf of Cassie Ventura.
Mm-hmm.
Where do y'all stand with this revelation? Do you believe him? Do you not believe him? And if you don't believe him, why?
Happy kids are successful kids. When you choose a tuition-free K
Didn't have to be the best looking guy. I was the best in bed. And because I was the best in bed, guess what? I was given this arrangement. I was coerced. I was drugged. I was manipulated with promises of money. And
Okay. This is his argument. He's utilizing the same argument that the women who took the stand as key witnesses for the government has utilized. I was coerced. I was fed drugs. There were promises made of gifts and money. Is he a victim to those of you that are tuned in?
and gifts for over a period of 8 years to continue to be this woman's provider at her expense and at the expense of Diddy.
I want to hone in on the 8-year part. Cassie was with Diddy to the tune of about 10 years. So there was probably about, I'm going to say either he came in 2 years after the relationship began, or he left 2 years before the relationship ended. I just wanted to point that out. So for a bulk of the relationship that she was with Diddy, he was also with her.
Now, at the time, legally, I didn't know my rights as well as I do now. I didn't create this conflict with Cassandra Ventura. She created it with me. She's the one who decided to bring up things that happened over 10 to 15 years ago to hold Sean Combs accountable for what was a partial truth.
Excellent point. He said Cassie came out and decided to take that stand to hold him accountable after holding him accountable. Follow me closely. Clayton Howard is claiming in this video, listen, I didn't start this. I was minding my own business somewhere in the cut, and all of a sudden somebody say my name. I don't want this out there. Why would you go do that after getting $30 million, $20 million from Combs, 10 from the Intercontinental Hotel, and bring up my business? Now you're forcing me to go into this defensive position. I reach out to you behind the scenes. Listen, I'm just summarizing it for you, okay?
Okay, and so let's talk about this for a moment. So, Cooking with D said, how could he be a sex slave when Diddy ain't participating in the acts?
That's what
Well,
I'm saying.
but he said that he's a sex slave to Cassie, not Diddy.
That's what I'm saying, babe.
Okay, so Cooking with D said that means Cassie never really had a sexual relationship without Diddy. Well, okay, but he's a sex slave. He's a sex slave to Cassie, not Diddy. That's what he said. So why come he can't be a victim?
I don't know.
He said that he was coerced, he was drugged, and he was promised money. The same thing that Cassie had said. So why isn't it that he cannot be a victim? Because the same thing that applied to Cassie is applying to him. So why isn't it that he can't be a victim?
I don't know. I don't know. Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. We'll find out. We will find out.
Well, she's just only telling you for what he said. Now he said
Hmm.
that he didn't know his rights, but now he knows rights.
Hmm. So he must been talk. He must been talking to a lawyer or something. He had to know his rights.
Well, hello, Miss D. How are you, ma'am? It's a blessing to see you on today.
I'm good. How y'all doing?
Beautiful.
No, I just wanted to clarify. I meant that how can Diddy be a sex slave? How can Diddy be a sex slave when he's not participating in the act?
Who
So
said that Diddy was a sex slave?
I'm just saying because I was listening to Queen. What was the lady's name? Queen Sheba.
Uh huh.
I was listening to her commentary, and then I posted because she said that this young man was with Cassie for 8 years. Diddy and Cassie had been involved for 11
11
years
years.
or
Hmm.
11 or 10 years, which means would suggest to me that because Diddy does, he has a small penis. The freak offs were introduced early on in the relationship, which suggests to me that Cassie and Diddy never really had a sexual relationship. So yes, do I believe this man could have been a sex slave to Cassie? Absolutely. But Diddy was also a slave too. He was also being manipulated by her because she's the only one who gained anything from these freak offs
Hmm.
in the reality of the thing. You know,
Well, that's
Diddy,
interesting. That's interesting that you said that.
yeah, nobody ever said, no, I have yet to hear anybody say that he actually participated in the act. Every sex worker that spoke, the other guy, I think his name was Sly or something. First sex worker that took the stand said that Cassie didn't look like she was being forced to do anything. Diddy sat in the background, under a mask and watched as they participated in these acts. So she's the only one who's gaining from the freak offs.
Well,
Yes, and did you? And one of the guys stated that Diddy used to get upset sometime, and also when Cassie was doing, she want to be in control and stuff, and she always, had her enjoyment before he did. And
Exactly.
that
And
got to
she
be kind of
even
hard on Diddy to watch your oh no. Oh, I don't
exactly.
even want to
So,
say that.
it's like, why would he do that? There's a reason for it. Okay. It's not just
Because
because he wants to watch
because
this his girlfriend, do these things with another man. There's something else going on psychologically that people
yeah,
never
because
tap into.
she probably done throw it in his face about you small, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this, you can't do that. And he probably really wanted to be with her. So he probably figured, if I do this, then she won't
Exactly.
go cheat on me, and that will please me upstate. Uh, uh,
Exactly my point.
mhm.
Yeah, but
So
I don't understand the cheating part and stuff when this is supposed to be his girlfriend, but yet she's having sex with another man. So what is the cheating part come in at?
okay, not only is she having sex with another man, but even when they were doing the freak offs or at other times, she would initiate these freak offs on her own
and that and
without
that's when
Diddy.
Diddy And that's when Diddy would get upset. And that's when
Right.
he used to go up, they started fighting. They not telling us the truth. They were all want us think that Diddy always hitting on her. That's how I come Diddy, and he was snap. You know, you supposed to let him know when we gonna do the freak off. You go behind his back and do freak off. He find out about it, and that's what caused the problem.
So who's the real freak in it all?
Kathy,
Cassie. She's a
Cassie, because
manipulator. She's sexually deviant.
yeah,
Depraved.
Um
Depraved.
no, she's not depraved because she getting it.
she getting it. Yeah.
She's
Well, I mean,
deviant.
well, yeah, she's getting this physically, but emotionally, she's not.
No, I see emotionally she's being satisfied because this young man says it only took him 20 strokes and she was squirting all over.
Hmm. And he said that she would always be pleased before he was.
So yeah, exactly. And he was a constant. He did this for 8 years
Hmm.
while Diddy watched. So let's get in. I mean, let get in the mind of Diddy. How do you think his self-esteem was during these times?
It was
Like
very
really,
low. And see, he had this very low self. And I'm gonna tell you something. That's why he had those parties. He had parties. He want see Diddy was the type of person. If you look at his background and stuff, he always wanted to have parties to bring people together. When he didn't have those parties to bring people together, he was with his kids. If he wasn't with his kids, he was, to freak off or in the business or whatever. Because he had to run a business. You can't say he did freak off. She gonna sit there and say we did freak off every day and all this. It's impossible. The man had a business. Okay. He spent
multiple
time
business.
and vacation with his kids. So y'all won't doing it all the time. So, but I'm gonna tell you what Cassie did is when Diddy won't with her, that's when she went did her thing behind his back. And when he
Yeah,
found out, that's when the man snapped.
yeah, of course. Because
This
he
is
couldn't
That's
very
when he
see
snapped.
what was
interesting.
going on in the room. So
Yep.
this man, the way he speaks is like he was emotionally connected to Cassie. He didn't actually
Yeah.
say that he was in love with her, but I mean, come on, for 8 years, you being with this woman for 8 years, she's a very attractive young lady. Of course, you're gonna draw some kind of attachment to her, you
Because
know.
hmm
And then, he's hit with she was pregnant and then she had an abortion behind his back.
hmm
So that and plus she's giving him an STD.
hmm
That's a double whammy.
hmm
But then she's wise enough. She finessed him enough where he was still able to have sex with her after all that. So yeah, he is a victim. But he's not the only victim. Diddy is a victim of Cassie as well.
Yeah. And so how you think he did it? Fear a lot of stuff had happened way before all this other stuff happened with Jane Doe and 50 Cent. It was a videotape float. That was years ago. I don't know if y'all know about it. Cassie were having 2 3 with another man. And 50
Okay.
Cent, you know him being petty, he gonna
Yeah.
send the thing to Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
How you think this man feel
That broke
when
him.
people walking around saying that he had a little small thing? They've been saying that for years.
That broke him. And you see, that's
That
why I don't believe everything I hear on the internet. Like him
I
doing all of these things to these men, you know. It,
thank
in
you,
my
thank you,
mind,
thank you,
if
thank
it
you.
was happening because he's so small down there, he would be the one taken. You
Yep,
understand?
yep,
He wouldn't be
yep,
trying to
yep.
give it.
That's what I said too.
Very interesting. I never
And
thought
then
about
with
it that
and
way.
then with Jane Doe, 50 Cent, and see 50 Cent was giving his wife, now girlfriend, what girlfriend, the baby mother, he was giving her 30 some $1,000 a month. She
Yeah.
listened to all her friends. Oh, if I do, I take him back to court. I can get more than that. I would take him back to court. So she went back to court. So the judge told the judge that she wanted more money. So the judge asked 50 Cent, said, how much were you paying your oldest son mother? He said $600 or $700. He said, well, I tell you what to do, Daphne. I'm gonna have him give you $600 to $700 a month too. She messed that up her own self. So then
Mhm.
after she and 50 Cent broke up, that's when she moved in with Diddy.
She got with Diddy. And
Yep.
then now
That's how that happened.
Diddy is paying, well, not the mortgage, just the rent on her apartment right now,
And giving
which is
her $10,000 a month.
$10,000 a month for the rent. Okay, now
Yeah,
I
she
don't.
getting
Okay, well, her allowance is $10,000, so that's $20,000 off the top, which
and guess
means
what? Uh-huh.
that's more money than 50 Cent is providing for his own child. So why
That's
is
right.
he so angry with Diddy? That's the reason why. Because
Yep.
Diddy is actually providing for his child more than he is.
Mm-hmm. And guess what? She's on OnlyFans. She got a page up there too, making money off of that.
Wait. What did you just say? Diddy is providing for his child more than she is.
Diddy is providing for 50 Cent's child.
Oh,
He's
50
give
cents
Diddy,
child. Okay.
Diddy is giving 50 Cent's
That's
baby mama more money
the
than
50
50
Cent.
Cent is paying in child support for his child.
Yeah,
So
but
in
why is he doing that?
well, he was dating 50 Cent's baby mama. Okay, she's the one who took the stand under the pseudonym Jane Doe, but everybody knew she was 50 Cent's baby mama, right?
Yes, but see, that's
And
what I was telling him before you got back on. That's what remember what I told you before. I said there's a lot of people here that raised by people that they're not happy. They don't know how to manifest happiness. Didn't have a problem that he's not happy, so he seek things to have pleasure with. So his whole thing
absolutely.
is when Daphne came into his life, he know that he couldn't go out here and please the in and everybody. So what he did, he have a heart. He opened his heart, gave her
He,
money. So did she do the things that he want to do so that he can, he just want to be around somebody. Didn't
but
need
but here's the thing. I don't believe that Diddy wanted to do those things because we have Diddy hiding in a corner under a mask,
but see, that's what I'm
masturbating.
saying. You
So
know how sometimes
I
he
believe
he
these
did
women they influenced Diddy. They
that's
manipulated Diddy
right.
into doing these freak offs.
Yeah,
People,
but
I
that's what
believe
I'm
people got it all wrong.
mm-hmm.
When you dig deep and you get into the psyche of the person, like we breaking this down and we analyzing it right now. Right now, we're getting in the mind of Diddy. Why is
Yeah,
he doing these things?
because
Because the
something
problem,
is
he's broken, baby. Something is not right with
yeah,
him
something
for
is
him to allow these things to go
like I said,
on.
something is missing. Something is
Exactly.
missing. People don't understand, we had different type of love. We had guppy love. We have sexual love. We have this, like I said, I love you, but I don't, like I can tell you on the phone, good night, guys. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
Right.
I have that guppy love for my kids, that guppy love. Okay. My mother, I have this, she no longer with me, but I have this, a certain type of love for my mom. Then I have a
Mhm.
certain type of love for my man. You see what I'm saying? A different type
Exactly.
of love. That man is missing something. So, he has so much money that he'll say, okay, fine. He, he got all this money. He want to have the finest chick out here. He's not going to go out here and get somebody that on an average level. And that's what he needs.
Exactly.
He needs somebody on the average. He need to lead off. I hate to say him. A lot of those fine things out here, they ain't nothing but the demons.
I
And
said the same.
I know people
I
say
said
don't
the
talk
same
about
thing
yourself,
about
but
R.
they ain't
Kelly.
nothing but the demons. He need to lead them along and go get him somebody that gonna have the guppy love for him.
You need him a country girl.
Yeah, he need a country girl, but only thing about it, but my whole thing, he have so much money. It's just like he took and messed with the other girl, the last one, the city girl, but she didn't testify against him. But she's a nice little young thing too. And I'm pretty sure when he get out, he gonna be back with her. And I just hope they make it. But didn't need to settle down, get himself together, and find somebody that have that guppy love. But it's hard to talk to people that have a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
problem. Cause see,
Yeah.
you think about all the women that he been through, and all he was doing was buying love. He was just buying love.
That's it.
Only one really cared for him was Kim Porter,
Yeah.
cause she the
And
one
why?
that took all that mess off and kept going back with him. But all the rest of them just used him.
That's all they did. And
And now,
regardless of
and
what
now he
people
got a
say,
little. He got the little girl called Baby Love. She about 3 or 4 years old, and her mama doing the same thing.
mhm,
All she wanted, I hate to say it, she got a
he
meal
really,
ticket too, huh?
regardless of what people say, he really loved Kim Porter.
Oh, he did love her. He did.
He
He
really
did
loved
love her.
her, and that
He
was
did love her.
evident.
And Cassie said so. You know what Cassie said? She said she was jealous because every holiday he would go spend time with Kim Porter, and
Mhm.
it upset her real bad because she wanted to be with him.
Right. So I mean, I hope his attorneys find these videos, my
Mm-hmm.
video on my channel, and this video, so they can really get into the mind of Diddy. If they haven't
Yep.
asked him these questions, they need to ask him.
Yep.
And for Diddy, he needs to get into some type of counseling so that they can get to the root of the problem as to why he overcompensates,
Mm-hmm.
because nobody overcompensates unless they're dealing with something internally.
Yep.
But wasn't his father a pimp and his mom a prostitute?
Well, his father was, I don't know about his mom. His father was on the
No,
street. His father got killed.
yeah, and I think his father died either when he was very young
Yeah, and that
or
I think that kind of he didn't have that father figure in him,
right.
and his mom tried. You know how she was out there, so she tried to do her best to raise him as a man. But he have a
Mhm.
sister too, so mhm.
But
But
see, he
they
was
said the
raised around
mom,
all of this stuff.
yeah,
Huh?
they said the mom was one who gave a lot of parties when he was growing up
Yeah.
too. So the parties wasn't, nothing new to him.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but
So,
he was raised around seeing all of what he is engaging with right now. So all
well,
so
well, you see, here's the thing: we don't know what kind of parties this lady put on. We
well
hearing
Thank
them.
you.
his friend
We
has
hear
spoken.
we're hearing these things from haters like Gene Deal.
Yep.
You know,
But
No, but
I
mhm.
heard him
I'm saying
speaking
that
on the mother.
the things that was ever said and stuff was from his actual real life friend that he grew up with.
Yeah, but that's like we said, like I told you before. A lot of time people will add more to it. Let me tell you something. When I was coming up, Like I told you about my background. When I was coming up, my mom had 4 kids. My dad left her. My dad did his thing in the street. Okay, my mom used to have parties. She had boyfriends. We had parties. They gamble. I would see them. My uncle, my cousin shot my uncle, killed my uncle. Oh man, it was terrible. I mean,
Yeah.
it was bad. My mama cousin killed my father brother. They were shooting dice. I mean, we don't see it at all. I mean, I don't see my my mama's sisters try to stop my father brother from cutting him, and he stabbed her on the arm. And I don't see it all. Okay,
Yeah.
but see, that's what I'm saying. And when I grew up, and my sister, I have 2 sisters and a brother. My brother deceased now too. But anyway, he got sick. But I went on to school, graduated from the college, got my degree, worked for Homeland Security, and then I decided that I want to do something on the side. I had my 2 girls. That's how I told you that I met my girlfriend. We were practically raised up. We started hanging out with Prince. That's why I'm trying to tell you that I know a lot of stuff. I've seen a lot of stuff when I was out there. So that's what I'm saying. But the way that my mama put that belt on my butt, the way my grandmother tried to help raise me, it made me do a turnaround. When I got out there and seen all this crazy stuff out there, I made a U-turn. You see what I'm saying? Diddy didn't have a chance to make that U-turn because he made the money before he recognized. And
Right.
sometimes when you have so much money, you're not going to make that U-turn. So what he going through now is sad that Cassie put him through there. But believe me, he needed that time to sit down. He needed that time to sit down.
Yeah, I agree.
So I just pray and hope he get himself together, because he do have a beautiful family and he do have some money left. If he don't even do another thing again, I think he'll be okay
Yeah, he still have enough money to live on for the rest of his
to live
life.
off for the rest of his life. And he take his money and let his money work for him. Because see,
Absolutely.
we can step back here and say, what did he see, what he with dad and his mom or whatever. It's people here that been in worse things that did have been in with coming up.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So what we have to do, and I'm just giving you my side of the thing. My life wasn't perfect neither, but sometimes you can make that U-turn and turn around and say, "Oh no, I'm not gonna do this, not gonna do that." But I was just telling
Mhm.
him that my youngest daughter, she's now 40, she should be 47. She would tell you when my oldest daughter had finished school, went to college, she got married. She had married a guy in the military at the time. And
Mhm.
when Robert and my daughter Mona, her name is Mona, and when she was in the 10th, 11th grade, uh, she brought Robert there, and I helped raise Robert, her girlfriend. And I
Mhm.
used to go to Atlantic City. We used to go to the casino, and I would rent a room and put those girls up in that room while I'm downstairs gambling and party. And
Mhm.
I have to tell you that. And now I sit back and think, why the world did you do that when you don't know what could have happened to those girls?
Right. Right.
You see what I'm saying? And to
Yeah.
think back, and my daughter, if my daughter ever come online, she would tell you, "Oh, and you said, what did y'all do in the summertime in your high school?" She's, "Girl, oh man, Mama rented the casino, and we just went to boardwalk, we party and we shop." She'll tell you.
Uh-huh.
And I
Mhm.
sat back now and said, my daughters could have got raped. They could have got
Yeah.
anything could have happened to those girls. I had two girls out there walking on the boardwalk in daytime while I'm gambling. And then when they had the shows and stuff, and I ride up to the casino and get a rum, tell them going up there, give them money, let them do what they want to do, and I'm down there partying with the big dogs.
Yeah.
So I sit back and think about that. But I'm so glad that I made that U-turn. He couldn't make that U-turn because he has so much money. And if
Mhm.
you notice and look at his background, every time you turn around, having a white party, having this party,
Mhm.
walking the red carpet, he didn't even have time to think.
Right.
But between when after I raised my daughter, I had some downtime because I thought I had certain friends, and when my money got low, they kept going. But I'm glad that
Right.
my money did get low, because I regrouped and I came back and I learned my lesson. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
But he didn't have that. And you take somebody, because before he got in trouble, he was worth for 1 point some billion dollars. How the world you and I gonna talk to somebody got $1 million and say you need to chill?
Yeah.
We can't talk to him.
They got a made up mind.
He got to make up his own mind. So that's what I'm saying. And a lot of that stuff that those guys said and Cassie said, you got to use common sense, because I don't think that Diddy was into so much of that sexual thing, because I don't want to put a business out there. It's out there. They say he ain't had none.
Exactly.
So
That
he
was
took
the
his.
that was the reason for my video tonight, to get that
Mhm.
information, to give the people another, if anybody come across the video, give them another way to look at this situation. Because if he
Yes,
don't have nothing down there, then what is he doing participating in some freak offs? And why is he
that's
not
right.
engaging in the act?
Mm-hmm.
He's sitting off to the corner, pleasuring himself. It don't
Self.
make sense.
Yep.
It just don't
Yep.
make sense.
No. So what I'm saying there, is sad. You can't fault his mama. We can't really fault him, because he didn't know at the time. His money over. See, we gotta understand, when you have so much money, when you have so much money that you can have money that you ain't. I don't have money before at the time that I didn't even have to bounce my checkbook. I ain't had to look at my check. As my daughter would tell you, I just like my daughter. I give the key to the Lex. Go ahead on, do this. And
Mhm.
one time I got so depressed, they put me on depression medicine. I ain't ashamed to tell nobody. They put me on depression medicine. I'm laying in the bed sleep. My daughter, Mom, where your car? Where your car keys at? She's 15, 16 years old, got my car going down the road. And my daughters would tell you, y'all, you have to be there. And I tell anybody that you can have money, but money will mess you up.
Oh yeah, I said it the other
All
day.
I want to
The more
do is
money.
keep enough. All I want to do is keep enough to keep me going.
Hmm.
That's all. Because I don't have all those friends. Most of my friends are gone. I can count mine on one hand. I don't have a lot of friends. But honey, I stood one day, I can sit there and tell y'all some things. You be like, what? My daughters
Yeah.
would sit there and tell you, they would say, y'all, you don't know my mom. Oh, no.
Right.
And just so happened that I'm out in the country now. I'm sitting on 5-acre land with my house, and my daughter don't have that house. I'm just, thank you,
Chilling.
God, I'm blessed. I'm blessed.
Hmm.
Because be honest with you, the things I've been through, I shouldn't even be here.
Right. Right.
The things I've seen, I shouldn't even be here.
Right.
And my daughter, if like she ever get on, because my daughter have a podcast too, but her podcast she go real deep in certain things, topic and
Hmm.
stuff, and like, um, but her name is Mona Brown, and it is she had different people on hers too, but
Right.
I'm gonna tell you something. I feel sorry for Diddy. I wish that I could talk to him, as a big sister, because I'm way older than Diddy, to let him know it's gonna be all right. But you got to change. And see, a lot of people said a lot of only one came out with the West guy, Kanye West, and Diddy didn't have too many friends. But you got to understand that lifestyle they live. Those people that out there in that industry, they have other people telling them what to do. And when
Yeah.
Diddy got himself in trouble, those people couldn't come around. Because let me tell y'all something. When you see somebody tell you, you see somebody say, I worth $1.5 billion. Yes, they worth $1.5 billion, but that's not how much they have. They had $1.5 billion that with assets, cash, and everything else. And you see how when Diddy got in trouble, his went down to what, 400 or 500 million, but that's still a whole lot though.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So you got to understand, you got people, they got people, those ones that didn't come around Diddy, which they were wrong, because some of them throw them underneath the bus, but he gonna have to change. Those people, they look at it this way, hey, they could care less if he swim or hey, they don't care
Oh yeah.
if he dropped them, because they won't gonna lose what they had.
Absolutely not. You see how JC handled that case, huh? He
Yeah.
basically
So
said he didn't know, did he?
no, so my whole thing. This is what he gonna have to do. You still can speak to him. I speak to all my friends and stuff. Girl, back in the days, I would rent a limo, get a couple of my girls, and we go to the place and go to New York and to the club and stuff. You know,
Hmm.
from down here where I live in Northern Virginia, and we go to New York and we have a good time. Come on back. Those same ones stab me in my back, honey.
Yeah.
Same one statement. My girlfriend, I got a girlfriend. We call it Anna Marie. She'll tell you too. She the only girlfriend I really have, and I got cousins and my daughters, but they'll tell you they stand me right in my back. I had ones out here. I'm gonna tell you one thing. I thought they were my friend when I was up there. I was paying that mortgage, buying cars, Mercedes Benz, and everything. And when things
Mhm.
got rough for me, y'all, you just don't know.
It's a mother's heart. So you guys tell me, um, what is Diddy guilty of? What did he do? I hear the passion and I hear the plea for, the mistakes that he had made and things and stuff, but Diddy is a grown man
Yeah.
and he
Yeah.
had made decisions that wasn't
Yeah.
cohesive to that
We,
of you
I'm
know
not. We're not negating the fact that he's guilty of some things. We just getting in the mind of a person who has been traumatized, because that's what
That's
it
right.
appears to be.
That's
He
right.
had some trauma, that some undealt. He never dealt with the trauma that he was exposed to,
Yeah.
whether
Yeah.
it be in his childhood or whether that trauma came from being in the industry. It was
Yep.
never dealt with,
Dealt
and
with.
we see it playing out in his actions now. So
Hmm.
basically, what he's saying is he needs to do some deep soul searching, get some help, and deal with that trauma, because that's the
Yep.
only way he's going to be able to go on with a clear mind and not make the same mistakes that he made in the
Hmm.
past that led him into the position that he's in now.
Hmm.
okay, so could
Because
that
had
trauma
he been a
be
whole person, had he been whole, had his mind been clear, even though he had all of this money, he would
Hmm.
understand, okay, yeah, I might be small, but I'm still a man. So I'm
Yep.
not going to let these women trick me into doing freak offs and I can't even participate in them. Come on.
Hmm.
You see, I got a problem with that. I have a problem with Diddy being in a corner, all covered up in a mask, playing with himself while he's watching these women, his girls, have intercourse. They're getting laid right in the front of him. Oh,
Yep.
yeah, okay, he's gratifying himself, but what would that do to a man's mind to continuously watch this happen? So, yeah, he got some built up frustration in it for more reasons than one.
Hmm.
He got some undealt trauma. He got his women engaging in freak offs. He's
Yep.
engaging in them too, but he's not really participating.
but see
He's
this
Yep.
is
watching them get laid. Come on, man. We're talking about a man.
Hmm.
What would that
but
do
see
to a
this is
man?
what I don't understand. I hear the plea, I hear the passion, I hear the plea, but this is what I don't understand. Okay, so he may not be able to perform sexually with a woman, but how is it that these men that he was supposed to have engaged with, how is he doing anything with them? Because you got a man that was in FBI custody that literally had stated that, you know, Diddy had took his cheeks. Diddy
Yeah,
did.
but
So
yeah,
I'm,
but
I'm trying to I'm trying to picture this in my mind because a person who's not well endowed and stuff, who's sitting over in the corner masturbating and watching his girl get
Laid.
pounded, get laid, or however you want to say it, and things and stuff. how does the men equate in his life? And how is he doing these things with these men and he's not
Okay.
even endowed at all?
And that's basically my point. I think I stated it before. It's not good to believe everything you hear on the
That's
internet.
I,
That's what I try to
I
tell
didn't say
you.
I believe it. I'm just asking the question: how could all of this have happened? Because you got plenty of people in the industry that is saying he took their cheeks,
yeah,
and
but you
I'm
can't
not.
believe everything.
See, see, you misconstruing what I am saying. I never said that I believed it. I'm just
Oh,
asking a question.
This
It's a
is
okay.
what I
difference between believing it and asking the question to try to get a clarity or a greater understanding.
I've never heard any man come to the forefront and say Diddy took their cheeks.
Mhm.
I've heard other people say that
Mhm.
Diddy has taken such and such as man's cheeks. I've never heard the actual man say that.
It was a
I've
guy
heard
that
other
was in
people saying
custody.
it.
You remember that white guy that was in custody, right? That
Yes,
the
the,
Fed said,
the the white guy that who I think he wanted to shoot up Donald Trump's hotel or something like that. And then when
I,
he got in interrogation, he started talking about Diddy, how he was
right.
a sex
Hmm.
slave to Diddy. I remember that.
Hmm. And what did he say about Diddy?
I don't remember him saying that Diddy took his cheeks. I remember him saying that he was a sex slave. But I'm gonna go back and look at the video again because it's still on the internet.
Hmm.
But I know there's a lot of people who have said, who have gone on the record to say that Diddy
Mhm.
took somebody else's cheek. I've never heard a person, a man, get on the internet and say Diddy did this to me. The
Well,
only person that came, the
look at
only
the
person that came close to that was Cat Williams when he did the Club Shay Shay.
Mhm.
And he said, Diddy like to party, but you gotta tell him no.
Mhm.
Other than that, I never heard a man get on the internet and say Diddy took something, took my cheeks. I never heard that.
Mhm.
That's coming from other people. Other people is putting out that mess. Now it's up to you if you want to believe it.
Yeah,
I
because
never said I believed it. I
I
hope I
know,
can get that.
I know, and I hope you heard what I just said.
No,
It's
I
up
get
to
it.
you.
I get it.
It's
But
up to you
that's
if you want to believe it.
I've never said I believe it. It's just that so much is being said out in things, and since we're having a conversation, I'm just trying to get an
We
understanding.
have
Okay, well,
we have Allie Carter. We have Jaguar Wright. That's the three main ones, and
Mhm.
we have Gene Deal,
Mhm.
who's been on the internet for years, claiming all kinds of things about Diddy. Okay, now here it is: the FBI raided Diddy's property. They brought him in on these charges, but everything Gene Deal, Jaguar Wright, and Allie Carter said never came up. He was
but
never
see,
charged with any of those things.
let's remember one thing though. Diddy did say up on the radio station. I mean, he was caught on a voice record thing saying, "I like it where you scrap and scrape, Daddy. Oh, I like that. I like the way you scrap and scraping things." That
So
came
what
out
does
of
that
his
mean?
mouth.
So what does that mean?
Well, he was talking to a man, talking about he loves the way he scrap and scrape.
So was it just audio, or did they have video to go with the audio?
Well, one can
So
assume
but how do
who
we interpret that? How do we interpret what Diddy means by saying, "I like the way you scrap and scrape"? Because for me, in the music industry, I would think he's
Mhm.
talking about some turntables. I would think seriously. I would think he's talking about scrapping and scraping on some
okay,
turntables.
okay.
So, so how do we really interpret that?
Oh my God, boy, this.
How, how do we interpret that? How do we really know what Diddy meant when he said that? if we only hearing the audio and we're not seeing no video to add more clarity, you know, to understand what he said.
Okay,
Mhm.
so let me ask you this: Do you think that Diddy is gay?
I don't think he's gay. I think he's bisexual.
Me too. I think he's bisexual.
Well, what's the difference between bisexual and gay? I mean, do you think if he's bisexual, he's having sex with men, right?
Well, yeah. Well, he could be having sex with men, or he could just have a desire for sex with men.
Yeah, I mean, who know? He could have done it in the past, but if ain't nothing there, maybe he not no longer
Well,
doing it. You
that's not the question. The question is, do
know.
you think that Diddy is gay, or if
But
he's
from
gay, if
gay,
he's bisexual, do you think that Diddy had sex with a man? That's the
I can't
question.
say that. I can't say
I
that.
can't.
I could.
We can't
My
say that because we
answer
didn't
could
see it
never
with
be
our eyes.
definitive.
No,
I haven't
I
seen it with
just
my.
asked you a question. So you said that you don't believe so, right?
Believe
I
what?
think he. Well, I mean, you know, I haven't. I can't say that he dated, but I think he bisexual. Okay, and it's and be you know be honest with
You
you
guys are confusing me because the question is simple. Do you think that Diddy had sex with a man? It's a simple yes or no.
I can't tell you.
Bisexual is
No, no,
meaning
no, no,
that
no, no.
you are having sex with a man
You
and a
can't.
woman,
You
right?
cannot ask me if I think Diddy had sex with a man. I don't know
because we
Diddy
don't know.
personally,
We don't know.
but I can tell
Okay,
you
but
from
you
the
said that you think
behavior
that
that
he's
he
bisexual.
presents.
So what is bisexual?
Because so
Bisexual,
you can lust for a man and like a man and never touch him.
exactly.
You
So
can
that's
have love for a man
bisexual.
and never touch him. And that had happened. Mhm.
So that's
And or
bisexual.
you could engage in sex with a man, but
Mhm.
I can't say definitively if Diddy had sex with a man. I can't do
Yeah.
that. I don't know Diddy.
But
I
but
don't
you
know him
say that he's
intimately like that.
bisexual though. What is bisexual?
That means
Bisexual
you
means that either you have a desire for the same sex as you, engage in it or not. You can lust
Mhm.
for the same sex with you and not engage in it and be bisexual, also having heterosexual sex.
Mhm.
So it goes both ways. You can
Mhm.
engage in the sexual act or you can just lust for it.
Okay,
Now,
Mhm.
so
I can tell you from what I see, the way his behavior, the way he presents, I would say that he has bisexual tendencies.
Yep. And
all
he's
right.
not the only one. He's not the only one out there. It's a whole lot of men in the industry like that.
So I just looked up bisexual, and this is what it says right here. Bisexual, sexually or romantically attracted to both men and women, or
That's
to
right. That's
more
what we
than
said.
one.
That's
Right, but
exactly
but
what
it, but it says sexually first.
Yeah. But that don't mean we can't tell you if he dated or not, but we know that,
Well, I mean, I just asked you if he did it or not, and you just gave me your explanation as you don't believe that he had sex with a
sexually,
man. So
sexually or romantically. So
Mhm.
romantically could mean lusting for somebody.
Lust.
It
Mhm.
doesn't have to mean engaging in the sexual act.
okay, so
Because I
then
could be,
my question is simply this: then, do you think that Clyde Davis had sex with Diddy?
I don't know anything about Clyde Davis. This girl Jaguar White got them people calling Clyde David name. A lot of people been calling Clyde Davis name. And this man, this old white man who probably got a small penis. He come on now, y'all be for real.
But you know what makes me so mad about her? She did not start saying that until Clyde came out and said he was gay. Clyde didn't said he was gay. You can look it up. And soon after Clyde said that, that's when Jack Wright started saying that, and that's not right.
Look, Jaguar Wright was in the industry, but she was in the industry as a young girl. She
Yep.
was ejected from that industry. I don't know
Mhm.
why, because she has a beautiful voice. But I'm saying the reason why I'm saying that she was ejected from the industry early on is because it's no way possible that she knows all the things that she knows. I just think she reads a lot of vlogs and blogs, and she put these stories together, and she gets
Yep.
on the internet and she
Yep.
elaborates on the things that she's read and she
Mhm.
embellishes it. She's a great storyteller. The same as Allie Carter. I think Allie
Mhm.
Carter has a mental problem that her family needs to seek attention for. Okay? Because if she knew all of these things about Diddy, she's been on the internet for a long, long time saying all of this stuff about Diddy. You don't think that somebody would have at least contacted her to,
Yep.
investigate her claims?
Mhm.
But every time something happens, like this recent time, she was all on the internet telling her stories. The minute Diddy went into the trial was active, she went missing.
Yep.
Now she comes back after the trial is over to lie to the people some more. I say it all the time. People got to be careful who they lend their ear to, you know.
Mhm.
But again, a lot of people like those kind of stories.
Yep.
Well, I was just trying to get a sense as to what you guys think and what you guys believe. So,
Mhm.
you know,
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people that's following these people because they have followings, big followings.
well,
They
so so
extort money from these
so
people. While they telling these stories, people are giving them all kind of money.
so based upon what Cat Williams had said, then it brings to validity um what what was stated about Diddy to a certain degree, right? Because Cat Williams said that he had to turn him down 3 times, right?
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So now, do you believe Cat Williams?
But again, you see, we don't know. We don't know if Diddy is bisexual.
But
Is
why
he
would
a
Cat
top
Williams
or a
even
bottom?
come on national
Is
TV?
he a
It's
top? Is he a top or a bottom? Because we know his penis is small. So that would lead me to believe that he would be a bottom.
Mhm.
so
He
so
would be
so
big.
why would Cat Williams go on national TV and say that in the first place?
Because
Well, maybe Diddy
because me.
wanted to party with him, but we don't know how. This is what I just said it. I just said it. It could be 100% true what Cat Williams said. But do we know if this would have actually, if Cat Williams would have actually, you know, take him up on his offer, how would it play out? Because we know he's small. Would he be a bottom or a top? That's my
And then
question.
and Cat Williams said he wanted to party with him. So if he said he
If
wanted to
he
party,
can't please his women, he definitely can't please a man. He wouldn't even be able to get it in a tight hole like the anus.
mm,
So why is there all of these stories floating around that Diddy had did all of this stuff to all of these men?
because it's like a domino effect. It take one person that says something, boom, 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 and then they see him standing in a picture hugging somebody. Oh, he having sex with that person. Then he see him in another picture riding in the car. He having sex with. It just keep going on and on. That's why I keep telling you.
We got to
No,
remember too.
I get it. I'm just asking the question. So my question is simply this: Diddy has at least 20 or more lawsuits up against him for SA, and men are saying that he had took their cheeks in their lawsuit,
I
civil
never read.
lawsuits.
I never
But
read
see,
those
that's
laws.
I keep telling you when you. It's just
The
like
last
this.
man, the last man who was working for Diddy who filed the lawsuit, they threw it out. The one
Okay,
who
I
had to
keep
get
telling you
paid.
that all it takes is one person to file a lawsuit, and everybody else gonna try to follow. I
And
keep
then they're
telling you that.
filing them. Most of these people are filing them. That's how you know it may not be legitimate because they don't want
Yep,
anybody to know who they are.
yep.
Under Jane Doe and John Doe.
Hmm.
So I can go file a lawsuit against Diddy and say he did me something. Just
Hmm.
like the young girl did about him and Jay-Z. And that was
Yeah,
proven to be a big lie.
and that was false. They didn't even know the girl. Mhm.
All of these things are not true. These
Mm-mm.
social media websites, is a means for a lot of people to pay their rent. And they don't care if they're lying. They don't care if they're sensationalizing a story. They just want the clicks and the views so they can get that check at the beginning or at the end of the month.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep. That's I mean, it's sad. And to get back to what the guy, this is what I'm saying about the gentleman that's going to try to sue Cassie and did it because he said that he caught that, disease, right?
Right.
My whole thing is, if you thought that she gave it to you, why didn't you go before now?
Well,
Well, it's
no.
just the same way that Cassie, she had waited 11 years before she
Yeah.
finally came out and said some things. So why are we questioning this man?
And
Why are we
so,
putting so much emphasis upon whether this really happened to him or not when, he's just doing the same thing that they did to him. They did to Diddy.
Yeah, but I don't know. But with that, I don't understand that because he waited so long. He
But
gonna have to prove that
what is
she
the
get.
difference? What is the difference? You guys sit up here and you guys say that Cassie this, Cassie that, but then the man said that look, he has been in the same position as Cassie. And so he's telling you what
Yeah, but
happened to him. So
I
what is
believe
the
let me.
difference between him
But
and
let me.
not
Cassie?
you guys, because I just did a whole live about is Diddy a victim or a victimizer. I read
Yeah.
out of this man's book. So I
Mhm,
believe this man is telling the truth? I 100% believe this man is telling the truth. You know why?
mhm.
Because he has information in that book about the US government that he spoke to. He has them named. Maureen Comey, the US district attorney who prosecuted Diddy's case, in his book. If this man was lying, he wouldn't be lying on these people who can bring charges up against him.
So what man is that?
The young man, the man we're talking about,
The
the
one
one
that
who
said.
said Cassie gave him chlamydia and that she
But my whole
aborted
thing.
his baby.
But what my whole thing, I said by him having that when he go to court, they might it might come to the point they may say, well, how do you know she gave it to you? You were out here having sex with other people also. That was your job. So maybe you got it from someone else. You see what I'm trying to say?
But we don't know if he's an entertainer, right?
Yeah.
So he's an entertainer. He's a dancer.
Uh-huh.
He's not specifically having sex with all different type of women. He was
Mm-hmm.
propositioned by Cassie and Diddy to do this. In
Mm-hmm.
fact, he didn't even know. In his book, he says he didn't even know he was going to the room to do that. He thought he
Mm-hmm.
was just going to provide them with entertainment. But when he
Mm-hmm.
got to the room, he realized that it was going to be something more. And because she was so attractive, he went with it. And then he got stuck in it. And then she
Mm-hmm.
began to manipulate him. She continued to call him over the 8 years. The thing is, Cassie wasn't only just being with him because she was being with the other guy who testified as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was three of them, really.
Okay, and there were more men.
Yeah.
They put up a collage of photos of these
Mm-hmm.
escorts who participated in these freak offs with him.
Yeah.
So it's possible that she could have been doing it with all of them. We don't know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So for him to come out directly and say that Cassie gave him chlamydia, I'm sure
Mm-hmm.
he have his medical records. He got
Mm-hmm.
times, dates, and all that. Now, go back to her medical records and see. She stated on the stand that she could never get rid of UTIs, but were they really UTIs? They could have been something else. They could have been sexually transmitted diseases that on the stand she just said there were UTIs. And a UTI is just basically a bacterial infection.
Yeah.
Most women catch that. You know, we could
Yeah.
wear the wrong clothes, the wrong drawers, and catch a
Well,
UTI.
the wrong laundry
That-
detergent too.
The wrong lot. So that ain't nothing major.
Mm-hmm.
But when you say you can't get rid of them, okay, well, why you? Because it's not a UTI.
Mm-hmm.
It's more than that. But I guarantee you, if you look into her, I'm not gonna even say Diddy's medical records because I don't even think he was engaging with her like that. Being that she was, she was continually sleeping with these men, with Diddy and without Diddy. So
Yeah.
she's the culprit. I guarantee
That's
you
what I
she
said.
had chlamydia. I guarantee you she had an abortion.
Mm-hmm.
And this man said he was emotionally attached to her. So what? I'm emotionally attached to this woman who's paying me to have sex with her.
Mm-hmm.
I like her. I'm not going to say I love her, but I like her. She's very attractive. And she's continuing to manipulate me into having sex with her while this man watched, knowing this is against what I believe in, because I ain't gay. You understand?
Well, she just was nasty all the way around. Cause
She's a slut.
you listen to what he said when he said what time of the month? She knew she was on her cycle, and she went on had sex if the lights were dark.
Yes.
And that nasty?
Girl. That's nasty.
She
The
knew.
Bible says a man should never lay with a woman when they on their
Yeah.
cycle.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That she knew what she was doing. Everybody told me, "Oh, I feel so sorry for her." How you gonna feel sorry for somebody? She turned the lights down, had it dark in there, so he wouldn't be able to see it and get up and do some stuff like that. Come
That
on.
nasty. That's a nasty wench. Oh yeah, for anybody who's coming in listening to this video here, we talking about Cassie Ventura in her nasty, sexually deviant ways.
When she got, like I said,
she's
like I
very
said, she got her
manipulative.
30,000 plus more because I believe like this Diddy was giving her supposed to be giving her $30,000 a month. He paid all the bills and all that. She stayed with him for 10 plus years. I don't see how the world she went through all that money.
Oh, she was splurging.
So, and I'm pretty sure she took some home to mama too.
My man
Her
got
mama
it.
can get her mama can get up and say anything she wants. Her mama got some of that money. If she did it like that by sleeping behind his back, I'm pretty sure she took that money and gave some of that money to her mom and everybody else. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And all the
Cassie,
jewelry and clothes and stuff he bought her, she didn't leave that stuff with Diddy. She took that stuff with her.
as I said before, nobody would know her if it wouldn't be for Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
So she had a certain level of access. Just, doors open for her just because she was connected to Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
They want to talk about her music career. It was stated that he would get on her about why she not doing anything.
Yeah.
Even though he knew she didn't have she's not talented like that.
Mm-hmm.
Diddy had some real, performers and some real singers under his label yet.
Mm-hmm.
Most of these people are still going strong today.
So did Diddy love her?
Cassie?
Mm-hmm.
I believe he did. I believe he does. Because
I think she was like a trophy dog on his arm and stuff.
Exactly.
He really cared for her. But he wasn't gonna marry her though. But he cared for her.
Well, he's been with her 11 years, so does that account for anything?
Here's the thing. It's an old saying. You can't You can't never turn a hoe into a housewife.
Yep. Mhm.
He knew she was a hoe. She
Mhm.
was hard in front of him. She
And
was
that's what
hard
it's,
in front of him.
and she
What?
even said that he didn't even want her around his kids and stuff, which I don't blame him.
No. So when a man don't want you, a man is only gonna bring the woman that he's gonna marry around his mother and his
Mhm.
family.
It's
That's it, and
sad.
that's all.
It's really sad. It's sad because um
Listen,
like they said, he got played.
I
he
was
got
just
played by
fixing to
Cass.
say
He
it. You
got
took it out of my mouth. You took the words out of my mouth. Diddy got played.
he
He
got
got
played.
he
I
got
mean, we're gonna have to give it to her. She played him.
she played him to the end.
She,
She
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 played
played
him.
him
I
like
mean,
a
she
listen,
got the money. She got the. I mean, she
She
had
got
the
the
like a
lifestyle.
STD.
She
fiddle.
got to fly all over the world. She had the finest clothes. She had the finest car. She had all the sex she wanted. I mean,
Yeah,
she
she had
played
the
him.
STDs. Yeah.
Like a fiddle. She played him like a fiddle.
She played him.
And on
So I
the end,
mean,
he couldn't get an acquittal.
so all he got to do, look, yeah, all he have to do is take his L and keep on going.
He couldn't get an acquittal. Well, he got one or two.
Come on, order in court, order in court.
Cassie, Magnifilo, whatever his name, what that attorney name, Agnifilo. They hating on Agnifilo, but Agnifilo said, you know what? I'm getting my client off, my $1 million client off some kind of way, even if I gotta go straight hood on the motherfucker. Agnifilo. They say Agnifilo was acting like he didn't know what he was doing in the courtroom. He called Cassie gangster.
But so it's so sad because before Diddy, she was going with Ryan Leslie, and Ryan Leslie really he can sing. You see, and he was producing all that, right? And
Yeah.
then she seen Diddy because Diddy pocket was much bigger, larger than Ryan Leslie, and she ended up messing with Diddy.
Well, they said she's if something, who else am I gonna go to? Jay-Z is taken. So
Yep.
she's looking for just the millionaires.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
A girl that come from nothing.
Yeah.
She got access to the kingdom. She got access to the empires.
But you know what? And she's not the only one. It's sad it happened, but she's not the only first one. She's not the only one, and she ain't gonna be the last one.
Listen, they're industry hoes. They do this for a living.
Mm-hmm.
They seek out, they scope out these men like that. They find their weaknesses and they prey on it.
Mm-hmm.
Cassie is a predator.
Wow.
Yeah, we're gonna tell the truth about Cassie tonight or this morning, whatever the time it is.
I'm gonna pray. I'm gonna pray for everybody involved, but I'm gonna have to pray for Diddy because he got played. I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm not praying for Cassie.
Look,
I might
look.
pray for Diddy, but I ain't praying for Cassie.
But look. I'm not
I'm
praying
for
Delilah. Look, I'm gonna tell you what my brother and my uncle was saying. You don't see too many black men get played like that.
Actually, they get played like that all the time. The ones
Not
with
for
money,
that kind of money.
the ones with money, go back in
No,
history and see how they get.
I haven't seen too many black men let a black woman take money like that. But only
Either
one
they
like that
going
is
to jail, or those women is taking them for all their money when they get divorced.
yeah. But not too many of them because you have Michael Jordan had to pay Juanita, but he should have paid Juanita because Juanita Jordan met him when they was in college, and he left her. So I mean, I could see him paying, but and Tiger Woods had to pay his old lady. He cheated on her too. But my whole thing, I ain't see too many men have to pay a woman after what Cassidy.
Tiger Woods got played.
Yeah, he got played too.
Not only did she take his money, but she burned his mansion down too. It never went nowhere.
Yep, but he was crazy because he's gonna call the girl, tell the girl, don't tell my wife that I'm messing with you, and the girl, and that boy Tiger Woods crazy. I don't know what. I don't even want to talk about
it. They get played.
He got played too, but oh, Diddy, please. I hope he get out of this one. I hope he get out of this one, and I just hope he get his life together. Please.
Yeah, you need a chill.
But what I was
family.
so afraid if they had got him on this RICO, that mean the government could have took all of his money. I was so happy that they go through.
Yeah, because it wasn't RICO.
It wasn't a RICO.
It's not a RICO. And really and truly, I don't even know why. He was found guilty of the Mann Act because he never participated.
That's what I told him.
He never participated in the prostitution.
That's what I said. That's what I'm trying to tell him. I said,
damn, Diddy? Damn, Diddy.
He got played. I mean, he got played.
These guys are hard.
He got played. I hope he get out, he get his Bible and just sit there for a while and play with his kids, because you got played, but
oh yeah, go in your studio, make you some music and chill out.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that.
It's so sad. But you know what? It's so sad because all of his business, my whole thing is all of his sexual business and information out there. So even if he decided to try to go get another one, a lady friend, it's just out there. It's sad.
Out there. But you know what? I don't think he's gonna be judged as harshly as the people think he is, because all this business came out. I really don't. After people understand what happened in this case, no, all eyes gonna be on Cassie Ventura. All eyes gonna be on Maya. All eyes gonna be on Jane Hope. Those three industry hoes. I gotta keep saying it because that's what they are. They're industry hoes. They play these billionaire men for their money.
So have you heard what the chef? I think she's a chef. She coming out now.
Yeah, I heard about that.
She, you know what they do? She just trying to get paid.
They all, like you
she
said,
coming
it's
out
a domino effect. One person start with the lawsuits, then they come back to back. To back.
What chef are you talking about?
Diddy
chef
chef
coming out. She hasn't worked for Diddy in a while.
What is her claim?
She claimed that she seen Diddy hit Cassie, of course, and Diddy was mean and all this stuff and like that. But you was his ex chef, and he paid you good. So I mean, and she said, well, the Homeland Security came to me in March, and I told them I wasn't gonna do this, and I didn't want to be involved. So why are you talking now?
Exactly. You know why? Because she's trying to get paid one way or the other. Everybody trying to make some money off of this.
No, what it is, now they don't found out it's not a RICO, so now they're trying to come and get paid. She didn't want to say nothing because she was so afraid if it was a RICO, she was gonna go down with him. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the thing is, when he, like, in all seriousness, when he gets out of there, he's gonna have to live a low profile life because they're not gonna stop trying to go after him. Especially the government. They figured they couldn't get him on the RICO this
I said
time.
it. I said he gonna have to be very careful. But they ain't
They're
finished.
gonna be
They
trying to
not
find
finished with him
charges.
yet.
They're gonna be trying to find charges
They
to
ain't
put on
finished
him.
with him yet. You know reason why? Because if they don't get him, they're gonna be looking at his kids. They gonna come back. They're gonna come back.
Oh
His
So,
kids
so
gonna have
what
to
what is
straighten up
what
too.
is the
They're gonna have to
vendetta
walk up
that
there.
the government has up against Diddy, though?
yeah.
Huh?
What?
What is the vendetta that the government has up against Diddy?
Well, they
Because
lost. Do you realize how bad it looks on the government for losing this RICO case?
Yeah, well, that's the government's fault. That's not Diddy's fault.
but look,
No, but
but they
they
have
don't
that.
like
But
to
see, I'm gonna
lose.
tell you something. Have
It's in the Fed.
they said the liquor company was behind it, but did you hear what happened with Diddy went against the government almost? Y'all see, y'all don't know about that. When he was saying that he was trying to start a black political, and he said,
Yeah,
why do white people have to have a Wall Street? It's time for us black people. And he said that black people been down so long that it took all this money, and he was gonna do this and do that, and that's what caused the thing go off. They tired of
yeah,
him.
yeah, yeah.
They said he was getting too powerful.
Well, truth be told, even at this time, Diddy never lost his status.
Mm-mm.
He never lost his status.
He did it and what is it? That West boy did it, and him, the guy. They the only one that spoke out. You ain't see JC spoke. He's not saying nothing.
No,
He worth
Jay-Z needs to be
1.2
worried about
billion. He ain't
taking
saying nothing, huh?
that DNA test for that little boy he had with that young girl years ago.
You don't want that
Yeah,
because that girl from Maryland, and when he got that boy mama pregnant, she won't but 15, 16 years old.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So
he's done
huh?
because he has to give up that DNA test. He's done.
I mean,
Yeah.
but I mean, how is he gonna be done? I mean, he may owe the young man some money, but there's nothing he can the government can do about him being with a younger girl because the woman died.
The woman died. He have another daughter in Maryland too, but he take care of her though.
Yeah, yeah,
She
I
the
saw
oldest.
that.
Yeah, she's cute. She's the older one.
Mm-hmm.
Cause her mama's sister and brother, they pushed that thing. They kept on talking about it. That was all in the news, all around here and everywhere. Everybody was talking about that. See, he used to
Yeah,
come to. I'm in VA, and he would come back in the day. Say, I'm much older than they are. And back in the day, JC, you come to VA, Maryland, DC, and mess with all those young girls.
yeah.
But that was before he came famous.
But I mean, that was a thing back in the day.
Yeah.
You know,
But I
these
feel
young
like
girls,
this: if that boy looked just like him, I don't know
he
why he
does.
don't want to claim him. And I figure like this, he shouldn't even let it went that far. All that money he got, he could have pulled that boy to the side and said, "I'm sorry what happened. I want in your life," and he could have took care of that boy. That boy, he have kids of his own.
Yeah, I seen that.
Yeah.
I saw him
Yeah.
on that girl's channel, Tasha K.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
Interviewed
Oh,
him.
okay. I don't even
Hmm.
watch Tasha K that much. But I think that he should have done more for that kid though. He should have pulled him to the side. He could have took him.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
but
wrong.
once that DNA comes out, that's it for Jay-Z because see one, he's gonna have to pay back all of those back tax. I mean, the back child support for him, and
Mm-hmm.
then two, because that girl was a minor at the time to when he had did that with her, they're gonna try to get him on some type of charges.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the girl is dead. The woman is dead.
How did she die?
She had a rest. She catch asthma, and she had a bad asthma
Asthma
attack and died
attack.
from that.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. She died a young woman.
But if he can prove that that's his father, he paid that child support, and he still get sued JC for not taking care of him and what he went through as a child.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He gonna get his.
So he
I
can
know,
he can really.
but they're gonna try to get him on some type of charges.
But he looks. I mean, come on, Jay Z. That young man looked just like Jay Z.
But he looked more like GC than his daughter. His daughter, you can tell his daughter that's his daughter in Maryland. But that boy
Mm-hmm.
looked more like him than the girl. The girl, like
Oh,
she took
yeah.
that complexion off her mom.
It's all the
Right.
girls his daughters.
Huh?
Is all the girls his daughters?
Yeah, the girl in Maryland is his too, but she just took the complexion off her mom. Her mama had sarcoidosis.
No,
No,
I'm
she was in
talking
a
about Blue
wheelchair.
Ivy and this other girl, this new girl that coming to the scene.
Oh, you talking about Blue Ivy and Remy? I mean, they supposed to be his. I don't know.
Well, they look like him to me.
They look like him to me
Especially,
too.
yeah, especially the little one, Rumi. She looks
Now,
just like her dad.
now,
She got that.
did she has an issue?
Blue
Huh?
Ivy looks more like her mama.
Did
Mm-hmm.
she have an issue? Remy, and Sir.
But Sir
Yeah.
don't like to be. Sir doesn't like to be around people.
They,
I mean,
the internet,
but do they
the
have
li-
some type of condition or something?
the internet is saying that these kids are autism. But again,
Yeah,
I
but
say
he
to
don't like
people,
being. He don't like being around people. I know that for a fact. He shies from around people. But that girl, she don't look like she have a problem to me because she been out there on the stage.
the thing I say to people is you can't believe everything, especially when it comes to medical records. Because
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you something. Medical records is basically sealed. It's no YouTuber can get anybody's medical records.
Mm-hmm.
So they may have a feeling that these kids have autism, but they don't know that for a fact because they ain't seen no medical records and they didn't hear Jay-Z and Beyonce announce that to the world that these kids had autism.
Mm-hmm.
But did you ever see her behavior while she's on the Did you ever see
She's
her behavior?
I watch her. She's acting like a normal kid her
No,
age to me.
she out there. All she do is just waving and stuff. So she. That's what young kids supposed to do. Wave and have a good time.
No, but see, Beyonce has a person who is full time with her that keeps her.
Sits in the back with her, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, she
that's
might be
not a
just a
normal
slightly
person.
child.
That her behaviors is not normal to me. She
Well,
doesn't act like the standard normal however old she is and things.
she is about maybe going to the first grade. That would put her about what, 7 or 8, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, to me, I don't see nothing wrong with her. If she have anything, I mean, by me looking at her on TV, I don't see nothing wrong with it. I just see a young child. Then when she get about 13 or 12, 13, and I can take a look at it, see how it's slow her growth or something like that's different. But
Right.
to me, I
Yeah,
don't see anything wrong with that child.
I don't either. I mean, we haven't even been in contact with her to even really, get a feel for how she's really acting. We only seeing
Yeah.
what's on the internet, you know.
I know when they show the boy, sometimes he like real shy. He don't want to be seen and stuff. That's the only thing. But that girl, she be waving and everything.
And she's adorable. The people love her,
Mm-hmm.
you
So,
know. She's a
so
lovable kid.
I don't know where folks get that information from, but I don't see nothing wrong with them. But
So your social
I,
media, you can be, vicious.
yes, it can be cruel. But we just gotta
Hmm.
pray and keep on. But I'm just gonna keep on praying for Diddy. The old Diddy. At first I wasn't gonna get into Diddy, but now I feel so sorry. I thought about all that stuff that child did it. I said I'm
Yeah,
serious. But now they're gonna write a letter to the judge that they're afraid of Diddy. For all
yeah.
what you done to Diddy and he didn't do anything to you, why are you afraid now?
She ain't afraid. She don't want him out. Did he's even though he's in jail, if he
Mhm.
wanted something done to her, he could have it done.
Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, here, let me go back to this. I'm gonna change my screen real quick. I'm glad that you guys mentioned that. Let me change
Yeah,
my screen. I want you
so my
guys to
whole
look at
thing that
something.
tell us something, what he gonna do to you. But my whole thing, look how long y'all been apart. He ain't done it to you yet.
Absolutely.
Well, he
Come
had a
on
chance
now.
to. You know, he haven't had a chance to. So give him a chance.
No, but like you said, if he really wanted to do something to her, he could have been done something to Cass before he went to jail.
Okay.
Exactly. I mean, she filed the lawsuit. It wasn't. It was about a year later that he went to trial, right?
Yeah.
So in between that time when he was out, he could have had something done to her after she got all that money. He didn't do that.
But
Mhm.
okay, I'm gonna have a person come on to speak to that because see, I can't speak to that the way that this person can. But look at this. Look, you see this tattoo right here? Can y'all
Mhm.
see the screen? That's
Mhm.
Tupac.
Mhm.
This is Diddy's chest, and
That's a
this is a
skull.
yeah, this is a skull picture of Tupac. Remember,
Mhm.
Tupac wears his hair like that, right? I mean,
Mhm.
wear that bandana like that. You know how it
Mhm.
flange out like that. Now look at this skull face on Diddy's chest.
Mhm.
Okay, now look at the superimposed picture of him.
Mhm.
You see that? That's Tupac.
Mhm.
Diddy has a skull face of Tupac written up. I mean, you know, engraved on his or tattooed up on his chest like that.
So wait,
But
Mhm.
he,
this is a tattoo of Tupac on somebody's chest.
no, this is Diddy's chest right here. This is real Diddy's chest. I took the picture of and I just cropped it.
So where you
Look
get
at
the
the
picture from?
look at the skull.
I mean, where his face at?
That's his face right here. This is a skull. This is a tattoo
Wait,
picture of Tupac.
So you
but where did it?
you
Where did it face at?
Well, I cropped up Diddy's face.
so, okay,
Yeah,
so
because
okay, I see what you're saying. So if you put Diddy's Tupac's face over the skull,
Which is what you see right
it
here.
seems like it's the image of Tupac.
No, it
mm,
is because that's to how Tupac wears his bandanas.
mm.
And then let me go to this picture right here. See, look at Kim Porter with Tupac's and see that's the way that he wears his bandana.
Yeah, he always wore his bandana like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And they were all together, all of the boys, all her boys, and then
Mhm.
she wore the picture of Tupac on her shirt while they
Yeah,
were at some type of
she and Tupac were real close, and Diddy and Tupac were close too. And I don't know what happened, but they were close too. All of them were close.
well, if you go back and listen to Kim's memoirs and stuff, then that's how things had kind of like went sour and whatnot.
Mhm.
You see the reason I don't, the memoir is fake. So and no matter how much people say it, a lot of people still won't believe it because it's somebody just wrote a book and claims that they had access to Kim's diary. Her family is saying they don't even know this person.
Mhm.
Well,
So
but
me
see
too.
I mean,
what
everybody have to take it for what it is.
right, but what family is saying that because the kids didn't even know. The kids didn't even know their mama
No,
to that degree like that and stuff. Kim was a prostitute just like Cassie. Kim
they
did the same
her
shit just like
family.
Cassie.
It doesn't matter if her kids are saying it, if P. Diddy said it, if her mom, her dad said it. They said that is fake.
Mhm.
Well, I don't believe that is fake because it gave a lot more detail to what had
Why would
happened to.
Kim put her memoir in the hands of a stranger when she could give it to her best friend Kimora?
Well, she Kamora did have it.
No,
Go
this
back and
comes
Kamora
from
said
listen.
she didn't
Go
have it.
this comes from a man who
Man.
nobody knows.
Mhm.
Okay, so you guys have to go back and listen to it in its entirety because again, if you ever listen to it from start to finish in its entirety, Kim or this guy wasn't even around Diddy and all of them to know these intricate details that was expressed in this memoir.
So how did he get the memoir? He got it from Kim?
However he got it, it was very detailed and graphic.
All I'm
and
telling you is that this man was discredited. When the memoir first came out, he was discredited.
Well, it's amazing to me how Diddy had purchased the coffin for Kim a week before she died. It's amazing to me how when Jaguar Wright had expressed all of these people that was associated with Diddy and I'll Be Sure, everybody died except for I'll Be Sure. He was the only one who survived.
Yeah, I mean, even Al B. Sure has some things to say about Diddy,
right?
But
right.
even Al B. Sure's story is not standing up because if he's a living witness.
Well, who killed Kim Porter then? How in the hell did
Nobody.
she die?
She had pneumonia.
Oh my God! Wow.
Kim Porter died of pneumonia.
Incredible.
Well, it was told to me that Kim Porter had something wrong with her heart too. That's what I heard, and she had pneumonia. So, but I don't know, but that I keep telling him I don't know, but that killing stuff. I don't think that nobody dating her took him. I really don't.
So how did Biggie die then?
Biggie got shot.
Okay, so
Biggie got shot. How you think he died? He got shot.
Biggie got shot, but Biggie was leaving. Biggie got shot, but Biggie was leaving Diddy.
So just because he was leaving Diddy, that don't mean Diddy pulled the trigger.
Well, Diddy had something to do with his death.
But you got to understand how that beef started. Biggie had no business going to California. No business going to California. Tupac just got shot 6 months, killed 6 months before. He had no business going there. Don't boy, even if you got to understand in California, he had no business going to California first place. Tupac just lost his life. He know those boys in California were looking for him. They said one of those bad boys had to die.
But Tupac, but Diddy had orchestrated that though.
We don't know that. You just heard that from Gene Deal. You can't believe that Gene Deal said.
I didn't hear it from Gene Deal. I heard it from Brady.
Listen, I don't believe everything Gene Deal, Jack White, none of them said. You gonna have to. I'm gonna have to see it in black and white.
I didn't hear it from Gene Deal. I don't listen to Gene Deal. I heard it from
Brady. But my whole thing, Tupac had no business going to. I mean, that boy had no business going to California. His mama begged him not to go because he really supposed to went overseas. He had broken his leg, and his mama said, "Please don't go to you. You got problem with your leg." No, he jumped up. He wanted to go to the party, and he went over there with Puffy. Yeah. So he should have never went over there.
I'm going to have someone to come on to speak intimately about that because I don't know. I don't know all about that and things. It's
been rumored for years that Diddy had something to do with the death of Tupac and Diggy. What's his name?
Biggie.
What's his name? Biggie.
Well, even the guy who had killed,
multiple. Many
stated that Tupac that Diddy had paid him to do it.
Over 30.
But the one that in jail?
Yeah, the one in jail.
He talking about Keefe D.
Yeah, so why would he have to lie?
Well, Keefe D said that he was in the car when his nephew shot, but then they told me that Keefe D wasn't in the car. So I don't know.
Well, however that case may be, Keefe D had went on and said that Diddy had paid him $1 million and he never received that money. It was somebody
and now he's in jail. And now he's in jail. And now he said that Diddy didn't give it to him. So did Diddy give it to him? I find out did he give it?
Well, when did he say that Diddy didn't give it to him? When did that ever happen?
He trying to get out of it.
he played
He's in
himself.
jail now. He's trying to get out of it.
He went on Vlad TV. He went on the Feds channel.
Yeah, and he put on Fed Chat and said all that mess, and now he in jail and he trying to backtrack now.
And listen, after he finished, Vlad let him talk. After
Yep.
he finished, Vlad said, anything you say, whatever you say can be held against you.
Mhm.
Because he didn't have the kind of immunity from the case as like he thought.
So yeah,
A few days later, the FBI was at Keefe D house arresting him.
they picked him up. Mm-hmm.
So I tell any celebrity, if y'all go on Vlad TV and talk y'all business, guess what? He worked directly with the feds.
Yep.
Vlad TV is the feds.
He is the Fed, and Adam 22 too.
Oh yeah,
They
that's
all
a
the
fact.
Fed. Mm-hmm.
You got
So
all
okay,
these black men.
so then let me ask you guys a question then. So what is Diddy guilty of?
Being stupid. Being stupid for a woman.
That's it? That's all Diddy's guilty of is just being
we
stupid from a
don't
woman?
know all that stuff.
Listen,
We don't know.
I'm
We
not
really don't know
Well,
all
I
that
mean,
stuff.
it's amazing how you guys don't know all of the intricate details and stuff like that. For every question that
what
I ask, you
intricate
give an
detail?
answer to.
We constantly telling you, listen, I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm genuinely asking a question because I don't
So
follow
you
Hollywood like that.
questions.
You
I
guys
don't
seem
know
to know
Hollywood
way
like
more
that
than me.
either. You're asking questions about something. How long Biggie and Diddy, that my boy Tupac been dead? Almost 30 years now.
Mm-hmm.
If Diddy was guilty of killing Tupac and Biggie, the way they came from for the baby oil and the Astroglide, they would have came from 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm
His
a
name
I'm a
been out there for that. People
I'm a,
have
I'm
been
gonna have
saying that about
Brazy on because Brazy can explain
here.
it to you better than I can.
I take the same stance with Brazy because we're speaking on things that we can't prove.
Yep.
If the feds
Because
can't prove it,
how that
us
whole
little
thing started,
YouTubers definitely can't prove it.
all the boys were best friends. Tupac was best friend because Tupac used to live in New York, but he didn't move to the West
But
Coast.
see what I find striking though is that all of these
Document
people.
every documentary that I've ever watched about Tupac or Biggie's death. At the end of each of those documentaries, they said that it was the police that killed Biggie and Tupac. You ever heard that,
Yep.
Vanessa?
Yep. Yep.
No, I
Mm-hmm.
never heard it.
But see, Tupac, Biggie, and Puff, all of them were friends. What happened was Tupac was out there. Some boys came from West Coast. They was East Coast, and Biggie then was in the studio, and Tupac got robbed and got shot. And when Biggie then were upstairs, so oh my God, they went downstairs. So Tupac thought that Biggie had set the boys, Biggie and Puff had set the boys to rob him. That's how he got shot. That's how the whole thing started. It was the East Coast because we was hanging out up there. It was a big state. And from there on, stuff went down here. So I don't know who shot him. Because I wasn't there and when they went to
But see,
California.
what I'm saying is, what I find ironic is all of these people that's associated with Diddy is dying, and he's profiting off their deaths.
Yeah, but no, we won't. A lot of people gonna die.
The only person who ever said that was Jaguar Wright.
I mean,
that's where you're getting that bit of information from, because she's the only one who said that.
No, but he Diddy what? But it is true that the Diddy was affiliated with these people, right? And all of these people had died because Diddy in the beginning had set up some type of whatever that all of these people that had died was with.
Here's the thing: Al B. Sure is still saying he thinks that Diddy had something to do with what happened to him, where he was in a coma for I don't know how long. Okay,
Jamie Foxx has said the same thing.
I didn't hear Jamie Foxx say nothing about Diddy.
Jamie Foxx, I heard they said Jamie Foxx said Diddy didn't do it.
Jamie
Jamie
Foxx
Foxx,
caught a stroke. I
yeah,
just
he
saw
caught a stroke.
Jamie Foxx on one of
Yeah,
the
he had a
awards.
stroke. He said Diddy didn't do nothing to him.
Jamie Foxx caught a stroke. But again, social media takes things
Yep.
and they run with it. They create narratives. They make up stories about these stars. This man caught a stroke. Diddy didn't have nothing to do with that.
So who was all of these people that Diddy was associated with in the beginning that had passed away? Because Jaguar Wright
you gotta
had.
understand. You gotta understand.
I'm asking a question.
Yeah, but all those people passed away and Diddy was associated because the industry is not that. It's big in a way, but it's not that big. You don't have a 3 or 4 record label, so of course they're gonna be close to him. It's not like they have 50 record labels. You only have a 3 or 4 major
But how
record labels.
okay, so do you know in what manner did these people die?
Heavy D died. He was overweight. He had a heart attack coming out of his apartment in Las Vegas. Okay, that's Heavy D.
Those other two,
Okay.
Tupac and Biggie.
Tupac and Biggie got shot. So
okay, and then who was the other people who Jaguar Wright had mentioned?
You have
Albie Story. He's still living though. You talking about the one from Uptown? What his name? The black guy with the glasses.
I know who you're talking about, but I don't remember his name.
Yeah, I can't think of his name.
So all I'm trying to do is
he have cancer?
I'm trying to get
Didn't the guy with the glasses have cancer? Wasn't he terminally?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I can't think of his name. What is his name?
I'm trying to get I'm
no,
asking
Craig Mack, the one had cancer, right?
Right, Craig Mack.
Okay, so what I'm trying to do is, because I don't know this Diddy stuff, I don't know nothing about Diddy. I said that many times on my lives, and that's why I'm asking you guys questions.
You're not gonna learn the truth listening to Jaguar Wright, because she's a liar too.
But I'm asking the questions. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know nothing about Diddy. I don't know absolutely nothing about Diddy.
The thing with Albie Shore is he's a living witness. Okay, he claims that Diddy had something to do with his illness or condition or whatever, right? But he's a living witness. So why can't Albie Shore go and make some kind of report to the police station instead of getting on social media saying these things? Because social media, you can't help him.
Why hasn't that's what I'm saying. I don't know all about that. I'm asking you guys questions because I don't know.
I'm telling you. So is there any validity to what he's saying?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you guys questions.
There can't be none. There can't be none.
So my question is this again: what is Diddy guilty of? Because if everybody in social media and everybody in Hollywood and all of these people is bringing all of these
he's guilty of the Mann Act 2 times. That's what Diddy guilty of.
So that's it. So all of the civil suits that's brought up against him is just nefarious.
Well,
they haven't proved anything yet.
Have they been paid out? That's the thing. You can't just go by, okay.
I'm not going by. I'm asking you questions. What is it that you guys don't understand? I keep telling you, I have no clue as to what's what. So why do you guys keep insinuating or keep thinking that I'm asking questions or believing these people when I'm asking you your opinion about what's going on with Diddy?
I'm trying to tell you, because you see, there have been a lot of civil suits that came about. But if you go research the case files, you're going to see a lot of those civil suits have been dismissed. If not all of them. Because we have people who doing like what Miss Vanessa said, who's doing the domino effect. Cassie came out with her lawsuit. Okay, well, I could get some money too. you know, and they filing these frivolous lawsuits against these people. And they're getting caught because the lawsuits are being dismissed.
So again, I'm asking the question: what is Diddy guilty of? Diddy is only guilty of those two charges, right? Nothing else in the world.
He's listen. I don't know what else Diddy guilty of, but I can tell you what he was convicted of, and that is the Mann Act times 2. If he did some other illegal things in his life, it could never be proven. Therefore, he was never charged. Therefore, he is not guilty of those things. Now,
okay, that's fair enough.
He did these things and he got away with it, he really didn't get away with it because they got somebody who sit high and look low. You don't get away with nothing. So whatever he's guilty of that the public don't know about, he gonna get his just due for it. But I'm not gonna get online and say Diddy is guilty of killing Tupac and Biggie. I'm not gonna get online and say that Diddy had anything to do with L.B. Sure getting sick and almost losing his life, because it can't be proven.
Because I feel like this.
Been proven, the charges would have been brought up. Murder, there's no statute of limitations on murder.
Well, I never got online to say that the man was guilty. I've just got online just to ask questions
you asked
about
me what he was guilty of. I'm trying to explain to you.
No, I get it. You explained that to me. I accept that. I get it.
We don't know. We only can say what he guilty. The Mann Act. That's it. The rest of it, until they can prove it, he ain't guilty.
Okay, well then that's fair enough. You know, that's all I ask. I mean, you know, like I said, I don't know the man. I never knew the man.
An accusation is not a charge. It's just an accusation.
Right, and that's why I asked you, because you guys know more than I do. I don't know the man. I never covered anything about him. That's why I never really talked about him, because I don't know nothing about him, his music, what he's did, his lifestyle, who he dated, who he lived with, who he, nothing. That's why I'm asking you guys for your opinion. It's not that when I'm asking you, I'm not saying that I believed anything that the people said, because I said many times in my lives, I don't know Diddy. I don't know nothing about his life other than hearing all of these things of what the people are saying about him.
Right.
And so now finally I got somebody who can give me some insight as to, who this character is, what his life was like. How was he, I don't have no clue. I never took no stance up against him, man, because how can I when I don't even know him? I just hear all of this stuff of what everybody is saying and things, and all I'm just doing is just asking a question. That's it.
He's guilty of the Mann Act time 2. He's guilty of being stupid for women who really don't want him and who want to play him for his money. I hope he realizes that he was used by Cassie and all the other women.
Now, and see, the thing is, if every YouTuber in this world will ever listen to this live and how you guys are humanizing him, man, that's powerful, because you all are speaking with a mother's heart. While everybody is vilifying him, you guys are speaking with a mother's heart.
I mean, this week, and that's what we're supposed to do until you can prove to me that he set them up, or he pulled the trigger, or he paid somebody. I'm gonna have to say he's innocent.
Well, I have no stance on it, one way or the other, because like I say, I don't know the man. I never knew the man. I never met him. I don't listen to his music. I don't know what accomplishments he's ever did in life. I don't know nothing about him other than what
Mhm.
the people are consistently keep saying. So I can't say I believe it, and I can't say I don't believe it. I don't have
Mhm.
no sense whatsoever.
What is his accomplishments?
I don't
Deleon,
know.
The Rock, Revolt TV, Sean John Close. What else? What else he contributed? His
What is that?
music from the rap, his music in the rap industry. He is rap. He
Yeah,
is the
Revolt.
industry.
He had
Revolt
to step
TV.
down from Revolt. He had a lot of. Then he had got a lot of stuff.
Did he sing? Did he rap?
He was a
He was
rapper, but then he came executive producer.
producer. Uh-huh.
And how did he become executive producer?
Well, he had his own label.
Well,
How did he have that? Because he was just a
first he
black
gra-
belt with no money, right?
Well,
well,
guess what?
did
He been grinding for 30 years, and this is the thing. This is the thing that threw the people off when they said that this was an enterprise
mm-hmm,
for that RICO charge.
mm-hmm.
And I'ma say, even though those jurors say they didn't know about his music, they knew about his music. Most of them probably seen the hustle over the years, how Diddy came up in that rap game. So
Yeah, yeah,
they knew this was a legitimate label. But with the RICO charge was trying to make it an illegitimate label.
mm-hmm. Well,
You
did he
understand?
graduate from Howard? Did he graduate from Howard University? Left from Howard University. He used to run the paper thing up there in D.C. and stuff and all that crazy stuff. That's long story. I ain't gonna get into mama business. And Diddy was a little paper boy, and then Diddy took and went to Uptown, and he worked at Uptown. They fired him. Diddy started his own label, and the man from Uptown came work for Diddy. Yeah, just leave it alone. He
Well,
built his own stuff
how did he start his own label? Where did
because he was
Clyde
working
Davis
for
come in?
Uptown, and he got his own money. He got money, and then he took and started his own label. He brought people, put them underneath for him, and Biggie and all them. That's how he did that.
He was a musician first.
Yeah, he started
He
his
was
own stuff.
actually making music.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Okay,
and
so
then
where does Clyde
and
Davis
then
come into the picture?
well, I don't know how Clyde David. Maybe that's just somebody he know in the industry.
See, you have
Because
to
I don't think
understand. See
Clyde
how it
David
go
had
like this.
anything to do with Diddy's
See how it go
labels
like
or
that.
anything like that.
When Diddy went work for Uptown, you gotta understand. Uptown Corporation is underneath Clyde David Corporation. Clyde David is connected to Atlantic. That's how those record
So
labels are.
Diddy was an intern,
Yeah, he was an intern
probably
at Uptown. Hmm.
right for Clive Davis.
Yeah,
That's the connection.
Okay,
and see,
so
all those
Mariah had said that Clyde Davis gave him money.
Clyde David get who money?
Did he?
Clyde David
Well,
get a
I
lot of
don't.
people money. So I mean, Diddy was an intern for Uptown. So maybe he
But
did. We don't know.
okay, so didn't what wasn't someone president of a company and then he ended up getting fired and then did he end up being the president or something?
No, Diddy left Uptown and start his own label. Did they fired Diddy left there, start his own label, and the guy can't think of his name. He got fired, and then he went work for Diddy. I think that's how it went. I don't something like that.
Diddy Diddy is 30 years in the game.
Yep.
He okay, so
Diddy
so
been making money, Edward.
Mariah
Yeah, Diddy
said
been
that he
making.
was with
I'm gonna tell you, Diddy always been a hustler ever since before he went there, honey.
I'm
When he
just
was
trying to
when he
figure out how did he get his stance, and where does Clyde Davis come in at? Because
Well,
people
we
are
just
saying,
explained it to you. He was an intern for Clive Davis.
okay,
And if Clyde Davis loaned him some money, that wouldn't be unusual.
yeah.
so
But he
there
didn't
was
stay
so
there.
you guys don't believe that there was no nefarious haps going on with Clyde Davis and Diddy.
Listen,
I don't think
and you see,
so.
this is the thing. This is the thing. People you know, we none of us, nobody on the
I
internet knows,
understand what
unless you was
I
in
understand what
yeah,
the
unless
people.
you was
I'm just
in that
asking the
circle,
question because I genuinely
unless
don't
you was
know.
actually in the circle to tell the story about Clive Davis and P. Diddy. You don't know what happened between these two men.
That's why I'm asking the
All
question.
we know is what
I'm
we can
asking you
prove
guys.
that was out in the public for the public to see. And that was that he was an intern, that he worked for Clive Davis.
Yeah.
Up until the point to where he left and then he started his own label. Diddy
Yeah,
been making Diddy got
because
Diddy money ain't new money. It's old money.
old money. Yep. And that
Diddy,
man,
Diddy is 30 years, 30 some odd years in the game.
Yep. And the guy that he used to work for when he first went to Uptown is Andrea Herrera, I think his name. Andrea Herrera. That's who did it work for at Uptown.
Nah, maybe he has some shady, shiesty business deals going on. That could be possible. Could it? Because it has been said that he swindled a lot of people out of money.
Mm-hmm.
But
But
there was
still,
a lot of
I don't know that for sure.
there was a lot of artists that had said that he didn't give them their masters.
Yeah, I heard about a few, and then recently, I believe he gave a few people their masters back. You know,
Okay, so
but I
there's some
mean,
validity to that then.
Yeah, but that's Diddy. See, a lot of people want to put that on Diddy, and I'm not helping out for Diddy, but all the records label like that. That's why they tell you that when you join the record label like that, you got to know what you signing. But see,
exactly.
now
Why do you
things
think they have
things
so
is
many
not.
independent artists now?
Yeah,
Because
now you don't have to worry about that because back in the days you had to sign with a record label in order to sell your music, whatever. But now you don't have to do that. You get to put
Yeah,
everything on the
but see,
internet.
Prince and
Prince,
Michael Jackson was
Prince,
telling you
that,
about the industry many
that's
Yes,
times
exactly
yes,
over.
what I was going to say. So that's been
yeah.
going on.
They've been going on for a while, you know.
Those record labels been swindling their artists out of money. You
But
know,
everybody want to make like Diddy was the only one was doing it. All of them were doing it. They would give them no deals like that, no bad deals. And that's up to you if you don't have sense enough to read the bottom line and sign your name where the correct line there.
Well, I mean, but when you are a young artist and you're coming up and stuff, you're going to do the various things that you need to do in order to make it. Now, let's
and
get
that's how
on
they
this
get
point.
played.
Let's get on this point right here. There was a young lady who was working for Diddy, who she just happens to walk in, and she said that there was a young man that was giving fellatio to Diddy.
There won't nobody but Jack Raw Wright said she knows. She said the secretary, some secretary told her that. See, Jack, you got to stop that because Jack Raw Wright said somebody told her that. I don't like that stuff somebody else told you.
Or
Jaguar,
see,
right?
hey, like I said, I don't know. I'm asking the question. So
And
it,
Chris,
you know,
and did you hear what Christopher told? Christopher already sent a message to her. She keep it up. He gonna take her to court. And I don't blame
Yeah.
our Christopher. I'll take her right to court. Now.
You see how she shut up about Jay-Z, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Jay-Z put it out there, baby. You keep talking about me, I'm bringing you into court. I guarantee you she changed her story when she said Jay-Z had her pinned down to the
okay.
bed
So
and put
now
a gun to her head.
let's go with Gene Deal because Gene Deal was the one who said that Diddy had sent Usher to the hospital.
Yeah, he said a lot of things, Gene Deal, but
He
I
said that,
believe
but
that
Usher
Gene
said it
Deal,
wasn't true. So
I believe
I don't
that
know.
Gene Deal is secretly jealous of Diddy.
Yep.
So
You know,
so
because
so
he's
so
another one
why
who
is it
knew so
then
much
why is
that
it
the
then that
FBI never
Usher had
even talked
stated
to
that
him.
he's seen the lifestyle and he would never allow his kids to come and go
Well,
to
he
a
said
Diddy?
it because he's seen it, and he never would allow his children to go to Diddy's house. That's
So
what he
it's
Like I
said.
told
something.
you, I seen the lifestyle too. I didn't stay with it, but I would never allow my two daughters be in it. I made sure they both were ready to go to college. I told them that the music industry, all that stuff was not for them. Because I know my daughters would have never made it.
Okay, so why did Justin Bieber then go on and said, he has been exhibiting this type of depression behavior and stuff. And when every time it was come to Diddy, he will always try to stay away from him and things.
Well, that's
And
what
then
people told you.
he even said it in all of his songs and stuff.
But no, what song he said? I need to listen to that.
That
think
song
Justin
was
Bieber.
an AL generated song. That wasn't even Justin Bieber's voice.
But
Yeah,
but
but
Justin
I think
Bieber,
Justin Bieber
had exhibit depression when it comes down to Diddy, and he kept
Who
saying
told you?
that. You can
Justin-
see it. Nobody had to tell you that. You can clearly see that the boy was depressed.
I think Justin Bieber had that problem since he was a child. You got to understand. And so by him getting into
I
the
don't
music,
understand it. That's why I'm asking you, because I'm only just going by and telling you what the people had said. Because I already told you many times over. I don't know what the fuck happened to Justin Bieber. I don't know what the fuck that happened to Usher and things like that. You guys seem to know every goddamn thing. So understand what I am asking you. So when I'm asking you on the premise that give me some goddamn information. Don't even sit here and think that I know that I'm believing every goddamn thing these people are saying. God damn it. Listen to what I'm
told you that
saying.
nothing happened, but you don't want to believe it. We don't know anything.
But you acting like you do know every goddamn thing. If you don't know any goddamn thing, shut the fuck up then.
Oh, hold on.
I just asked you something. God damn. Every goddamn thing I ask you guys, you all the time make it seem like, well, everybody's saying this and that and the other and like that. I just told you, I don't know what the fuck happened to these people.
Don't start cursing at us. Okay, calm the temper down. Calm it down. We're not gonna have this kind of conversation. Okay, because you can get your point across without cussing us out. You got to remember.
Like I said before,
Kool-Aid is on your panel.
Like I said before, you guys are making it seem like I know every goddamn fucking thing, and every time that I ask you something, you guys all this time saying, well, you can't just believe everything everybody's saying. I told you I don't know what the fuck happened to these people. That's why I'm asking you.
You asking us, and I'm telling you, I've never seen Justin Bieber say anything about Diddy.
I said that Justin Bieber had exhibited depression whenever he talks about Diddy. He was in a very depressed stage. His mama even talked about that. He talked about that. Everybody in the industry talked about that.
Okay, we're not gonna go with what the industry is saying. Let's go with what Justin Bieber said. Because I'm gonna
clearly see it.
I'm gonna believe him before any YouTuber that's saying that Justin Bieber is depressed because of Diddy. But if Justin Bieber is saying that, then I can say, okay, he has a problem with Diddy. Now, what that problem is, I can't tell you because I ain't never been around Justin Bieber and Diddy. You understand what I'm saying? That's the point that we're trying to get across to you. These YouTubers are putting these information out like if they in these people's real lives, and they are not. They are creating narratives and stories about these people to sell to the people on the internet. They don't know anything to be 100% factual about these people's personal lives.
Justin Bieber has been going through some type of depression.
Okay, well, if you have depression, then maybe the doctor has diagnosed him with depression. But
and
the cause
Justin,
of depression,
Bieber had clearly said out of his own mouth in things because he was talking about the people in the industry. He's been talking in code. He's been going through the same thing that Michael Jackson has been going through forever and a day. You can clearly see it in his mannerisms and everything.
Michael Jackson didn't talk in code. Michael Jackson called out the record label to their face. Mm-hmm. He didn't mince his words. Neither did Prince. Why you think Prince had so many names? He went from Prince to, some symbols and stuff. Because, he understood that these record labels were taking all of their money They couldn't even make money off of their own masters. They tried to get
And that's
this
why he went
information
on
out.
and did all of that stuff. That's why he changed his name and things. And
Yeah,
he kept telling the people that. But
absolutely. They
Michael
tried to
Jackson has been talking in code, because Michael Jackson had even told his daughter and things. He had left word with his daughter. He had left bodyguards with his daughter because he said that the people was going to take advantage of you. And so these are the things that you need to do, and these are the things that you need not to do. I watched the documentary of what happened to Michael Jackson, and it was
He told
stated
that
that
to, okay, his daughter
yes,
was
he
how
told
old?
that to
7 or
his
8?
daughter.
What her name is? Paris. I believe Paris was about 7 or 8 when Michael Jackson died.
Mm-hmm.
He had that conversation with her.
It was a documentary about Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson had left a letter to her,
Okay.
and in that letter, it stated all of these things of what you need to avoid.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what she did to this very day. That's
Is
why,
she really?
yeah,
Because she has about 1,000 tattoos on her.
Thank you.
Claiming to be
Look.
a model.
Yeah, and look,
having
and
sex
don't
with all
forget she
kind of
getting ready.
different people. Is she
Don't
really?
forget she getting ready to marry that crazy dude, that rock star. I said Michael have a fit if she
Yeah.
find out she might get ready to marry that man.
She didn't listen to Michael at all.
She ain't listening. Nope. Getting ready to marry that man. Michael will have a fit if he knew that.
well, he still has this 60-year-old bodyguard that is protecting her to this very day.
60?
Yeah,
What bodyguard he had?
And
They don't have the same bodyguard.
yes, she does.
No, she don't.
Yes,
They have a different bodyguard.
No, I just seen the thing the other day that
Wow.
it's this bodyguard that was in Michael Jackson's camp that is still protecting her today. It's an old black man.
Mhm.
Oh
Well, I
well.
hope he can run fast. But I say, again, I'm gonna go back to saying we'll never really know that lifestyle because we're not in it. These people live totally different than the average people.
And like I said,
I'm
when
just
they
trying to
have
get
money
some
like that,
clarity.
you can't tell them what to do.
I'm just trying to get some clarity as to because, like I said, I don't know the people. I don't know Diddy, and I
None
don't
of us,
know, all
you
of this
know.
stuff. I'm just only bringing up all of this stuff that was stated and just trying to get people's opinion as to what is what. I'm never, like I said before, I don't know the man, never knew the man, never met the man. I don't have an opinion one way or the other. I'm not believing nobody because I don't know the man. And so, everything that I'm bringing up, it ain't like I'm believing what they're saying. I'm
You
just
just
trying to get clarity as to what's what. This is why I don't talk about Hollywood because I don't know Hollywood. You know, I don't know Usher, Biggie Smalls, Tupac. I never listened to their songs. I don't listen to their music. It took me all the way into my 50s before I found out who Patti LaBelle was. I heard her name, but I never know who she was. And if I saw her, I couldn't even tell you who Patti LaBelle was and things. This is how
Yeah.
much I follow Hollywood. I don't listen to all of that madness. And
Mhm.
people find that strange, but it ain't strange to me because I don't endorse the madness. I don't watch the Academy Awards. I don't watch the Oscars. I don't watch the American Awards. I don't go to all of these different concerts. I don't watch Beyonce, Jay-Z, and whoever or whatever and things. So I couldn't even tell you who these people are.
Yeah.
I don't listen to their music. You don't even see me driving down the street listening and turning up that beat bop crap in that rapping stuff and things like that. I don't listen to it.
Mhm.
You know, so it's just like a kid in a whole new world, because when I hear all of this stuff about all of these different people and I hear all of these different names and things, I'm like, well, god damn, this is so damn interesting, because I never even focused upon none of that madness,
Right.
you know. So when if you guys was to tell me or play a song and stuff and say, well, this is the artist, I'll be like, okay, and what does that mean? I don't know them. I just hear all of these names and things, and by this Diddy trial coming out, and by the what's that guy's name? Who was on trial at one point? What's that guy's name? He was just on trial back in Atlanta.
Who?
That guy who was on trial back in Atlanta. They was doing a recall.
Oh, Young Thug.
Yeah, Young Thug. I didn't even know who Young Thug was.
Me too.
So when I start to tune into all of this stuff, I'm just like, I'm overwhelmed, because I'm listening to all of this and that and this and that, and I'm kind of like, oh, well, damn, this is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But I live all of my life, and it's not like I haven't heard the songs. I can't even tell you even the lyrics of any song. I don't even know the titles of these songs. I know these people by first name basis or something, or you can say Michael Jackson or Prince or Whitney Houston or I'll Be Sure or whatever like that. I really don't know them, but I heard their names and things. I couldn't even tell you what Whitney Houston had sung. I couldn't even tell you what R. Kelly had sung.
Yeah.
I just know, okay, well, it's this guy named R. Kelly who's supposed to have been out there, who's supposed to did all of this crazy stuff. But if you ever tell me name one song that he's ever sung, I couldn't even tell you, because I just know, okay, well, it's this guy out there named R. Kelly, and he has been convicted, and that's
I know
about as much as I know of
we
him.
used to sing "I Believe I Could Fly" in the church all the time in the choir.
And who sung that?
R. Kelly.
Well, see, I didn't even know that.
And I know "I Believe I Can Fly."
Yeah, I know the song to a certain degree.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I didn't even know R. Kelly made that song.
I don't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind.
Yeah, well, I heard that song too, but I couldn't even tell you who had made that song.
That's R. Kelly.
Okay. Well, see, you guys may find it. You guys may find it strange, but like I say, I lived my life, but I didn't live my life in Hollywood. I didn't live my life looking at the music awards and listening to all of these different people and things like that.
I didn't either, but I'm a lover of music.
I am too, but gospel music.
I'm a lover of all music.
Well,
so
I'm not.
Some of their music. Now I can tell you, I was never a Diddy fan, because I don't think Diddy is talented in that way. He's not a good rapper to me, but he's a good executive producer. He could see the talent and bring it out of you.
So who did Diddy produce?
Who was under Diddy's label of Vanessa?
Biggie, Craig Mack,
Biggie,
Mace,
Craig Mack, Faith Evans.
Mace.
Who?
A whole bunch of them. Yeah.
Faith Evans, Mace, Mary
Craig
J.
Mack.
Blige.
Yeah. He had a couple of girl groups.
Yeah. So he had a good eye for talent. And that's what made him his money. Because if he would have stayed rapping, I don't think he would have made it like that.
No.
And see, and all of those people who you had mentioned, I don't even know. I just heard their names. I couldn't even tell you one song that they sung.
Well, yeah, he has some good people under his marriage. He's still going strong, kicking that leg to the side, you know, on them same songs from years ago.
Yeah, that's why I find this Diddy thing amazing because here it is, this person who you call a mogul, a producer and things, and he did this and that and the other, and I'm just hearing, I'm hearing the mother's heart from you all, but then I'm hearing all of this salacious madness from all of everybody else, and I'm kind of like, well, goddamn, if this boy had did all of this, he must be a monster. But then the way
Well,
that you guys are making, picturing him and stuff, I'm kind of like, well, shit, this guy got a heart.
because he ain't a street monster. I don't think nobody's a street monster. You know what I mean? I think people have triggers. I think some people deal with anger issues, but I don't think anybody is a monster.
Well,
I think
see, Diddy has
everybody
so.
can be redeemed.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, and we are women, and we might be two of the few women who will speak about Cassie in this way, because that Me Too movement will come after you if you go after a victim. But I got a
Okay,
victim,
so
especially of sexual assault. But I have a
what
problem
is the Me
with
Too movement?
it's a bunch of women in an organization that comes out and attack men when they think that they have sexually assaulted a woman. They come and stand in their defense. They did it with R. Kelly, you know. But ask the question why they didn't do it in this case. Where was the Me Too movement in this case with P. Diddy?
They don't have one no more. I think that lady ran off with. I heard that lady ran off with the money.
Oh, really?
I heard that the lady, remember that black woman that was sponsored that Me Too, whatever. All right, between you and her son got into the same trouble that R. Kelly got in. Ain't nobody talking about it.
Get out of here.
Yep.
You talking
So that's
about
why
with
you
the
don't
one,
hear no more about that.
the one
But
with
I was
the
gonna tell you
bad
that.
acting?
Yeah, Diddy got long money. Cause do you remember 112 used to be underneath of them? Total used to be underneath them. Remember the locks?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Diddy money ain't new money. Diddy money
And
is old money.
Carl Thomas were underneath of him. Marlo Wine were underneath. Diddy should be. Yeah, he's supposed to have money. He had so many people underneath him that made him some money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that lady from Me Too movement. Yes, you don't hear nothing, and it's so sad because after they got those girls to set up R. Kelly, because
Mm-hmm.
R. Kelly did do some of those things, but some of those things he didn't do, and they supposed to get those girls TV shows. We're gonna make sure those girls had Section 8, and gonna set those girls up. They didn't do none of that.
On
And
Section 8.
one of the girls that they
But they
promised
was
Section
living in
8,
R. Kelly mansion.
huh?
I says they was gonna set them up in some Section 8 housing when they was living in
Yep.
R. Kelly's mansion.
And so the girl that they supposed to get the Section 8, now she said she coming back, and she said she gonna tell them that that wasn't true. The government told her to say it. I said somebody gonna get themselves in a lot of trouble.
So what happened with R. Kelly?
They claimed that
They got
he
him. They
was messing
got him
with
on
young
the RICO
girls or
charge.
something.
So was
They
that
got
ever
him on the
proven?
RICO charge too, but it was dealing with young girls.
Well,
But the thing
was that
about it,
true?
well, he had these young girls in his house. Those last one, Azrael, and what's the other one name?
Jocelyn.
Jocelyn.
Well,
The
okay.
last,
So how young was they?
When he met Jocelyn, when Jocelyn was 19, 20, she was in college.
Okay, so she's that age.
And they tried to say Azrael was 18 when he met R. Kelly, but they tried
Okay,
to say she
and
was
she was
17.
that age.
But they said I don't know. So, but the
they
mothers is
they claim that he had kidnapped them. He had them tied out in the house, had them walking around with uniforms and things like that, not feeding them. But when you see these girls in public, they all dressed to the T, walking down Hollywood Boulevard, going to these expensive stores.
But how could he be messing with underage and these people were at age?
These
because
parents, I
because the
believe one
parents.
of them was young, and the mother, I think it's the dark skinned one. She was younger.
Azarel,
And
she from Maryland, and what happened was R. Kelly came here, and R. Kelly had a show. The girl had just broke up with her boyfriend, and she was going through depression. So her mom and dad talked them to having her go backstage with R. Kelly. So
right,
she and a bunch of girls went backstage and they autographed and whatever. So they said she could sing. She could sing a little. So the mom and dad told R. Kelly they would like to help her with the music. So
Wait, but
that's how the girl
how
got in
did the
touch.
mother and dad get access to R. Kelly in the first
well,
place?
guess what? The
They went to
parents
the
gave them access.
they went to the show in Maryland.
After the
So
little girl went to the R. Kelly wanted to meet with the little girl. The parent put her on a flight.
put her on a
R.
flight and
Kelly,
sent her to the hotel.
that's right. So to me, these parents should have been on trial too, along with R. Kelly. But when these girls got to R. Kelly house, they liked the lifestyle.
They like R. Kelly was giving them R. Kelly was giving them girl $5,000 a week, and just to go and do what they want to do. When that girl got 21, this is how it started. She was sending money home. When she got to that certain age, she and her mama got into it, and she wouldn't send her no more money, and that's when it all went
the
down.
charges came.
Yep.
And you know the ironic thing about it, I could understand this coming from a single parent home. Both of these girls had daddies.
Yep, both of them had daddy, but the daddy was in on it too.
I know. That's why I say the parents should have went down with it. And in reality, if you think about it, because they even brought up his past, something that he was acquitted of with the young girl that they claim he peed on. Remember that?
Yeah, but they claimed that the first time they went to court, the girl said that wasn't her.
Exactly.
That's the one with the Section 8. She had said years ago that wasn't her. It was this other chick, and they was this chick, but the chick looked young. I heard that the chick supposed to have been married. Well, the girl father was playing in the band with R. Kelly, and the girl said it wasn't her. Then when this came back, the government talked her into it, and then she got back on the stage in Chicago and said it was her. Now she want to come back and tell everybody that the government told her to say it. So so now R. Kelly got new lawyers, so we don't know what's going to happen with that.
But the thing about it was he was acquitted, so you can't get tried twice on the same thing.
Yeah, but see, he was acquitted. He was acquitted for the first time, but then somehow the government brought it back and got the Mann Act for traveling her back and the girl back and forth.
Not only on the Mann Act, but the RICO charge too.
RICO card.
And then you had R. Kelly's wife who was in on the stuff. She want to talk about the little dancer. I forgot her name.
What her name? Drill. Somebody.
Yeah. That she was a victim. No, you was a victim. You wasn't a victim. You was a co-conspirator. Because
she was a victim. Because the girl, the same girl that said that she was supposed to get Section 8, she got into court and told them that R. Kelly's wife slept with her.
Yeah. But again, he's the only one that went to jail on a RICO charge.
Yep.
I'm telling y'all, I said that I had a conversation with another YouTuber years ago. When they got R. Kelly on that RICO charge, I said, look out. I said, because now they're going to the music industry with the RICO charge. They're fixing to take a lot of them down. Because it was easy for them to take R. Kelly down under a RICO charge.
But
how come you think, and I'm glad Young Thug took the at the end of the trial that he trusted the judge to make the decision for him. You understand? Instead of the jury. because the jury would have found him guilty. But the judge in the case understood that it was a bogus case.
Yep.
So at the end of that trial, when those district attorneys said they made it, they had came in with, you remember they had stopped the trial for a few days, and then the district attorneys they was plea bargaining. They said it was gonna give him probation on a charge like that. That smart judge said, when he put his fate in the hands of that judge and pleaded his case, at the end of it, that smart judge said, well, since the prosecution said they was going to give you probation, you're going home today. I ain't even playing with them bitches like that. That judge there, the white woman who came in on the end, not the black man, because he was all for the prosecution. He wanted to see those young boys go down. He knew there wasn't no RICO charge.
Yeah.
Young Thug refused to say that his label was an enterprise. He refused to the end, and he didn't, because it was a legitimate music label.
Yep. Because if he had went along with them, they would have took their record label, all his money,
Everything. So, again, for those celebrities, y'all better watch out, because the government coming for y'all under the RICO charges.
Yep.
But how did R. Kelly get charged with the RICO Act and convicted of the RICO Act if he's the only one who has been charged?
Well, he didn't have no good lawyers, and he didn't have a good jury. A jury convicted him. And he had a bad history. His thing wasn't like what's going on with Puff. This was dealing with younger girls, right? Even though these girls were of age at the time the trial went on, they were a few years younger at the time they were living with him. But the thing I didn't like about it is those parents put their children in the hands of R. Kelly. When he got on Gayle King and said that what he said, he was telling the truth. Parents signed papers, put their kids on flights to go to this man's house. Now, think about it. As a woman and a mother, even though time has passed, this musician come to you and say, okay, I see your child got talent. Let me work with him. Knowing his past, even though he was acquitted of the crime, would you have let your child go into a man who was accused of peeing on and raping a 12-year-old?
No.
I wouldn't have never done nothing like that.
Nope.
No.
But money, people do all kinds of things for money. I caught the chills when I said that. Because what parent, what mother or father that really loved their children would let their child go with somebody like R. Kelly?
It's a lot of mothers out here like that. Some of these mothers out here like that, honey, they didn't make it in the world and didn't get to reach their goal or whatever. So they trying to live through their kids. I'm telling you.
Right. And they're hurting their children.
And they're hurting them.
But these girls were not hurt, because when they got to the house, they liked it, the lifestyle.
Oh, yeah, they loved it.
They didn't want to go back home. We seen these parents getting on TV pleading for, R. Kelly to let their children go. They were never held captive. They said themselves that they didn't want to go back home.
But they were at age, right?
Well, yeah. At the time the trial came along.
Yeah, they were at age. Yeah.
R. Kelly was in jail, and they were still living in at the Trump Towers. They were laid up in the Trump Towers while living off of R. Kelly's money at the Trump Towers. Going shopping on Beverly Hills and Rodeo Drive.
Yeah.
Wow.
You think they would have
There's a
want to
lot
go
of
back
stuff
to
going. That's why I said these black men. I hate to say it, these black guys. They better start to tighten up and get you one lady and shut your mouth.
Oh yeah, because let me tell you something. These cases is opening a Pandora's box for
Yeah.
Hollywood. We're gonna see more RICO charges coming up a lot against a lot of celebrities.
So who do you guys think is next? Because
Oh,
remember, I'm going with the government said. The government had said that they have a list of celebrities that they're going after. Now, Diddy thing is, already been tried and done and stuff. So who's next?
The government. I'm gonna tell you how the government. I'm gonna tell you how. I want you to listen to tell you how the government work. The government gonna tell you they got a list. They ain't got no list. This is for you. They'll tell you they got a list, and they want somebody else to open the door for them. And they'll say, "Well, we got a list. They got all these people." So then people get on YouTube, start talking about this person did this, and then these guys get up there and brag about this and brag about this. And see, that's how they make that list. They ain't got no list. But I'm gonna tell you who they trying to bring down now. T.I. and Tiny.
Oh yeah,
That stuff done came back up now. That girl that what her name? What is that girl name?
I don't know who that is.
What is you T.I. and Tiny? They from Atlanta. It came back up again. What is that child name? They throw it out of court one time. Now she done brought it back up again, and she want to. I think what is her name? It'll come to me in a little bit. Yeah, T.I. and Tiny coming back up now.
What is the accusation?
Same thing. Freak off, almost like a freak off thing. She claimed that T.I. was going to the club and bringing girls back there. Her and Tiny were doing 3 and 4 something with, and T.I. spoke up, said if he dated that thing, everybody was old enough and they knew better or whatever. So, but they had thrown it away, but they're coming back up again. And see what happened was T.I. and Tiny have a girl group, and they sued that girl group and end up winning that $80 million. And now that other girl trying to come back and sue. So it's a big old man.
Yeah, it's always about the money.
Yep, always about the money.
So what does T.I. and Tiny do?
T.I. is a rapper. Tiny is a singer. She sing with Escape.
Escape.
Candy Brewer. And what's the other girls' names?
Latasha.
Yeah, and her sister.
And her sister.
So yeah. they're the next ones that we should be looking out for.
Well, it already started. I don't know if they're gonna make it or not. But what the other guy got it. What is it? I can't think of that lawyer name.
Just let it not be Tony Busby, because he's a scammer.
Yeah, yeah. Said they got T.I. and Tiny. They said hit with sex trafficking. So.
Wow. Oh yeah. I saw that today.
Yeah, I think that girl named Sabrina Peterson. She the one who brought it back.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that today. I didn't know who they was, so I was like, well, okay. So I'm gonna be looking into what's going on with them.
It's all about money.
So much.
It's all about money. It's all about money. But you know what? It's all about money. And the ones that try to bring each other down, it's our own people. That's the bad thing about it.
That's crazy.
That's the bad thing about
it. They're slandering these stars' names in the YouTube streets and all over social media, and they don't know these people for real. They putting salt on these people's name. They're making the government look at these people. They causing investigations to happen.
Okay, so I got a question for you. Is Oprah Winfrey out the country?
No,
I don't know. Why would she?
She in the country. She in the country. She not out the country.
So what about this lady, Ellen DeGeneres? Is she out the country?
What did
Yeah,
Oprah do?
Ellen and I think Ellen moved. Didn't Ellen girlfriend died or something?
Did she?
The girl Portia did Portia die? Her girlfriend?
Come on, Mama. I don't know.
So okay, so they said that Ellen DeGeneres had left the country. They say that that girl who was married to Kim Porter's friend, he had left the country. I can't think of his name. What's his name? Well, you guys know who I'm talking about, right?
No.
You know Kim Porter's best friend, that girl.
Oh,
You
her husband,
Yeah, I can't
Run,
think of his
Run
Russell
DMC.
Simmons. Russell
talking
Simmons.
about Russell Simmons.
Russell Simmons, yeah.
Yeah. So what happened with Russell Simmons?
Yeah,
He
but
got
Russell been
he got
out of the
charged,
country.
almost got charged, and he left from around here.
He almost got. So did he get charged or did he not?
I guess they were
But
gonna bring him in, but he left.
he did the right thing.
Mhm.
Take your money and get away from here.
So what was he about to get charged for?
Young girl, some
I'm
girls,
not sure. I never really followed Russell Simmons. I don't know nothing about Russell.
somebody tried to claim him or something, so he left.
Okay, so it must be true then, right? He left.
I don't know.
I mean, you would think that that's admission of guilt. You know, I mean, if nothing was happening, then why would he want to leave and just up and leave the country?
Yeah. I don't know. She gone.
Yeah, you could look at it that way.
I mean, you know, so Ellen DeGeneres, they said that she left because the guy who was with her on her shows all the time, he ended up dying, and they said
Hmm.
that she had something to do with it, so that's why she left.
Mm.
He killed himself though, didn't he?
They
I
claim he
don't
killed
know.
him in the
I have
hotel.
no clue.
Oh, they found. Okay.
They found him in the hotel. Mhm.
And then they say that Oprah Winfrey had left, and the next person who's going to be charged is Tyler Perry.
So what is Oprah? What did Oprah do?
Well, you know, they said that
What is the accusation?
they said that Oprah was connected with Diddy with some trafficking stuff.
I doubt it. You know why I doubt it? Oprah don't mess with black people.
Mm.
Now, if you say she was connected with Epstein and the other one, I would say yeah, but not
Mhm.
Diddy. Oprah don't mess with black people.
Mm-mm.
Mm.
Her only black friend is Gail.
Well,
Oprah circle.
but you haven't heard nothing from both of them lately.
Mm.
Well, you never hear anything from Oprah. She's never in the public eye.
Nope.
How many times has Oprah been in the public eye? Has she ever given an interview after her show stopped? No times.
Mm.
Well, you used to see Gail all the time on the news and everything. You don't see her no more.
She's not the last time I saw Oprah was on TV a couple of months ago when Gail got in that rocket and was trying to go to the moon or somewhere. That was the last time
You said
Gail was
you said
so
try to go to
scared.
the moon.
Y'all gotta go pull up the clip.
Well, okay, let me pull it up. What is it?
Gail she was visibly shaken by that she was about to get on that what you call it, that rocket.
Mhm.
She was scared out of her drawers. Baby, she did not. And Oprah was scared for her friend too. She did not want to get on that rocket.
Okay, let me Gail. What is her Gail?
King.
Yeah,
Go, I think they was trying to go to the moon or somewhere. She might have been in
Going
one of
to
Elon
space.
Musk's parachutes.
Okay, here it is right here.
Hit pause video enhancer.
All right, okay, I'm tired of these commercials. All right, let's see.
Away a tear as she rides along with Katy Perry and 4 other fellow astronauts to the launch pad. One by one, they ring a bell. Gail, who has a fear of flying, looks terrified.
This is overcoming a wall of fear, a barrier. I think it's going to be cathartic in so many ways for her.
The all-woman crew joined hands in prayer. Then it's time to climb into the capsule.
Go for launch?
Yeah, baby, go for lunch. My favorite words.
At 9:30 a.m., the rocket soared into space.
Passing through 80,000 feet, 1,300 miles per hour.
Oprah sobbed.
Oprah watching her best friend go to space.
She and Katy Perry's fiance, Orlando Bloom, comforted each other. The women experienced 4 minutes of weightlessness. Katy held up a daisy for the camera.
They are floating, they are weightless, they are experiencing zero G for the very first time in their lives.
They were overwhelmed by what they saw.
Oh, the moon! You guys, I have to tell you, look at the moon. Look.
Then it was time to return to Earth.
Touchdown. Welcome back to Earth.
Amazon founder Jeff Bezos had a little oops moment, face planting while inspecting the capsule. His fiancée, Lauren Sanchez, was the first one out. Gail raised her hands to the heavens.
I just have to have a moment with the ground.
She got on her hands and knees
Let me just appreciate the ground for just a second.
and kissed the earth. Katy raised her single daisy toward the sky. She took the flower to space to honor her 4-year-old daughter, Daisy, who called out to her mom during the landing.
Just seeing
Katy! The pop star also kissed the ground.
This experience is second to being a mom.
At a press conference, Gail was asked about that terrified look on her face.
That moment, I was so afraid. I just wanted to get into my seat. I just wanted to get inside the capsule and sit down. I never in a gazillion years thought I could do this.
Interesting. Very interesting.
She was pretty frightened.
What the hell was Oprah Winfrey doing, people?
Praying and crying.
Crying? Crying for what? Oh my God, this woman is an actor like you wouldn't believe. Look at those crocodile tears. I said, what the hell is this woman doing? That Oprah boy, she is a case and a half. Man. All right, so I got a question for you guys. Oh, okay. I see my people's come in. Hello, Gina, to you. B, how are you, Melman? It's a blessing to see you on today. Gina to you says, greetings, Edward and everyone. Mariah, greetings.
Good morning, Gina to you, B.
I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here, guys.
Okay.
Okay. Nice chatting with y'all guys.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Have a good day, Miss Vanessa. Bye-bye.
Yeah. It's a doozy, boy. It is a doozy.
It certainly was a very interesting conversation.
She said, "Oh, damn it, that Edward Joseph, man." Oh my God, man. No, but hey, like I say, I just have to be real, I can't.
Mhm.
I can't. Gina had said, "Hi, Fresh Source. How are you?"
I'm good. I'm good today.
No, I just have to be real, and I'm just saying this: if the people can't just accept me for who I am, I mean, hey, that's it. It is what it is, you know.
Yeah, yeah, but you don't have to be doing all that extra stuff.
Well, I mean, it's see what I got irritated with, and I kept saying this over and over and over again, and that's what irritated me. It's like it was like nobody was listening to what I was saying because
Right.
I'm genuinely telling you, I don't know. I'm not
Yeah.
believing nobody.
Right.
All I'm asking is, and this is why I was asking the questions, because I genuinely don't know all of what's happening. That's why I never covered Hollywood. I never covered Diddy. I never covered, on Tupac Shakur and all of these people. So I don't have the insight, knowledge, or understanding as to what's what. But I got tired of hearing, well, you can't you got to use common sense and you can't believe the people and things like that. Well, who said I was believing the people?
Mhm.
I'm just asking the question because I genuinely don't know. And so when she kept saying, well, you know, you can't believe the people and this and that and the other. I'm kind of like, oh my God. So I just lost it. You know how I get. I just lost it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, listen to what I am asking and understand what I'm saying. Because I said it on many lives. I don't know Diddy. I don't know nothing about Diddy. I don't listen to his songs. I don't
Well,
know
guess
all
what?
about all of
We
that.
know Cassie. We know Cassie Ventura
Yeah,
and her
well,
manipulative ways now.
yeah. Well,
Now,
you
you
guys spoke with a mother's heart
know,
because
the
you
people,
guys are making me look at Diddy in a whole new different way.
yeah, because I mean, okay, let's get back to it.
Yeah.
We're gonna start off with the small penis again. Why would a man I'm not making light of the man's small penis, okay? I'm just trying to make people understand, you know, why he could have possibly participated in the free calls, you know. And my point was, is because he couldn't satisfy his sexually what is she? Her appetite, it was big for sex. What is the word? She had a great appetite for sex. And here it is, she has this man who cannot satisfy her in the bed. I personally believe that she introduced the freak offs to Diddy. I do believe that. Now we have Diddy sitting
Yeah, but see,
in a corner with a mask on like a superhero. Sitting in a corner with a mask on like a superhero, watching another man beat his woman squat down while he playing with himself. You understand? We, we, we just trying.
who was he, Superman?
He wasn't super enough to satisfy Cassie. You understand? So because he got this big image, he's P Diddy. He's P Diddy.
no,
You know,
no,
does he
small
want
Diddy.
Cassie to take his little secret? Does he really want Cassie to take his little secret and share it with some of her friends
no,
and then
no, Diddy.
possibly get out? you know, because if you tell a friend is going to tell another. And then, you know, everybody's gonna know he's got a small penis. So yeah, I'm gonna agree to the free call. So let her have her way. I got the money to pay for it.
Oh my
Cassie,
God.
just get on the phone. Get on the phone and call the escorts and tell them to come meet us out here in New York at this hotel. We're gonna set the room up, get them some little tea light, turn the light down, turn off the light.
Oh God.
You know, and I'm gonna go ahead on and let you have your way because I don't want to lose you, Cassie.
Gina
You
had
know,
said, "Nah, I believe the Diddler had this fetish for a long time, and only when he got a place where he can
listen,
do what he wanted, he carried out his fantasies."
listen. Did it been a millionaire for
Cassie was
almost
starstruck
25
and sold
years,
her
so he
soul.
always had money. Okay, he was involved with Cassie for 10 to 11 years. One of the sex workers said he was engaging in these acts with Cassie 2 years into Cassie and Diddy's relationship. So was it actually Diddy's fetish or was it Cassie's fetish? Because Diddy got a small penis. Diddy got a small penis and he couldn't satisfy her. So they brought somebody else into the bedroom. So did Diddy ever sexually satisfy her? I don't think so because it was too early into the relationship that the freak off started.
Hmm.
See, you got to think beyond the surface. You got to go beneath the surface. Was it his fetish? A big music mogul, a billionaire man who has this status. He's the it man in Hollywood, in black Hollywood, in the music industry. But he got a small penis and he have a beautiful girl that stands on his right hand. You understand? Does he want the people to know his little secret? Or is he going to satisfy her? I want to keep her next to me because she's eye candy. I can bring her out in the public. She can roll with me. We can go to the Met Galas. We can go to the balls. We can go on the red carpet and she's going to look good at my side. It's a lot of things. This man, he participated in the freak offs to satisfy that woman, not for his own pleasure. He didn't even want these men to know who he was. He was in a mask. Cassie wasn't in a mask. Cassie got pregnant by a sex worker, had an abortion, manipulated the sex worker to continue having sex with her unprotected. And Diddy just stayed in the corner and watched this for years.
And so,
But now she's in court saying that she did it to satisfy him. No, you didn't do it to satisfy him because you was the only one getting digged down. You was the only one getting satisfied. You got this 50-some-odd-year-old man, you know, he already got a small penis. He probably dealing with erectile dysfunction. Let's make it make sense. But you got a 38-year-old woman on your side. 35, you at the height of your sexuality. That's when you're hot. You want it every day. Around 35, you're getting good now. At 35, I'm a woman, I know.
yeah.
Diddy is a victim. Now, everybody gonna have their opinion about it, but this is the way I see it. And I'm seeing it from the testimonies. I'm seeing it through the eyes, through the lens of what I heard coming out of the testimonies in the court. And this man confirmed what I was already thinking. That's the sex worker who is claiming to be a victim of Cassie. And yes, he is on Diddy's side. He said Diddy was not guilty. And if he was guilty, so was she.
Right.
This man spoke to the attorneys with the federal government, and they refused to take his testimony because his testimony would have went against Cassie. They wanted to use Cassie to get Diddy, but they would not use this man's testimony because his testimony would have favored Diddy and made Cassie look bad because he knew the truth. Not only did he knew the truth, the other sex worker who was on the stand knew the truth. They all said Cassie is the one who called them. She's the one who set this up. They had sex with her. They had sex with Diddy. Like I said, he was sitting on a chair in the corner with a mask on.
Being a superhero.
He ain't even participated in the act. He was over there in the corner playing by himself. Yeah. The book is on Amazon. You know, I encourage everybody to go take a look at that book. The man is on YouTube. He did an interview with another YouTuber telling his story about how he feels like Cassie took advantage of him. And really, what he was saying is she led him to believe they had more than just the relationship of him being a sex worker. He said he was emotionally attached to her. So Cassie used Diddy's money to satisfy herself in these ways. Though, if you look at it, what real satisfy, you know, I can't even say the word right now. My tongue is getting tired. But what real gratification did Diddy get out of this? A fetish? A real fetish would have been him jumping into bed with him and them having a threesome. Not him sitting in a corner with a mask on, under a towel and a sheet playing with himself. You know, these women took it, you know, woman on the stand testifying against him, and he paying $10,000 a month rent for this lady to live. But she on the stand turned state's evidence against the man who making her live. I'm talking about 50 Cent baby mama. Okay, let's make it make sense. Is he really a monster? Or did he get taken advantage of because they knew his weaknesses and they played on it? That's all I got to say for today. But I guarantee you I'll be back on YouTube again today talking about catfish. Because here's my thing. If it wasn't a no from the go, she's a hoe. Because I guarantee you, any man come to me and say, listen, baby, I want to introduce a third person into our sexual encounters. I'm kicking him straight in his penis. I'm not having that. I got dignity and pride about myself. My relationship is with you and only you. I'm giving myself only to you. How dare you even fix your lips to ask me something like that?
Yeah, that is crazy. It is, man.
But again, everybody's gonna have their own opinion. I'm not knocking nobody's opinion, but this is my opinion. Cassie's a slut.
That
She's
she
a slut.
is.
She's a slut.
Yep.
And here's the thing: she was going behind Diddy's back and arranging these freak offs with other sex workers. He didn't even know about it. So who had the real fetish? Who was the sex addict? Diddy or Cassie? she's a nasty heifer. Oh, I'm gonna throw some salt on her name because now that I know what I know, Diddy got a bad rap, and I'm not a Diddy supporter. I'm not even a fan. I don't care for his music, none of that. But like I said, when you're wrong, you're wrong. When you're right, you're right. If you're guilty, you're guilty. But if you're not, you're not. And he wasn't guilty of these charges they put against him. And I'm glad he had the jury that they had and they saw through the bullshit. Because you see, they used that video thinking that video, they was going to gain sympathy from the jury by continuously playing that video of him beating on her. But as it stands, and one of the jurors said they didn't even think about that video when they made the decision. So the video was useless because it wasn't even as bad as the media portrayed it to be. That wasn't a beating. He drug her. He ran out of that room. And plus, she's a thief because she stole his phone. And whatever else she stole that was in that bag. I didn't see him trying to force her back into that room. I seen him trying to get his bag and his belongings, which she had stole.
And see, I feel that she deserved everything that she got because one, why are you touching his property in the first place? And walking out with his property.
And then lie on the stand and say she don't know where he was. He was either in the bathroom or in an adjacent room. But you was in the room, so you knew exactly where he was.
Exactly.
When you left out of there.
Yeah. And then you walk out with his property and things. I mean, whatever was in that bag, it was something important to him and things. So, but anybody get mad at you, you go and take a person's phone and things.
I'm glad the defense team made an issue out of how that video was edited and compiled together. Because when you look at the video in its entirety, you understand what's happening in that video.
Right. Right.
He didn't just beat up on her, start kicking her and beating up on her. Something happened.
Yep.
Which caused him to react the way he did.
Yep.
So
and
now
he had ample opportunity to go and slam her down if he wanted to, but he didn't.
The government is wrong for this one right here. That was bogus. A whole RICO charge, spent I don't know how many millions of dollars on this trial, wasting the taxpayers' money, only to find him guilty of 2 counts of prostitution. Transporting people across state lines to engage in prostitution. Really? Yeah. The jury saw through it. Tried to claim this man, his legitimate business for over 30-something years was an enterprise where he was doing, illegal things through his enterprise. No, that's a legitimate business. That business got some LCCs behind its names. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But if I can get him on RICO, I can strip him of his money. That's what they wanted. They wanted to funnel that money back into the government over there in New York City. But it didn't happen. It didn't work. Thanks to that jury.
Wow. Well,
So
blessed
Edward,
be.
I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get off right now. It's 6:45. I need to go bring my little granddaughter back home.
Oh yeah.
It's time. It's morning time here. I don't think I'm gonna be able to go to church. 'Cause I'm-
Yeah, well, this has been a very interesting live, and I'm glad Vanessa had came on, to come talk with us and things. I'm sure she'll be back again. I'm sure
yeah,
that she never took anything to heart and stuff. It's just what we do. We
yeah.
we get ramped up a little bit and stuff, and but overall, the conversation was very interesting. I've learned a lot. I tell you, I've learned a lot because, like I say, I've listened to all of this stuff, but I can't give a definitive nothing to nothing because you know I don't know nothing. I don't follow him like that. I don't know him. I don't know his music. Never know what his accomplishments and things of that nature. So I've only can just draw off of what the people say and whatnot.
Mhm.
But it's very interesting. This is very interesting. I'm going to stay on this case as well as many other cases and things and stuff because
Let me
you
tell
know
you what I can almost guarantee. Today, we're gonna have a whole bunch of YouTubers asking the same question that I'm asking. Is Diddy a victimizer or is he a victim?
well, you guys
I
had
guarantee
given a
you.
mother's heart. If the people watch this live, you guys have given a mother's heart, and with that, I mean, it made me totally look at this thing in a whole new different light and look at him in a whole new different light. Although I've never formed no, definitive opinions about him
Right, right.
and things. It's just totally goes against what a lot of people had said,
Yeah,
about him. And I'm kind of like, wow, this is I don't know the man, but one
it goes
thing that
against
you
the
guys
grain.
have pointed out is simply this. He has a heart. Out of all of that facade or candor or arrogance or conceitedness or whatever, the boy
Mhm.
has a heart. Because for you to sit here and say that he is still paying the rent or whatever for this young man's um um
50 Cent baby mama.
50 cents baby mama.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then supporting the son. That's
That
amazing.
came out in testimony. She also testified against Diddy, and he's paying her way to live.
That's amazing.
Hmm.
You know, that's amazing right there. That it literally says something special about him, you
Not
know.
only is he paying her rent, he's also paying her attorney fees. The attorney she had to obtain for this case,
Mm-hmm.
he's paying that too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, see, people's when you get it, see, this is the type of conversations that I love. When you get different perspectives and things and stuff, you know.
I sent you a link to the transcripts of the
Okay.
trial. I don't know how far you read into it or if you just read the jury that part where it says I sent the jury sheet the questions of what was going to be asked,
Mm-hmm.
but it's the whole trial.
Well, I'm gonna get into that later on today. I'm gonna
So
get into
you could read it for yourself.
yeah, I'm gonna get into that later on today and read it and show the people and stuff so the people can see
And you see,
exactly.
this is what formulates my opinion
Mm-hmm.
because I'm not taking what other people is saying off of YouTube. I'm
Right.
actually digging into this information for myself.
Right.
I went to Amazon. I downloaded that book and I read some of it to you guys. I didn't even have to go far into the book to understand what the man was going to say in the rest of the book. The man says that he's a victim of Cassie Ventura.
That's what he said.
She aborted his baby. She gave him chlamydia and still manipulated her to sleep with him in these free calls. Because why? He had developed an emotional attachment to her. She ain't give a damn about him or Diddy. She just wanted to, get off.
Yeah.
And we learned that he wasn't the only one that she was being with.
Yeah.
What time did she ever have to be intimate with Diddy? People got to
Well,
look at that.
that's a good question because
They had a 10 or 11-year relationship.
yeah, and
This man says that he came into their relationship 2 years after they got together. So that means that he slept with Cassie for 8 years out of the 10 years that Diddy and Cassie had been together with the free calls. Who's the victim? Who's the real victim? Cassie is a player.
And she played him very well.
Her history, a young girl dating men 10 years her senior. Oh, she was mature beyond her age for her to even be able to do that. Because some young girls can't handle a man 10 years older than them. So she was very wise over her years. You understand what I'm saying? She could have keep up with that age, with that man in that age. That's a whole generation. That's a big age gap. And she was able to get what she wanted out of these men. And at the end of it all, damn. Damn.
Yeah, she played the role very well, boy. I tell you.
She closed the casket on Diddy. Literally, she took him down. She took his money and she sent him to jail. Wow. Because she the reason why he in there.
Damn. I mean, the player got played, and that was a damn good chess move right there, because she just checkmated him big time.
Now she's $30 million richer. She living with the trainer who he hired for her to train with.
I thought they got
cheated. She cheated on Diddy with the trainer who she's now married to.
Yeah, but
on her third child. She just had a third child for that man.
So they are together.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she took Diddy's money, and now her and the broke trainer is living good off of Diddy's money, and he's sitting behind bars for her.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
That's deep.
Yeah.
So you think that the trainer had anything to do with the setup?
I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that she was involved with him at the time that she filed a lawsuit. She's a slut.
Major slut.
So the people can continue to think that Cassie is a victim if they want.
Well,
But if they go into them transcripts and they read that man's book, they're gonna understand that she's a victimizer.
well, I'm going to play the transcript later on today because I need the
She,
people to get a greater understanding.
listen, she even had wrote a book, lied in the book, embellished in the book, took the stand, and couldn't tell the truth on the stand because her lawsuit was based off the things that she had put in the book. So some of the things in her lawsuit not even true. See, people think they know,
But
but
he
you
can
gotta
come
go
back and sue her, right?
you listen, you got to go into the you can say you can listen to these YouTubers talk and formulate your opinion based on what they saying. But when you get to the black and white and you're reading those things for yourself, you're gonna have a different perception, a different outlook on what's going on in this case right here. Not only was he played by Cassie, but he's being played by Jane Doe too. They both testified against him. Cassie got 20 million out of him, and right now he's still paying that girl rent every month. And he in jail.
But she was forced to testify, right?
Who, Jane Doe?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't think so. I didn't see nowhere where she was forced to testify.
Well, see, this is what I don't understand. He's still paying her rent every
Mm-hmm.
month and things and giving her money, but she testified against him.
Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. So who's getting played here?
No, I get that. I'm just
His
trying to.
money's so long. Listen, his money is so long. He probably had it set up where, just take them $10,000 out of my account. It just how you call it? The draft, automatic draft.
So is his generosity truly towards her, or is it pissing off 50 Cent?
I think it's towards her.
Yeah, because that's deep. That's deep that you will still pay for somebody's rent and stuff, but yet they come and testify against you.
Yeah, I think it's towards her.
So what is the purpose of doing that?
Well, he was involved with her. He went to jail. In fact, she was with him in New York when they arrested him.
So he's really in love with her then.
Well, they got a song say trying to love two, it sure ain't easy to do. But men, yeah, sometimes they have more than one woman. And a man of his caliber, even though he's challenged, what woman wouldn't want to stay? He ain't even cute. But at the same time, he got long money. So why wouldn't I want to be with somebody who I know can provide for me? We're gonna work the other issues out some kind of other way. His money could make it happen.
Yeah, but see, I'm still trying to process that. I'm trying to process that because this woman testified up against him and things, but yet he is still paying her rent.
Mm-hmm.
Help me to make that make sense.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm sure he could have had somebody to stop the payments. He's been in jail 10 months, but he's still paying.
But help me to make that make sense. She testified against him, but yet he's still paying her rent.
Yeah, but guess what? People demonizing him. But that's why I'm telling people. This is why I'm telling people
about him.
To you gotta think beyond the surface.
No, but I gotta go back to see the reports of what she said about him, how she testified on in court when it concerns him. I got to see that for myself.
She did a
because
whole lot of lying.
so she vilified him, so to speak.
Listen, she went on the stand and she acted as though she was for the prosecution, and then towards the end, she flipped her story as if to say, "Nigga." I'm thinking I can't quote verbatim the things that she said because I'm gonna have to go back and look into the transcript. But the things she said had me to think, well, as if she was telling him, like a jealous girlfriend. Like, nigga, you fucking with me, I'ma fuck with you too. Like I'm about that life. That's the kind of attitude she came across as having.
Mm-hmm.
But nevertheless, she still was on that stand. And that's what I can't get over. Nah.
I just can't phantom that for the likes of me.
I
I'm
don't
still,
think her testimony was voluntarily. I think they told her she was subpoenaed. I think she was subpoenaed.
yeah. Well, see, that's what I'm trying to get at. That's exactly what I'm trying to get at. So if they forced her to testify, then yeah, okay, I can see. I can understand, what he's not really taking it to heart because this was something that, that was forced up on her to do. So it was totally up against her will. So, but now if this was something voluntary and then he's still going to pay
That's
her rent
different.
and stuff, I can't get that for the likes of me. I ain't no much love in the world that is going to be,
I mean, well, look at Cassie. Look what she did after the trial. Wrote a letter to the judge saying that don't let him out. I'm fearing for my life. Well, he was out for how long after you got your money and didn't do you anything? So why would you fear for your life now? That's some games they playing. I tell you what, the choo-choo train that ran Diddy was the weakest link on it. Because those women outsmarted his ass and took his money. And now he's in jail.
wow.
Thankfully, this is just his first offense of anything, I believe. Maybe the judge is gonna, give him a light sentence on these 2 acts that he's convicted of.
Well, he's not
These 2
going to
charges.
jail. He's not going to prison. I can guarantee you that. Not on no first offense. He's that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because they don't have anything, no points or anything held up against him. This is his first offense. So how are you going to send this man to the max or even prison for that matter on a first offense? No, I don't see it. Yeah, I mean, I can understand the crime seems to be heinous to a lot of people and stuff, but at the end of the day, first offense, shit, man, they're gonna give you probation, tell you to go home, be nice, and don't get in trouble again.
But
That's
here's the thing, Edward. I'm kind of concerned about the judge. But because he made the call, he denied his bail.
yeah, but then also look at what the judge has said, Mr. Combs. I believe he doesn't want to go back to the facility, and he said no. So he was considering letting him go. But
He
then
denied
after
his
the
bail, told the attorneys that they stated in testimony in the courts that his behavior was violent. He denied his bail based on that. And to me, that was wrong
but
because
I
he
thought it was
used
based upon Cassie's letter.
that's not what he stated. She wrote the letter, her and another person wrote the letter, but that's not why he stated he denied the bail. He stated that the attorney said Diddy's actions were violent, and for that reason, he was denying bail. So that gives me cause for concern in the way that he's going to sentence him. Because in reality, what he's convicted of the 2 counts of transporting people across state lines for sexual purposes, that's not no violent acts. So he should have been.
I think we're reading way too much into the. I think we're reading way too much into the denial of bail, because if you look at the history of people who have committed first offenses,
Mm-hmm.
it is rare that people get jail time.
Yeah, I know.
It is very rare, and I don't think
rare. I
it's
know
no
that.
difference.
Well, I hope not. I hope not. I hope he get a chance to go home, and I hope he take this experience as a lesson in his life. I hope he changes. I hope he seek the face of God and do a 360-degree turnaround with his life.
Well, this is what I had said on the live the other day. I said this is God's redemption for him. This is God's second chance. God reigns upon the just as well as the unjust. He has no respect to person. So as much as people want Diddy to go to jail and things and stuff, I'm saying that the good Lord had rendered him mercy, grace and mercy, despite of what he had done, despite of it. Even the lady at the well, all of the accusers came to stone her.
Yeah.
But all the Lord did was just kneel down and he wrote in the ground. And then when he rose up, all those accusers had threw down their stones and walked away.
That's right.
But see, the difference is she was caught in a fault. She was caught, literally caught in a fault. But the good Lord had rendered grace and mercy. This is Diddy's grace and mercy.
Right.
And this is what the people don't understand. It don't matter what the people may say or think. The Lord is going to allow this boy a second chance.
You see, at the end of the day, he's a just judge.
He is.
I'm talking about God. I'm not talking about the man in the black robe.
Exactly what I'm saying. Yes, he is. And so with all of the things that everybody did in this world and stuff, God had grace and mercy upon you. So why isn't it that he can't do it for him? He did it already by not allowing him to live the rest of his days in prison. That was grace and mercy. I don't care what nobody say. The Lord put it upon these people's heart to look at this case and see it for what it really is. And they prosecuted him on 2 lesser charges. And then the people think that they're going to give him 20 years behind that. Really? When if you look at all of these other cases, all of these people, the man, even he's a prostitute. He's getting paid. He's crossing borders and things like that. She's the one who orchestrated that.
But you see, at the same time, these men, this is the thing. They have legitimate jobs. They're working as entertainers. It's what they're doing. And they're doing these side hustles of prostitution on the side. But they're under the guise of a company, a legitimate company. You understand?
And so
it wouldn't even be them that the government would have gone after. It would have been the company who employs them.
So you mean to tell me that they're going to try to give this man 20 years just for calling up somebody to have some sex? Really? I don't believe that.
No,
they're going to give that man
so.
probation.
You know,
they're going to give that man probation.
Not 20 years. I would hope not, but
No, I mean, that's what everybody's pushing. Everybody has pushed that Diddy was going to be convicted of RICO and all like this. That shit didn't happen. Now here everybody's pushing, oh yeah, he's going to get 20 years and all like this. The nigga is going to get probation and going to take his tail home and hope and pray to God that he changes his behavior.
Right.
Because if he doesn't, then this is what's going to befall of him.
Yeah.
He gets probation, any little thing. If he trips, if he sneezes, if he coughs, you're going back in.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're going to give you some years.
They're going to be watching him like a hawk.
Yeah.
When he get out of there.
So he knows he cannot do nothing for at least 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years, he's going to be under the government watch.
Mm-hmm.
And if he sneezes wrong, he's going in.
Oh, yeah.
For the remainder of whatever time after the time served has been counted.
Hush.
And if he do go in, it'll be his fault. Take your tail out, stay in your mansion, don't come out. You can get your kids to go get your food and everything and stuff. You got enough room in there to go and do whatever you need to do and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Come here, mommy.
But transform your mind, transform your behaviors and stuff.
Absolutely.
And leave all of this madness that you did do alone. Now, if he gets out and he's still coming with that same attitude, well, then shit. He deserved to have his ass in prison. Because he hasn't learned his lesson.
Right. You got to learn from your mistakes.
Yeah.
And move forward. Only a fool don't learn from their mistakes. Well, and I hope he's not that fool.
Well, let's pray not. Let's pray not that he's not, But everything hinges upon him and his mindset and his behavior. It's on him. It ain't got nothing to do with Cassie or anybody else. It's him. If he comes out with that same behavior, his ass is going to be grass, and they're going to give him the max to whatever the judge, put him on probation for.
Come here.
And so that would be stupid if he doesn't violate anything.
Mm-hmm.
So the best thing to do is just keep his little tail in there. If he's going to do his business at home and stuff, let the people do the running for him. But stay out the public eye.
Yeah, go hide himself, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He can stay in seclusion for the duration of time. He's got enough money to do that. What is he going to do outside? Because he knows that any little thing, they're going to get him, and they're going to put him in big time. So if I was him, man, I would stay out the public spotlight and go ahead and get with my kids, my family and stuff, and live life. And do what TM had said, live life and don't let life live you. Because if that man get out and he think that he's going to come and run with all of those other people and do all of that madness that got him in here in the first place, well, you stupid. You were just plain stupid. And whatever you get, that's what you deserve. Whatever he gets, that's what he deserves. If he comes out with that same mind frame. Some people, they got to learn the hard way. Some people have to learn the hard way. And let's just hope that this remainder of time that he's in there and stuff, that he's meditating and he is, thinking about what the consequences would be once he gets out. Don't get over there with Jay-Z. Don't get over there with all of these other people who was, the hell with all of the people who didn't come to see you and stuff. Cancel all of that. Cancel revenge. God will get the revenge. Cancel all of that and stuff. Just live your life and do what you do. You got a second chance. Now he demonstrated that he knows Christ in the posture that he had taken, getting on his knees and saying that he was praying and things. Well, if that be true, well then you understand the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. the real God, not this paganist God that people go and pray to, and these statues and all of these names of gods and things. No, I call it for who he is. And if that's the person who you proclaim that you're serving and stuff, boy, let it go and let him have it and live your life. Because if you don't, then destruction is just around the corner. And if he violates, well, then it is on him and him only. Him and him only. And he deserves every bit of whatever remaining sentence that he will have. Every bit of it. And then let his tail sit in there for that duration of time, pondering on, I shouldn't have never made the mistake. I should have just let it go. And then even if he comes out with the same attitude, well then shit. Whatever comes, comes. Lock his ass up, do whatever, throw away the key, whatever, because some people just don't listen and they'll never learn behind their behaviors. And that's the unfortunate thing. And I really do. I feel sorry for him. But you guys gave me a different look when it comes down to him, because it's you guys gave a mother's heart. And with that, you guys are making me look at this thing in a whole different way, more so than what a lot of the YouTubers has been saying about him. And I'm still just truly amazed that this man literally is paying this woman's rent every month, and she testified up against him.
Oh yeah,
That's
did
amazing.
that. Ain't that something?
Man, that's it. Ooh, my God.
But everybody, Diddy is a monster. Diddy
Well, I
this,
don't
Diddy
think he's a
that.
monster because the boy has a heart. You know? He has a heart. That tells me he has a heart. It tells me that he can whatever it is, whether it be love or whether it be infatuation or whatever it is. I mean, for him to do that, man. Wow. That's just amazing to me. It just makes me look at him in a whole different light. Totally.
He ain't open, man. Everybody got issues. We talked about the things that we can't prove already. A lot of things have been said about this man, but none of it could have been proven. They've been saying a lot of things since the inception of his career. None of those things could have been proven. Did he been under FBI watch? If they wanted him for the things that the people said that he did, if they had evidence of that, he would have been in court years ago. But it's only now. And guess what it took? The thing that the Bible says not to. It's always something about sex, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Defiling the temple in those kind of ways is what took him down.
Yep.
Wow. Ain't that something?
Man, this I tell you, this right here was an eye opener. Literally.
Get into those transcripts, read the testimony for yourself, and then you might understand why I feel the way. Go back in that book, read that. It's on Amazon. Read that man's book, and you're gonna see why I came to the conclusion that I came to. Why my mind changed? Because I'm not a Diddy fan.
Well, me neither. I don't know the man. So
You know, it could have go. It didn't matter what way it went for me, for him.
right.
You know, but after seeing all of that, reading all that, mm-mm.
Well, no, I'm not a Diddy fan. I made that crystal clear. I made it crystal clear that I don't swing one way or the other as far as my opinion goes, because I don't know the man. All I hear is what the people hear, say and things, and that's what it is. I'll leave it like that. I never covered them, so I can't really render opinion as to his guilt or innocence and things, because again, I ain't never been there. I don't know him.
Mm-hmm.
you know so how I'm going to ridicule him for things that I don't know, but only just what people just said. But I'm always like this: show your proof to your truth.
You know, this man, when they first, I remember when they first indicted him, the black man that got up and spoke talked about how they had so much evidence. Come to find out, the only things that they found in that man's house was some baby oil, Astroglide, and a couple of guns. Through the testimony, it was revealed that the guns that they found actually were in a case that the FBI agents or the Homeland Security took out of the case, took pictures of it to make it seem like he had these guns on hand when they were actually in a locked case. They didn't take fingerprints of the guns. They didn't do none of those things. They couldn't provide the courts. They didn't even remember if they were in a locked case or not.
And see, these are the things that should have been pointed out.
You know, they went to this man's house, and I think they had one of the sons by gunpoint. They went to his house, guns drawn,
All of that stuff was unnecessary, because
to
what
retrieve
was
some Astroglide and some baby oil
Astroglide and baby oil, and
and a
then
couple
they're
of
coming
guns.
to his house with guns drawn and shit, like he's some type of person who's going to be in a rodeo shooting or something like that. Come on now.
Exactly. If they retrieved, I'm not sure if they retrieved tapes, but I know the tapes that the government presented did not come from him. They came from Cassie.
Well, I mean, but even with the
Here's
tapes
the
that they
thing, Edward.
retrieved,
I can see why you think he might have been set up by her, because not only was he recording the free calls, but she was recording them too.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That I'm glad that you see what I am saying. That is what I have been saying all of this time. That's all I've been saying all of this time.
Wow.
That's all I've been saying.
Oh yeah, she took him down.
Yeah, she did. It was a major setup.
He
And I
might get
saw
back.
that clear as daylight.
She took him down, and she took his money.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. That is all that I have been saying. All I wanted the people to do was just listen to what I've been saying. I said this was a setup. I said this from the beginning. This was a major setup. And she did that shit. Well, nobody want to listen to me.
Now
Well, they
she
listen
living.
now because she got the fruits of her labor.
That's right. She living La Vida Loca with her poor ass therapist man, weight training man who didn't have a dollar, who couldn't provide for her on Diddy's money.
And see, you know, I can't even be mad. I can't even be mad because this bitch right here has just been man,
And
I
look
can't
at her.
even describe it.
She looks so innocent. She's
No.
very like she's what the Bible calls cunning.
Mm-mm. I can see right through that shit.
She's a Delilah.
I called that shit straight up from the beginning. I saw through that shit.
What did Delilah do? She made what did she made that man who loved his appearance and his hair.
Yeah, Samson. And took off his hair.
That's right. Chopped it
She,
all off.
she
Lost his
was
brain.
cunning, and
Lost,
Samson
lost
was
his,
sitting up playing games with her and things
Mhm.
till he finally broke down and told the truth, and she took his power.
That's right.
But look at the end. The Lord had redeemed them, even though he
Mhm.
had to die behind it, but he had redeemed them and took all of them down.
Wow.
And
A
see,
modern day Samson and Delilah.
and this is Samson right here that is going to take down Delilah right there. And but he has his head covered
Mhm.
to protect it.
Yes. She can't get to she
You
can't
know?
get to him there. And let me tell you, he mean business now, baby.
Yeah, I know.
He's going after her. Guns
Hey,
blazing.
man, look at here. Take every goddamn thing that she done got and then some.
Cassie Ventura, you reap what you sow.
Yep, and that's exactly. And it comes in an unlikely form too.
I guarantee you she wasn't expecting this lawsuit against
Man,
her.
see?
She's
See? That's
claiming to
that's
be
that's
the
what I said.
victim.
What did God say in his word? He said, be not deceived, for God is not mocked. Whatso a man soweth, there shall he also reap. And so now it's reaping time.
Oh,
Because the same salacious lies that she done planted on this man, look what's happening to her.
now you know what? He done came out. Guess what? The other sex workers that she slept with, they're gonna come out right behind it
Mm-hmm.
and tell
And then
almost the same story.
and then they're going to come with a class action lawsuit that's going to take her down, take that money.
There you go, Cassie. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. They're going to take that money. They're going to get what's theirs because she manipulated all of them, but now
Wow.
shit, you know, you see how the tides and turned, right?
Oh yeah.
Because
And they
she
turn
set
quick
them up
too.
and she played them. Now he ain't gonna play her. She's just gonna pay her. Or him. or
Yes,
pay him. You know.
the tides turn real quick on Cassie.
Yeah.
I hope she have a life jacket on.
No, she's
Right
gonna
now,
fall.
baby, it's either swim or sink, Cassie.
Hey,
Get
shit,
ready.
she's gonna fall off that goddamn boat, man.
See,
You
like
know?
Jake's get ready, get ready, get ready.
She's gonna fall off that goddamn boat.
Because
You
your
know.
time is coming. You
Yeah, they
you
sturdy.
never win when you play dirty. You never
Man,
win when you play dirty.
and I'm telling you, I'm gonna cover this shit. I'm gonna be on this shit like white on rice. Every twist and turn, everything that these guys gonna come up with, everything that she's gonna say in her charter rebuttal and stuff. I'm gonna be on it.
Oh, she
Man,
ain't gonna say nothing. She ain't gonna talk. She came out on an interview a couple of weeks ago before the trial ended, you know, with a little conversation with another woman on there. I said, look at that slut. I call her a slut then. I had a
yeah,
feeling she was a slut.
yeah, she's a slut. She see people like that never comes to no good end.
Uh-uh.
Never comes to no good end. And I'm happy that he has found his voice, and I'm happy that he had understood that he has rights too.
Mm-hmm.
In that,
Absolutely.
yeah, you've been manipulated by the modern Delilah.
The modern day Delilah.
You
That's
know?
what it is.
Yeah. And let this be a lesson to the people, because see, when you want to come and you want to try to bring the men down, well then you better make sure that all of your T's is crossed and all of your
That's
I's are
right.
dotted and things.
And you live in a holier than thou lifestyle,
Yeah.
you know? Because if you live in foul like this,
Ooh,
it's
man.
only a matter of time before your business come out too.
You see what Gina said, right? All for the price of fame. Damn, that's deep.
No, that slut wasn't doing it for fame. She was doing it to get off. She got a
Mm,
sex problem. She's a sex addict.
damn.
Not only was she cheating on Diddy with the trainer, she cheated on him with Kid Cudi. She cheated on him with the sex workers.
Mm,
And she was having sex on the north side of town, the east side of town, the west side of town, and the south side of town.
damn. All four corners.
She's a master hoe.
Damn.
She's the pimp. Oh, Cassie is a madame.
Mm, wow.
She played the men like I said, like a fiddle. She was having sex all over town.
Mm,
And that's the truth.
wow.
That's stuff that came out in testimony. Now she have this man coming out online saying that he contracted a venereal disease from her. But the prosecution want to paint her as this a little saint, Saint Augustine. Nah, baby, that's Delilah right there. It say no saintness in her. She don't even go to church. She ain't got no God in her. She don't even have respect for her body as a woman.
No.
You understand? You know,
No,
if
when
she
when
wanted
you
to be
walking
the only
around
one,
giving people STDs and shit, you know.
if she wanted to be the only woman in Diddy's life, you don't even think Diddy noticed that? I can't make this whole a housewife.
Not at all.
I can't make this whole a housewife. I'm not even bringing that slut around my children. So I don't care how many Christmases she wanted to go to. He wasn't bringing her to his house around his. He wasn't bringing that dirty woman around his house. I'm a Christian woman talking like this morning because I'm sick of these nasty ass women. You understand?
Right. Who gave the
I'm sick of them.
STDs?
She going around giving these men chlamydia. Cassie did it. That's what the man said in the book.
Well, I'm only gonna go by what they said.
That man not lying.
Yeah, I'm only
That
going to
man,
go by what they
that
said.
man got that man got prominent people's names in his book. The U.S. Attorney, prosecutors, Maureen Comey. He said he spoke to this woman. He ain't lying. And for anybody that might be doubting me, go read the book for yourself. It's called Cassie, Victim or Co-Conspirator by Clayton Hamilton. Is on Amazon right now for $9.99, half price. And plus, if you don't want to pay for it, you can download the free read. They're going to give you some of the book. I ain't lying to y'all. Cassie ain't who she proclaimed herself to be. She been a slut since she was in her teenage years. Because even when she was a teenager, she was dating a man 10 years older than her. And like I said previously, the only way a young girl can deal with a man 10 years her senior, if she's wise, if she's she got to be mentally capable to handle a man with that much of a big age gap. You understand?
Yeah.
That's a whole generation. They don't even listen to the same type music. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Cassie have to have some street in her. She have to be hood. She's a gangster, just like what the defense man, the attorney called her,
Yeah. But by her own admission.
by her own actions. She's about that life. She ain't scared to play dirty. Diddy might have been scared of her in some ways.
Well, he stayed with her for 11 years, so you know it was something.
Stayed with her for 11 years, had freak offs with her, and couldn't even participate in the freak off because his pee-wee was too small. He had to go play with himself in the corner. What? Really?
Hey, what a costume mask on too.
Listen, with a mask on, like a superhero. Why didn't his attorneys, even now, these attorneys need to get a psychiatrist involved in this case to go and evaluate Diddy, because something is wrong here. Something is wrong with this picture. This dog never wants to sleep at all tonight.
I don't understand it for the likes of me. I really don't.
Yeah, Diddy needs a psych eval. He needs to, he even before he's released, he needs to get into, set it up now, so he can go home and he can go do his little treatments, go to his little classes, for the mind.
Right.
Try to see what traumas, past traumas that he never dealt with. Because in reality, all of this spells low self-esteem.
Right. You can't buy your way out of things, and
no, you can't. You can't. People looked at him as this big public figure, this big music mogul. Didn't even know this man was suffering internally with things that he never dealt with from his past. And usually it's from your childhood. You understand? Those traumas, those deep-seated traumas that you suppress because it's too hard for you to deal with them. But now this man he's going into his senior years. He needs to deal with whatever got him trapped like that. How is it? He got this big, bold persona, this image, untouchable Diddy in the public eye, but yet some women was able to play him like this here. Some women was able to cause him to lose his freedom. Nah, he wasn't strong at all. In fact, he was weak. A real man who stood in knowing who he was and knew what his purpose was wouldn't have never got played like that. Them women played Diddy, and they still playing him while he in jail.
Damn.
They're still using his money. I'm telling you, if I was his mama, I would have stopped all access to whatever he was paying to that girl who stood up on the stand and testified against my child.
I still just can't. I can't phantom that in my mind. I'm just I can't phantom that in my mind. I'm just really at a loss for that one.
You're not gonna live good on my child money and sleep good in this whatever penthouse condominium while my child is laying in a 5x9 or 5x10 cell. I don't know how big the cells is. I'm just giving an estimate. You understand? Eating
Yeah.
some bologna sandwiches and drinking some grape juice. Oh
Mm.
no. Oh no. You're getting out. You're getting out of there.
I can't fathom that for the likes of me. I don't understand it. I really don't.
Me either. But it's happening, Edward. This
No,
is a fact.
yeah, I see that, but dang, jeez,
This
it's just
information came out in court. This man is still paying that woman's rent.
damn. That's crazy though. Man, I will go down to my grave never understanding this.
Them $10,000 a month. What that is? He been in the what? That's $100,000 he's paid already since he been in jail. He
Mm-hmm.
been in jail 10 months.
Mm-hmm.
That could have went towards one of his kids, whatever. You know.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know what she's got. I don't know what kind of magical power or whatever this girl got over this man's mind. But man,
And then
that's
they jealous of one another. Not for Diddy. They don't even care about Diddy like that. But they don't want to lose access to the money. It ain't even about Diddy.
well, maybe she's probably the one then. Maybe maybe he can just look over her faults and things and
She's a hoe too. Didn't that woman just tell you she's an OnlyFans model? They call them models, but really and truly, what they doing on OnlyFans is selling sex. They're getting behind a camera and doing some salacious things to themselves for men on camera, and then the men pay them money. That's how these girls are making their money. I told you, they industry hoes. They're not groupies anymore. You remember the groupies? You go to a concert and you see a certain few women try to get close to the stage because they wanted to be around the musicians. These hoes took it to another level.
No.
They're gonna be talking about Miss D this morning, and because I know they're gonna. Let me tell you something. Them videos is gonna get some views because I'm making a lot of noise.
I know.
I'm making a lot of noise about Cassie.
Well, I tell you one thing. I got to figure out what thumbnail I'm going to put on this because yeah, this one right here. Oh my
If it
God!
wasn't a no from the go, you a hoe. That's the slogan.
Yeah, this live right here. This is going down in history right here. Shit, this is gonna ramp up all of the YouTubers and stuff across the platform. So I got to think on what thumbnail I'm going to use for this.
Lying and saying that man, threatened to extort her mama. Man never did that. That man told you he wanted his money back, that he fronted you for the project, and if you don't do it, I'm gonna put the tapes out. Then you're gonna go call your mom and tell him something different. Make your mama go take out a loan, a second mortgage or something like that, borrow $20,000 to give Diddy back. And now he extorting them. No, he ain't extorting nobody. He want his money back. She said the money was for this purpose. She didn't use it for that. So I want my money back. The mama ain't even had nothing to do with it. The lies they told during this trial on that man.
And see, that's exactly why they wasn't able to prosecute him over the RICO shit, because the prosecution, they depended upon lies that they told about them.
And they depended on their jury too.
Yeah.
They
And,
thought that jury was gonna work in their favor because they had took that black man off of it. But it just so happened at the last minute they had one white gay man, and I didn't I tell you that the other day when they said that about that man. I said that man is not no that man shutting this out. You don't believe nothing they saying. Oh, everybody thought he was for the prosecution. Hell no, he was for the defense. He didn't believe him. He had made up his mind in the first hour of deliberating.
mm-hmm.
You know, now you got this man, this white gay man, they say he was 51 years old. You know?
So that what was that the alternate juror?
No, this was a juror.
Well, I've been looking up to try to
was
find
the scientist. The scientist.
right, but I've been looking up on to try to find his testimony. I don't see it. Did he speak on the news or something?
No, he didn't speak on the news. They spoke about you remember when they went in the first day of deliberation.
Yeah, I
they had
remember
this
that.
one juror
Yeah,
who
and that was
they
him.
said was difficult.
Yeah, that was him.
That was him.
Mm-hmm.
So his mind was made up about the case already.
Mm-hmm.
But now, when they told me the man was gay, I said, you know, this was about sex, some sexual things. He's a scientist. He got money. He probably doing the same thing Diddy do.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Because they live an alternate lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
So was those things a crime to Diddy?
No,
Well,
that was his lifestyle.
If he voted guilty, then that would make the things that he's doing a crime too.
Exactly.
And not only that, for all men, for the average man.
Well, so the one juror had could have made it a hung jury, but instead they had voted to go ahead and acquit him.
Acquit. Uh-huh.
So that man said he must have had some power to persuade the people.
I don't know. But I tell you what, this man wasn't shaking on his vote. They banked on their jury. But the jury didn't see it like the government saw it.
No.
They didn't see no RICO. Because there was not a RICO.
No. It was just a domestic violence case.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Why introduce a tape into this trial that don't have nothing to do with the charges?
Because
that the person
they wanted to bring
for?
up some salacious madness just to try to throw the jury off, and thought that they was going to even watch it in its entirety or watch it for what it was really worth. But in the end, it didn't even factor in.
It didn't factor in at all. They say they didn't even use the tape.
See, he had a panel of people who was meticulous by nature.
Yes.
Which was
and what did I say? I said if they had one juror that think like I did, I think Diddy is walking. Because I didn't see what they were saying.
Well, I even said that wasn't going to happen in the beginning. I said that this man is not going to get convicted of all of those charges. I don't believe that. Because from the testimonies of what Cassie had gave, and then what that lady had gave, man, the defense attorney had told them up, literally, made mincemeat out of them. How could anything stand? And he's over here making mincemeat out of them, telling the people, oh well, yeah, I loved them. I did this. I'm the one who
Exactly.
wanted to do this.
But if you listen to Tisa Tells, it's a whole different story.
Tisa tells Ticket TV and Tisa tells Ticket TV and what's that other YouTuber's name? Tisa tells Ticket TV and Jaguar Wright.
Tisa
And I'll
tells me
call
to walk
all
on
three
my
of them off. Yeah.
and get off that dope.
Well, she needs to get a new frontal wig or something, and
You
leave
know,
that glue alone. Grow her hair back.
she getting online, slurring her words, her eyes buckshot like a quarter. Reporting all kind of lies on the people.
24/7. She never sleeps, people. 24/7. Her and Ticket, they never sleep.
I don't know who Ticket is.
It's this guy called Ticket TV who thinks that he's the guru of YouTube.
Hmm.
He used to be good, but then he just got beside himself, and now
Yeah,
he thinking that he's the God gift to America to YouTube. So I had to just put his ass in his place.
that happens a lot with some of these YouTubers.
Hmm. Yeah, they get so complacent. They be thinking that they all that in a cup of tea.
I'm better than the rest.
Hmm. Yep. Want to call out everybody and stuff. Oh yeah, well, I'm this, I'm not shit. Sit your ass down. You ain't shit. You know? then, then when you call them out, they get pissed off. And then they want to go.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Ticket TV who called Tisha Tells out at the courthouse the other day.
Yeah. Yeah. He he
For the
he
lies that she's telling.
he's so called for all of the truth and things. We heard that shit before.
Well, I tell you, I don't pay none of them no mind.
Well, I try not
When
to.
I want to know something, I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look up the real information. I don't take nothing none of those YouTubers say, and I don't give it no credence because I know they some liars.
Right.
They sensationalize things, and they
Habitual.
do. Yeah, they habitualize and they
Yeah.
sensationalize for clicks and views.
Yeah.
You know, and it's unfortunate that they have a following, and that following really like the lies and the
Yeah.
sensationalism.
Yeah. Well, they're addicted to it. It's like a drug
They're
to
addicted to it. Hmm.
you.
They're addicted to negativity and
Yep.
falsehoods.
Yep.
You know, and that's just the way YouTube is. Jaguar Wright been lying for years. She been out of the music industry for decades.
Yeah. But she has to find a way to get some money, and that's one of her ways.
That's what she did.
Come
Yeah.
with this salacious madness, and when the pressure got too great, she took down her channel.
She took her channel completely down?
Yeah. It ain't no more Jaguar right on there.
Get out of here.
No, I'm telling you, I have searched up and down
Now,
everywhere. You
you know
cannot
what,
find
Jacqueline? You know what she's gonna say? That she had to go into hiding because Diddy is after her. I guarantee you, that's what she's gonna say.
it. Well, her channel is not up nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. I have searched up and down.
Wow.
I spent several hours searching up and down looking for Jaguar Wright, and I could not find nothing. All I could
See,
find is all of those old videos of when she was on other people's channels and things.
she's been talking nonsense about Jay-Z and Diddy. I think you did a live where and I said the reason why Jaguar Wright is so upset with Jay-Z is because that he might have had sex with her and then left her alone.
Mm-hmm.
She's jealous of Beyonce. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
She's no comparison to Beyonce.
Yeah, none at
Not
all.
physically, maybe musically, because she can blow for real, for real. But physically, nah.
I never heard her sing, so I don't know.
Oh, she has an amazing voice.
Mm.
I'm gonna give that to her. But
Mm.
she's sick in the head. She couldn't make it in the music industry not because of her voice. It was because of her character, I guarantee you.
Well, but that's probably why they ousted her ass out of there. Cause shit,
Exactly.
you know.
Because she ain't just got like she is, she been like that. Her son did an interview and spoke so ill of her until
Yeah,
I
I
had to
saw
turn it
that.
off.
I saw that. That was
You
really
know,
crazy.
I
But
watched Jaguar Wright on live take her son's ashes and use it as voodoo.
oh
When
God,
with some,
wow.
yeah, she took her son's ashes and used it as voodoo to put a spell on some people who she had a fight with. So not only is she crazy and psychotic, but she's also a witch.
Damn.
The girl is insane.
Damn, that's crazy.
The
Take
other
her.
young lady, Allie Carter, that's another child that needs to seek some mental help.
Well, see
I
that,
don't think
so why is she's going to why is she's going to do this her son like that, desecrate his remains in such a manner.
let me
That's
tell you,
sick.
that threw me. That threw me when she did that. You know,
She desecrated that boy's remains in such a horrific manner. That's
Mhm.
just she's sick. She has to
Absolutely.
be a sick ass puppy to do some shit like that. I
The
don't give a
only thing,
fuck if it is voodoo or shit. Anybody to go and take your son's things and do some shit like that? Damn.
mhm.
Oh my God. Wow. That's crazy.
She hops around from state to state, living out of hotels, claiming that Jay-Z and Diddy's people is after her. Sometimes she's down the road from me in Shreveport, not too
Mm.
far from me, in Louisiana.
No, that's crazy, man.
But yet, all of these stars, and you're in a little country town like Shreveport. Get out of here, girl.
Mm-mm-mm.
So they could believe if they want, but I don't believe nothing Jaguar say.
Well, I have heard it all right there.
She
I
read
have.
a lot of books, and she read a lot of other vloggers. So, and she's a good storyteller. So she's able to
So
put
how
this.
did they find out that she used her son's ashes to go
She
ahead
was
and
on live.
she
It's
did
on
it on
YouTube.
live?
She did this on live. It's still on YouTube, I believe.
I gotta
I
look this
saw
up.
I saw this on a live that she had put up. Okay,
Wow.
she went live. It was her and a little guy together. The little guy got in a fight with some people at a gas station, I believe it was. She went in the car. They wanted to fight her too, but she ended up going in the car, taking her son's ashes out, and performing a spell on those guys that they were fighting
Mm.
with the ashes.
Wow.
Just sick, and people listening to her.
Oh no. Wow. That is crazy. Yeah, she don't that woman don't ever need to be up on YouTube no more. Anybody who's going to go and desecrate their son's their son's remains like that, you are absolutely crazy.
She'll be back in a few weeks.
Well, if she comes back, I'm gonna talk about her ass like you wouldn't believe.
She probably just put her channel on private. I don't think she threw it away. God deleted it because she have she developed a large following, and she was making money off of YouTube now.
Well, if I ever catch her back on YouTube and stuff, I'm gonna talk about her ass so bad.
She admitted that she has, some mental issues.
Well, yeah,
So
she's has mental issues. Anybody who's going to use their son's remains as ashes and go ahead and start doing spells upon people, that is crazy. I ain't
yeah,
never
that's
heard no shit like that.
yeah. Go try to find the video. It may still be up on YouTube.
I am. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look and see if I can find it. That's crazy.
She's been arrested on live. She's been evicted on live. Just all sorts of weird things she put up on live, just for some attention.
Mm.
I even think she went to jail one time when she got evicted because she didn't turn the key in for the U-Haul. That's how you call it. Those trucks that you use to get your furniture out of the house. That's a U-Haul, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe she. I think it was she hadn't turned the key in on time, and they called the police and they said that the U-Haul was stolen. So she ended up going to jail behind that. You know, she never raised her son. Her son basically lived with his father, the living child now.
Mm-hmm.
And just all kind of weird things. The girl is weird, right? She's weird.
Well, I'm glad that her son caught their ass out and things because the people needed to see. The
Oh,
people
he
need
called.
to see for themselves that somebody who truly knows her, you know, don't have no respect for her.
And the kid is very, very intelligent.
Mm,
You could tell he's a smart kid. You have to really listen to him. He uses all kinds of words. So you really have, big, elaborate words. You really have to pay attention to what he's saying so you can understand him
mm-hmm,
because he's on a different level. Like a genius kid.
mm-hmm,
He's very smart.
mm.
Go look, go find it. It's on Tasha K. The interview is up there.
Oh, Tasha. Oh shit. Yeah, I
You
can't.
know, I mean, for you to go look at.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna check her thing out.
She gets all the good interviews. Her.
Mm.
She even interviewed the guy that you got up right now, just 2 nights ago.
Oh really?
Uh-huh.
Tasha K.
Yeah.
Mm.
He's telling his story on there. Very believable too.
Yeah, I have to be. I mean, I have to do it a different way if I'm ever going to if I'm ever going to try to use any of her thing or.
Now I have seen some YouTubers that use, a little bit of her information.
Mm-hmm.
They use clips. They won't play her whole video because they know that she's gonna strike them. But
Right.
it's you can use clips
Mm-hmm.
of her video. Yeah, she's known for that. She's strict about her content.
Well, is she's a real good person to like bring it on and things?
Bring what on?
I mean, do she has good content and stuff that everybody would want to listen to or
Oh
watch and things?
yeah, Tasha K.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. She gets all of the best interviews. She know all the tea.
Mm-hmm.
She's the one who was sued by Cardi B. because some information had came out about Cardi B, and she put it up on her channel. And Cardi B claimed that it was a lie, but it wasn't a lie because
Mhm.
Cardi B had said that publicly. I'm not going to repeat it, because Cardi B on some other stuff too, but she had said those things publicly. Then Tasha K got the inside intel about it from credible sources. She put it up on her channel. Excuse me. And Cardi B ended up suing her. She had money and she won. So Tasha K had to end up she didn't pay it because she said I ain't got it. That's her words. I ain't got it. I think it was $4 million.
Oh, she got money like that?
She didn't pay Cardi B as of today. She said she ain't had it.
Yeah, but they can strip her off.
Not if you ain't got nothing in your name.
Okay. Right.
So she kind of changed the way she moved. She has her own website now, TashaK.com, where you can go and you can pay. She puts all of the good information where she can speak freely on there, on her website.
Mm-hmm.
And the things that she thinks she can share on YouTube without getting struck, she'll put it up here. But she's very strict about her content. No, they don't. Nobody plays with Tasha's content because she's big. She's a big YouTuber. She got lawyers and all that on standby.
Yeah, but I mean, shit. What? So what can she do if somebody play other than just strike her page? Shit.
Oh, that she'll get people's channel taken down.
Well, I think I just may want to challenge shit.
And they're not gonna get it back because she got lawyers that do that for her.
Well, if she's got lawyers, then she's got money. Pay the bitch, then shit.
She says she ain't got it.
Well, if you got some lawyers to fight in your behalf to go ahead and fight for your channel, shit, you got money to go and pay the woman.
Well, yeah, I'm assuming that she does. She does have it, but she's saying she ain't got it. And according to her bank account, she ain't got it. So how she moving her money, I don't know. But she ain't paid Cardi B her money yet. It's almost 2 years they passed that judgment against Tasha K.
Yeah, but see, Cardi B, she's so rich, she don't need that money. She's just doing it just for the principle of it.
Exactly. That's why she did it.
Yeah. Just for the principle.
But then at the same time, Cardi B was putting her business out there anyway. So I don't understand why. I don't understand why she sued Tasha K because she knew that was the truth. That came out of her mouth, those things. And I'm gonna tell you behind the scenes what Cardi B was doing to men. That came out of her mouth. But Tasha K didn't take what she said. She went to the sources, some inside sources to verify the information before she put it up on her channel.
Well, so Tasha K, she has some connections like that.
She got all kind of connections.
Oh, so she's a big dog then.
She's a big dog. She got connections in the political realm. She got connections in the music industry. She got connections in the movie industry. She even got connections overseas.
So why is she just on YouTube? What type of work does she do?
She's a journalist. I mean, YouTube is what she's doing now, but in the past, she was a radio personality and she's also a journalist.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh, okay. Well then shit. I'm not gonna hell. I ain't trying to
She done got big YouTubers, not as big as her, but people with like 50, 60,000, 100,000 followers. she done took their channels down and they had to start all over again for using her content.
Yeah,
She don't play about her content for real.
well, I'm not gonna even. I'm not gonna. I never heard of her, other than just in passing and stuff. So I don't need. It ain't nothing that she needs. I mean, that I need to see about her and stuff. So
I don't watch her all the time. I just watch her when she got, like the other night she had this man on, this man that's on the screen. She had him on there. I wanted to hear what he had to say. And then when he finished speaking, I went to Amazon because he talked about his book on there. He talked about how he spoke with the government and they didn't want to take his testimony because they knew it would go in favor of the defense, and against Cassie. So they didn't use him. But he was he would have been a credible witness either way it go, because he was telling the truth. But they still didn't use him. So it is what it is. Diddy is in the place where he is.
yeah.
Again, hopefully when he gets out of there, he does the right thing and leave all of those women alone. And like Monique said, go get your old country girl who can cook you some neck bones and bake you some cakes and stuff like that.
Right.
You understand?
Right. Well, hey, he should have had that in the beginning. Then he wouldn't have been in this situation. So get somebody who can cook and fatten you up a little bit.
Yeah, get somebody who you could relate to, somebody who not gonna be mad at you because you got a small penis. Because at 55, she probably don't even want to have sex her own self. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's just company at that age.
Yeah. Well, hey, I don't see how he can be taking buns and stuff when he ain't got none.
None, yeah. Yeah. He ain't taking nobody buns. Because he ain't got none. Oh yeah. No diggity dig. No diggity, no hot dog. The hot dogs are short for breakfast wiener. One of them little Jim Beam. One of them little baby Jim Beam sausage that you put on the breakfast plate. With a little eggs and some grits on the side. You can't do it. You gotta eat a whole pack to get full. You gotta eat a whole pack of them little wieners to get full. You understand?
The Breakfast Club.
Diddy ain't got nothing but a little baby breakfast bit Jim Beam sauce. Cassie say, "Oh no, my boy, I'm not even playing with that. We gonna call us some escorts. I gotta get mine. Come on now. I don't want to look at it. Just get on the phone and get the escorts over here. You understand? I'm not playing with you like this here. You ain't gonna come make me mad with that little Jim Beam baby sausage. Shit, now I gotta undress. I gotta take off all my clothes. For this Jim Beam baby sausage. Oh hell no. It's not going down like that, buddy.
Oh my God, my stomach is hurting.
You taking me to the drunk tower.
Oh my God. Mm.
Or whatever else them hotels they went to. We're
Oh,
gonna set up that room and we're gonna do what we gotta do by tea light. Not candlelight, no, by tea light.
yeah.
That dude on the screen said it just only had a few lights in the corner. He couldn't see nothing. Ah! He couldn't see nothing. They put his ass in the dark.
Oh my God, my stomach is hurting.
To do them freak off.
Mm.
Oh my God.
Mm.
Oh my God. God, please forgive me on this beautiful Sunday
Oh,
morning. I don't even think I can make it to church.
wow.
But I'm praying about it, Lord.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pray about it.
Mm.
Oh yeah. Cassie, see, I'm not going down like this, man. You can't make me do nothing.
Mm-mm.
I'm not taking off my clothes for this. I ain't doing nothing for this.
Mm.
You want to
Yeah.
be with me? It's gonna be my way or the
Mm.
highway.
Wow. Mm. I got a cramp in my stomach on my side. It's like trying to
Well, look, Edward,
switch it
we're
out.
gonna continue. We're gonna continue this conversation later on. I need to get me a couple of hours of sleep.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go and put that power gun on my side because I got a cramp.
Mm-hmm. Well, go ahead on and do that. I hope you feel better. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's time for us to exit the stage.
yeah. All right, people. So I got to get out of here. My side is hurting so bad right now. I gotta put this power gun on my side and see if I can get this cramp out. Because man, but that's what happens when you're enjoying yourself and you're laughing so much and things.
Yeah.
So, people, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to an Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's. Oh my God. All right, people. So I gotta go. This is hurting so bad.
Okay.
Okay, you guys be blessed.
Bye-bye.